We don't have to do roll call or anything, do we? All right, good morning, everybody. We are beginning our city council retreat, 8:30 a.m., January 28th. And first, I don't know, Marilyn, if you want to introduce yourself, and then I'll pass it, I'll take it to public comment.
Okay. Well, I was actually going to do that afterwards, if that's okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes, because I want the people that are
All right.
here to be able to talk if they want.
Thank you. So we will start with public comment. Do we have any in the room? Yeah. Oh, it's back there.
Thank you, members of the council and city staff, for being here all day on a Saturday to make democracy work. My name is Phil Ritter. My wife Lynn and I have lived in Sammamish for 6 years. I'm a CPA and I do financial consulting for nonprofit housing developers. Thank you to the council and staff for setting climate goals as a high priority for 2023. This council has a unique opportunity between now and the end of this year to pass some ordinances that will be a start on actually reducing climate emissions rather than talking about reducing climate emissions. If you wait until we have a climate action plan adopted before you get ordinances into the review process, you will miss this opportunity, which may not exist in 2024. If your house is on fire, you don't start working on the plans to restore the burned house. You start with putting out the fire. You can see from, the visual we couldn't show. I understand the council members saw the visual though, so it's, we create about half our emissions from fossil fuel vehicles and the other half with heating and cooling our buildings. This is on the geographic side of the emissions, not the consumption side. There are policies which other cities in the United States have used effectively to reduce emissions without major disruption and legal challenges by requiring that, number one, all new buildings provide an EV charger for each residential parking space. All new buildings have sufficient electric power for EV charging and space and water heating using electric heat pumps and adoption of the new state building code standard that eliminates gas connections for new residential and commercial buildings. 3, that require all sellers of residential and commercial buildings disclose the energy efficiency and the cost of oil and gas burned per year. The City Council needs to instruct city staff to come up with a timeline for getting at least one building ordinance and one transportation ordinance into place, which can be adopted by the end of the year, assuming solid public support. The city needs to join other 5 East Side cities which are working together on green direct power purchase for direct city electricity needs and ramping up campaigns connecting residents to the federal Inflation Reduction Act initiatives and group purchase deals via the East Side Climate Challenge, Energy Smart East Side, and a new to-be-announced Rewire collaboration. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Phil. Do we have anyone else? Perfect. All right, we'll move to Zoom.
If anybody would like to speak, I can promote you excuse me, let me start again. If you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. For attendees who are joining by phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. I see we have 2 people that have raised their hands, and I'll promote them in order that they have raised their hands. Mary Wichter. Mary Wichter.
Good morning, Mary Wichter, Sammamish, 22 years. Sometimes in order to reach our goals, we have to look for inspiration. So this morning I want to share how Jaime Lerner changed Curitiba, Brazil with fewer cars, better bus systems, more garbage recycling, plus using lakes to control flooding for stormwater. Jaime Lerner is a man. He lived from 1937. He passed away recently in 2021 at age of 84 from kidney disease. He is the former 3-time mayor of his native Curitiba, Brazil, and the governor of his state in southern Brazil. He's internationally known for his innovative bus rapid transit system in Curitiba, and the system is now copied in cities around the world. He also made that transportation more efficient and nearly as quick as a subway train using surface systems. He also helped the city become a leader in urban environmentalism. Time magazine named Lerner one of the 25 most influential thinkers in 2010, and in 2017, the American magazine Planets ranked him as the second most influential urban planner of all time, behind only Jane Jacobs. He did social implications with his team, and people coming from the periphery were able to spend 20 to 25 minutes less per journey. So it wasn't just it helped climate, but it also helped people socially. Under the Green Exchange program developed by Lerner's assistant, Curitiba residents trade trash for tokens, 4 pounds of trash for a pound of produce. And today, 90% of the city participates in its recycling program, with more than 10,000 residents make use of trash for a token exchange. Where most cities develop landfills of mountain in the periphery, Curitiba recycles 70% of its garbage. Along with the efforts to clean the city, the new programs were also to green it. Back in 1971, Curitiba had only one park. Today, it has more than 50 square meters of green spaces per person, compared to other places, and including Sammamish. Sammamish has it, in order for it to be the same, Sammamish would have to have 600 to 800 acres in parks, which we nearly do. Curitiba is one of the state capitals, and it's considered a pioneer in sustainable urban planning. The vision for its approach goes back to the early 1970s, well before most of the world even considered sustainability. In addition to sustainability, there's cool geography. To eliminate flooding, in addition to the great parks it has, it used some of those parks to also have artificial lakes, which help to prevent the flooding, and it adds more aesthetics to the city, allows wildlife and humans to live in Curitiba more comfortably, and sustaining the environment and the quality of life. Most cities in South America separated urban functions by income and age. Curitiba was the first city that brought everything together, and Curitiba has become the gold standard for sustainable urban planning. I can email you more, but I just wanted to say sometimes we need to look outside of our borders to figure out what to do inside our borders. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now promote the next attendee. Paul Stickney.
Good morning, City Council. Paul Stickney, Sammamish. Appreciate the opportunity for comments at today's council retreat. Not all retreats in the past have done that. Some have, some haven't. And it goes well with your transparency goals. And good comments from the two public speakers today so far. My comment today is a mix of some feelings from the heart and some high level setting facts about what, well, housing. For many, housing in Sammamish is one of the most emotional, hot, divisive topics, and has been ever since we incorporated. There have been at least 3 very different approaches as to what's the right direction on housing. Simply put, a remedy to get past housing division on which way is best is to get quantified housing need numbers for all those that live and work in Sammamish. Contrast comparisons of meeting some of those needs or not. What are the outcomes? and then decide which way is best. Some of the high-level facts I said I would talk about is our community has roughly 22,500 houses at this time. King County allowed 19,000 of those houses. Our community has allowed about 3,500 of those homes. The pace at which they were built is also important. From 1980 to 1999, our community added about 650 homes a year while under King County. From 2000 to 2005, King County allowed houses added about 500 homes a year. From 2006 to 2022, the pace of growth that Sammamish has allowed has been just over 200 homes a year. Of the 22,500 homes that live here, about 85% are economic income levels over 100% median income, and 15% are less, 80% and under. So I will just close and summarize that the answer to the heart and the head, in my opinion, to bring our community together is a non-zero sum game that benefits the vast majority of residents and the city. It's to quantify local housing needs and wants information, then fairly compare which set of consequences are the best for our community and make it so. Have a good retreat, and thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
That completes public comment. Back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So before I pass it to Marilyn, just wanted to say thank you for everyone to being here. I'm not really sure you can see on the screen, but basically lots of city staff and all of City Council. Really glad that we're all here today. I definitely hope it's very productive 8 hours. And I know Marilyn's going to take the majority of this facilitation, except for our last discussion of the council rules of procedure. So I will pass it on to you. Thanks, Marilyn.
All right, good morning. It's good to be back. Good to be here. So unlike last time, you're all sitting at the table, senior staff and council. And so I think you wanted an icebreaker. So we're going to do an icebreaker. And who wanted an icebreaker? Okay. Well, I'm not saying, but whatever. Yeah, okay. So, but I'm going to have all of you, you've got 2 icebreakers today, one in the morning, one in the afternoon to get you woken up after lunch. And so we're going to have everybody take, so I'm going to have each of you take a penny, 1 penny.
I just want to be clear, this is not like a bribe.
No, because you have to give it back.
Okay, good.
These are my props.
Excellent, perfect.
And I'm just to be, just in case, sometimes they're hard to read, so I did bring some extra readers for you if you need those. Don't be ashamed to ask for them, okay? All right, so just take a penny. We'll go around. All right, so what you'll do is you'll look at the date, at the year that this penny was minted, if you can see it. Some of them are older than others. Some of them are older than you, probably.
I'd like to think that.
There you go, shiny one, that was a good idea. All right.
I think my choices are going to be pretty minimal here.
Well, you want to look through them? And
We'll take the top one.
okay, so let me see, let's take one here. All right, so what I want you to do is to take a look. Can everybody see the year? Okay, good. Well, let's see if I can.
You can't cheat over there. Look, there's already cheating.
Cheating? What? What are they, trade pennies or something? All right. So this is this looks like 1966. And so what I want you to do is to think about that year. What was happening in your life or in the world or in the community that was impactful or important to you in that year? So in 1966 was a pretty tumultuous time, I will say. And I was 13 years old, which is also a tumultuous time. And so I was in junior high and living in Southern California. And but if I think back on the degree of change that has taken place during that decade, was amazing. I mean, that was a huge time. So that was an interesting time to live through. Not that I'd want to do it again, but you know, it's okay, I'm still here. So I'm just going to call on you kind of randomly. So if you will, unless somebody wants to raise their hand and, yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay, so thank you. I was negative 20. This is 1964. But the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was signed in by Lyndon B. Johnson.
Impactful.
Very impactful.
Yeah, yeah, it's good. Okay, Jim?
2003.
Ooh,
And for me, that was after the dust had
make sure you're in that, yeah.
after the dust had settled from year 2000 in technology. It's not on. The red. Oh, now it's green. Okay.
Okay.
2003. After the dust had settled from the year 2000 for technology, then technology really started to gain some traction worldwide, and it's just breakneck speed ever since.
Yeah, remember back to Y2K and just the horror, the horrible scenarios we had about what was going to go wrong. And it didn't. It was kind of like a,
It was nothing.
Rajan?
I got 1990. I was still living in Ireland at the time. I was in Dublin. I was writing my thesis, was finishing up college. And what was remarkable about the summer of 1990, my thesis was not, but that Ireland had qualified for the World Cup for the very first time. And we were in, so it was a weird time to be in Dublin because once the match was on, there was literally nobody on the street. Everybody was somewhere watching the match. And we made it to the quarterfinals, but unfortunately we're beaten by Italy. And we have never forgiven them since.
You know, there's a lot of rivalries like that now, kind of, yeah, soccer and football. Carrie?
So I got the year 2013, and I'm just kind of marveling that that was a decade ago. And it's hard to believe, just because I remember it so fresh in my mind. And so the fact that it was a decade ago seems crazy. I'm like flashing back to the ages of my children then, and I was honestly doing the same thing pretty much that I'm doing now. In some ways, it's deja vu all over again. Like, I've literally been doing the same job, working with many of the same people, and so it's interesting how much has changed and yet how much remains the same.
I'm thinking your kids have changed.
They've changed. I like to think I haven't changed that much, but of course.
Kent? How you doing today? Good morning.
Good morning. 2009, pretty much the beginning of the housing, the drop in housing and just the economy going the wrong direction for a number of years. But I think 2009, I remember it as being a tough time and hard to move.
Mm-hmm. Something about a great recession.
Yeah.
It wasn't great. I didn't think it was great at all. I thought it was really, really bad. Okay, Scott?
Sure. So I got 1984. So yeah. Apparently the year the mayor was born. 1984. I was a sophomore in high school, and at that time I was part of the mandatory busing program in the city of Seattle, and so I was bused across town to a different school that it was not necessarily well received for those of us that were all the way around for those of us that were bused in. So it was a very unique experience in race relations that now kind of doesn't exist because there's been quite a bit of change in terms of housing and in terms of demographics that is in part fueled by the tremendous rise in the cost of living and the cost of housing.
Interesting. 1984 was like that seminal year. The book was, it was all going to happen, and wasn't it 1984? Yeah. Yeah. And look, it just didn't happen. And like Y2K. Hey, Karen, how about you? What you get?
I have 1992 when, at that point, my son was 4. We were moving back from Australia. I'd started a subsidiary of a software company. We were finally coming home. And he had an accent, an Australian accent, which he lost within 90 seconds of being home. So disappointing. And coming back into a mini recession, actually. So trying to make sure that my job was still going to really be there. And in our container of all of our furniture were redback spiders. And so I had a party, and I was arguing with the staff about getting the furniture out. They were quite healthy and have multiplied massively. And the argument was, well, there's no antivenom really handy for redbacks. It's a type of black widow.
Nice.
I had a party. I was trying to get ready for that. So we all have our souvenirs that we like to bring home.
Oh my! Welcome to our party. What happened? Did you?
Well,
get
you know what?
over?
They actually fumigated
Okay.
the container, and it was massive what they found in there. Well, they're very clever. If you can't drop an article of clothing on the ground without something scuttling underneath, and then bringing it.
Okay. So those of you who are really freaked out by spiders are really kind of getting the heebie-jeebies right now.
I have more. I have more later. So.
Aaron.
So my year was 2011. So I was thinking, actually, this city hall would have been 5 years old because it was built in 2006. So 2011 would have been the 5th year in the place that we're all at, is what I was thinking about that occurred during 2011. So prior to Klahani annexation and all of that. So, but otherwise doing kind of the same thing like Carrie. As far as work-wise.
Some things change, some things stay the same. Amy, what'd you get?
Thanks, Marilyn. I got an easy one. I got 2000, which is the year my second son was born. So I only remember 2 things from that year, Y2K, and I didn't get enough sleep.
That makes sense. David?
I got 1988.
1988.
Which I think was the era of MTV and Cyndi Lauper.
And that was important and impactful to you.
Well, I grew up in Hawaii, and we were about 10 years behind everything. So the fact that,
Okay. Ratuja?
I'll follow David's lead. I got 1982, and I'm going to use a audio cue here, if I may. This song came out. Anybody recognize? Yes.
Whoa, name that tune. I never did get that whole dance. Okay, so going to Audrey.
I also had 1984, but I was 4, so I don't have a whole lot of memories. But I did look up some great songs that came out of that year and movies. So Beverly Hills Cop, Footloose, Ghostbusters, some classics came out that year.
Footloose, Ghostbusters, yeah. Pam, what'd you get?
I got 2004. And so we had been out here for about a year. So it's kind of a little bit of a blur because we had moved across country with a small toddler. So no black widow spiders, but still a challenge. So I did a little lookup, and one of the cool things that happened in 2004 was we landed on Mars, right? We landed the Mars rover. So that's a big deal.
Yeah,
So
that is a
pretty
big
exciting.
deal. Good. I love how you people do a little research, like instant research on your phones. You had no way to prepare for this. Steve?
Thank
Thank you, Marilyn.
Mike.
I had 1985. I just moved to the States from the UK. My dad was a fighter pilot, and we'd been stationed outside of London for about 7 years. And for the life of me, the only thing I can remember is watching the Goonies over and over and over again.
Over and over again.
I saw that.
Huh. Okay, I'm trying to think. Who did I not get? Yes. Anjali?
I got 2013 as well, and I'm going to speak local. We had a beach party and opened Sammamish Landing, waterfront park, and I had worked on it for 5 years, and it was great to see King County, the city of Redmond, and city of Sammamish Council all come together and celebrate. Much of the land came to us from Redmond. We didn't have to buy it, and it goes along the King County Trail. So it was a really nice thing to be able to do, particularly for me, because when I joined the city in 2008 and I was given a tour and pointed out to one of my projects, they showed me a sliver of land with a lot of blackberries, and I could see the lake, and they said, well, that's the park that you're going to be working on. And it's like, it's a really slim park, a very narrow park, and so it's been great to be able to give access to the community to our namesake lake.
Yeah, it's good to be working on something for a really long time, and then it happens, and it's real, and you've done something. Did I catch you, Joy?
No, not yet.
Well, then I think you must be the last one.
Found our table. Is this on? Yeah. Hi, I'm Joy. It's nice to see all the council members in person, and I'm looking forward to working with you today. So mine was 1998, and I think I was in my 20s, so I believe this is the year that after kind of exploring lots of things, like taking every dance class I could, and I was flying airplanes and kickboxing, and I finally decided to start night school, and then slogged my way through a political science degree and eventually my master's in public administration. And here I am today with my illustrious career in government communications.
The rest is history.
Yes, exactly.
Mark, did you go? No? Okay, I think you're it. I think you're the last one.
And I had 1990 and was about a year out of college. And as also a good political science major, 1990 was when there was the reunification of Germany internationally. And it was the year I started off in Pierce County as a deputy sheriff.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an interesting background. Who knows? Okay. Did I miss anybody? Let me know. Okay, I think I got everybody. Okay. All right. Well, I'll come around a little bit at the break and collect the pennies back up. I mean, well, like I said, it took me a long time to collect those pennies and make sure that there was a span of years and they were different years. Yeah. So anyway, so I just thought I'd take a minute and get us kind of started here. So my observation in working with you so far is that you are on a journey. And you have a pretty new council, and you're wanting to take a longer view. You want to be more strategic. You want to focus on goals, and those are all good things. There's a lot of things. My observation is a lot of things you want to do, you want to get done. And so you're very ambitious in that regard, and so that's good. You have a new city manager, finally. Congratulations. And but I'd say that as a group, you're still kind of in a transition phase because you're still, I think, working through some of the change and growing pains that, all groups do and all cities do. And so, but I think you're in a pretty good place. So, Mike, so remember the strategic planning model? Okay, so I guess I need to do this. So just by way of what I know about where you've been, in July, probably about then, staff began the budget preparation process. August, you had your goal-setting retreat. October, you adopted council goals formally. In November, December, you were working on the budget. You were having your budget meetings and looking at the budget. And December, and you approved the budget. You had to approve the budget sometime before the end of the year. I know that. So December and January, you had your council objectives homework where you were working on identifying objectives to go with the goals. And then I think that the work plan would have been developed in January. Is that right? Yeah, because it's a reflection of the budget. Once you adopt a budget, then you have the work plan emerges from that. And here we are now at the City Council retreat. So that's kind of sort of the way things have gone. Next. Okay, so if you remember this, this is the strategic planning model where, everything follows from the city's vision and goes from there. And in a perfect world, it's a nice straight line, and you walk through it, and one thing builds upon another. But where I think you are now, just stay with me here, Mike. So you are here. So next, you are working on council goals, and you are working on work plans. Okay, that's what you're doing today. And where you're going, you are about to go into your comp plan process, which is where you will develop your vision statement. Okay? So you're a little out of sequence, and that's okay. You'll get back into sequence at some point where things will follow on from one another. And it's just that you've had so many changes and you're trying to catch up and do so many things that I think that this cycle kind of didn't fit for you. You're doing it as you can. But you're going to get on the right track. You're just not on a straight line right now. But at some point, you'll be on a straighter line. Okay, so I'll introduce myself. Thank you. I wanted to say, I usually don't talk much about myself, but I wanted to give you some insight into what I think I'm bringing today. I'm 38 years in local government, and during that time, I've done facilitation and training for city councils, commissions, staff, nonprofits. I did training. I had, and when I was at Kirkland, I developed the Crazy Maryland's series of trainings. Crazy Maryland's Guide to Finance, Crazy Maryland's Guide to Writing Good Staff Reports. And so I did those kinds of things. And then I also do the Success Signals, Rhonda Hillier's Success Signals Colors training. How many of you have done that? Most of the staff. Yeah, okay. So I'll just tell you what it is. It's a really good team building exercise. I really like to do it. There's 4 communication styles represented by colors. So that's what people call it, the colors training. We all have a preferred communication style, and knowing your style and the style of people around you, if you can appreciate their style and see how it works with your style, you have a better chance of communicating and solving problems. It's a very fun thing. I was also a volunteer mediator for the City of Bellevue Neighborhood Mediation Program, now called, I think, the Conflict Resolution Center. So I've been a mediator. And what I've learned through all those things is my communication style is brown-green. It means nothing. So brown, big picture, goal-oriented, get it done, right? That's brown, very get it done. But I have green as well, which is analytic. And so I can get into the details if I need to, but then I'm usually going to step back and look the big picture and see if it makes sense. And so that's something that's worked well for me because I was in finance for a long time. And Erin, as you know, you can get death by details. But the ability to sit back and see the trends is a really good skill to have. There's other styles, and they're not me, just a little bit. So there's blue, which is people-oriented. And so they want to make connections, and they care about relationships. And then there's red, which is creative. very spontaneous, okay? So you could probably see how those different styles can work together or can conflict. But that's one of my favorite trainings to do. But what I learned from me is that I need to be patient. I need to take my brownness and take time and let people take their time to think things through. For the Greens to think things through, they really need some time to process. They like that. The blue people are taking care of everybody. So I need to be patient. I need to listen more and talk less. That's really hard for me, but it's kind of something that when you're trying to help people through something, you want to listen and let them do that. I need to be able to help people solve their own problems. Even if I can see the answer, it's better if they solve their own problems. And so mediation is about walking people through, interests and things like that, and about identifying common solutions. And so I'm going to try to use some of these approaches today. I'm going to try to bring all those things to the table, and hope this is a really good day for you. So what we're going to do today, the objectives, we have a couple of objectives. One is to review the draft objectives. Want to look at, is the format good for you? What about the content? And we'll step through that one at a time. We're going to review the work plan, and we're going to look at the work plan in relation to your goals and objectives. How do they sync up? And we'll talk a little bit about resolving anything that doesn't seem to fit well there. And then we're going to talk about how you're going to maybe communicate in the interest of trust and transparency, how you're going to communicate with the public about what you're doing right now, your goals and objectives, and what's important to you. And I think staff is going to talk about opportunities that are already planned for public involvement in the coming year. So you'll have that. And so to that end, there's some guidelines that I always have for my meetings, and I might have told you this before, so if you've heard it again, just reinforcing. This is an inclusive meeting. Both council and staff are at the table. And so for me, you're all my people. You're all, together here. And everyone can participate. Be present. I know it's hard to stay away from your email and your texts, but try to do that. Take turns and be nice. And if you disagree with someone's comment, and this is important, I want you to, because you want to say, but, and then someone say, so stop, okay, and let me know you want to talk. And check in with that person, say, so is this, I heard you say, is this what you're saying? Yes? Okay. And then clarify and listen. You have to listen, and then confirm, is that right? And then present your own views. So don't present the opposing view until you've had a chance to check in with the person who said what you disagreed with to see if they were really saying what you thought they said. It's kind of a hard thing, so I'll help you step through that. And then after that is like Lester Holt. I watched Lester Holt on evening news, and at the end he always says, take care of each other and yourselves. So do that. So we are going to have a break in between, but if you feel like you need to stand up and stretch or walk around, or you need to take a comfort break, please do that, and just don't wander out of the building. We don't want to have to go find you. And I always say, unless you're a first responder and you get something, that's something, but you're not right on duty, right? Kind of you're on duty, but not. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go to objectives. So you did an exercise where staff sent you out here's the goals. Now give us 2 objectives each. And I will say that there was objectives. I saw the raw data. There was objectives in there. There were actions, lots of actions. And there was a little bit of commentary, sort of opinions. So there was all that stuff in there. And so, and the staff needed to take that and distill it down into something that would be usable for you. So just a reminder that goals and objectives are long-term by their nature. It's not necessarily, a goal is not a to-do list for the coming year. It is something that you are striving for and always looking to see whether you're reaching it. They don't change frequently. So once you set your council goals, then they stay in place for a long time. They should, because it takes a while for you to get there. It's incremental. But they can change if they need to. So it's not set in stone. So anything you do today here is not set in stone. If you find something, particularly after you go through your comp plan process and you've re-looked at your vision, that is the time to take a look at your goals. Are they still good? Do they still work with the vision and what we said we were going to do out of the comp plan process? So, so you can look at them at that point. And you would do that during a normal cycle. You would always go back, re-look at your vision, re-look at your goals. Are they still relevant? Are they still pertinent? And so Lacey today is going to describe the process about how staff took the council comments, the raw data, and got that down to what is being presented as a draft. Everything here is a draft. I think the objective here is to make comments. Staff will, take notes and everything. And we'd like to get enough direction so that they can bring back something for you to adopt in February. Okay? So that's their objective. By mid-February, the City Council will have adopted their goals and related objectives. Okay, so this is the sort of the beginning of that conversation. So they want guidance from you about what changes you want them to make. And then, so we want to know, is the format. What do you think about the format? Does that work for you generally? Is anything big missing? And if so, let's talk about that. There's a lot in there, so I can't imagine what's missing because it covers, soup to nuts. But if it is, what's missing, and we'll make that, take that into account. And then if we talk about wording, and I think it's, if you're concerned about the way something is worded, say, I'm not sure I like the way this is worded. It's kind of like this, and I want it to be more like this. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. Anybody, and what we won't do today is wordsmithing. So, yeah.
How do we raise our hands? How do we raise our, is this how you want it?
Yes.
Okay,
raise our
thank
hand.
you.
Yeah, raise your hand. Thank you. So we won't wordsmith, but you'll take, staff will take your comments. It would be good if you're going to make changes, kind of fundamental changes to what it is, if we could get a general consensus that yes, council is good with going forward with it. Because if you don't have a consensus, then we need to work through that a little bit. Okay, and we will do that. That's my job. So now staff, Lacey, are you ready? Yeah, well, Scott. Oh, Scott.
Super quick, Marilyn.
Yeah.
I want to give Lacey a really warm welcome. This is her first opportunity to join us here at council. So if I could ask Lacey just to introduce herself quickly before we dive into this, because we're super excited to have her on board.
Sure thing. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Super happy to be here. Lacey Lewis, like Scott said, my chair is shrinking on me for some reason. Started with Sammamish in October, so still fairly new. Moved here from Dallas, Texas, so happy to be up here. Have some background in performance management, performance measurement, strategic planning, and so excited to kind of walk through some of the steps we took as we looked at the forms that you all sent in. And just like Marilyn said, you gave us a lot of data to look at, and so we really appreciate that. We really appreciate all your suggestions and your ideas. That was very helpful. And so the process simply was, we gathered all that information, and then we read it over and over and over to see kind of, was there similar sentiments? Was there any duplication? How could we take statements that maybe were more opinions or commentary and see, okay, what would that look like as an objective or as an action statement? And then did our best to kind of condense it so that it was a good summary, and hopefully we captured a lot of, what those things were. But just to kind of recap, and Mike, if you'll go to the next slide for me. Okay, of course it is, right? I did want to kind of, for whether it's, you know, staff that didn't know, council that wants a good recap, or anyone that's watching, just to kind of go through that process that Marilyn sort of recapped again, right? So you guys gave us your goals back in October, which is super helpful because those set the direction. That gives us our focus areas. And then we then asked you for objectives. So then how can we achieve the goals that you've set forth? Objectives being those things that are measurable, explicit, concise, but also clear. And then after that, we asked for action items. So, you know, you guys are familiar, action items go in our work plan. And so we thought it would be helpful if you guys kind of gave what your thoughts were about those action items, because those are what explain the steps of how we get to those objectives, what materials, resources we might need, who would be in charge of the project or assignment, things like that. And then lastly, I wanted to add evaluate, because I know that is something that a lot of you all have mentioned, things like outcomes, outputs, measures. So that evaluation step is, you know, really about how is the goal being met. And so, Mike, if you'll go to the next slide, we wanted to give kind of a fully realized example for you to see. So this would be an ultimate goal, right? So maybe mid-February, you know, we obviously have your goals are set. And one example I just used up here, pulling from the draft we have, is so the objective is to meet or exceed all of these climate goals, including targets and timeframes. So then an action example could be converting city fleet vehicles to electric vehicles. So we know that that's something that probably might go in the climate action plan. Who knows, just this is an example. But then evaluate, that measure could be something simple like looking at what is the target? What is our goal this year, next 5 years, next 10 years? And we have that baseline data of, you know, how many fossil fuel vehicles we have, how many are electric, and then what is our goal of how many we want to get there. So our ultimate goal as staff is to sort of have this fully realized matrix, and hopefully today we'll at least get some objectives and actions down, and then we can look more in that evaluation. And so if you'll go to the next one, Mike, what Marilyn is going to walk through, we're going to have your goals, and then if you'll kind of click through, we're not going to have all of our objectives on there at one time. I don't want, or we didn't want, you know, there to be this overwhelming of information, but we will be looking at all of them, but just one by one. So, you know, y'all's discussion will start with 1.1, and then we'll go to all three. Didn't know if you had anything else for me to add, Marilyn?
Okay, so the way this, so I just want to say, between Lacey and Mike, you picked up two of the really smartest people from the pool of people out there that can do work for you. I've been really impressed with them. And I thought they did a pretty good job of distilling the raw data into something that was digestible. And so, but this is your opportunity to add some things or take something or whatever it is. And so, so we have the first objective up there. And so as you read it, it says that meet or exceed all K4C state and federal climate goals, including targets and timeframes. That was your general objective. So comments on that is that one of the things that you would do is, I think you have, don't you have timeframes in there as well? I'm trying to think. Okay. This is just the long-term objective.
Exactly, yeah. Okay. There weren't timeframes, they weren't given in that suggestion,
and
but happy to.
This is a big item. This is
right.
Not like just, I'm going to do this next week. So, Council, any comments, questions? Yes.
I'm just wondering if we could have kind of a general statement that also tacks onto basically all of our objectives, and that we will always try to find grant funding to find a way to pay for the things that we're trying to do. So I just think there needs to be kind of a general assumption that's made that we will be looking at all available resources to look for ways to
and so
budget it.
That's kind of a good overriding thing that, so you do have a goal on financial sustainability, and that might be, let's look as we go through that, that might be a good place to put that. In other words, we would like to use other people's money, you know, 100%. To do as much as we can. Yeah, okay. So, and Lacey's going to be tracking these comments? Yes, okay. Anybody else? Yeah, Pam?
Yeah, so we do have some mandated dates that we have to meet. And I think Councilmember Lamb actually included those when she submitted hers. So you can look at the K4C ones. I think actually some of the state mandates are even more aggressive. So we have goals we have to reach by 2030 and 2050. And given that they're state mandate, I think they should be included in that objective.
Okay, so a little bit more
Yeah, I think
detail
we-
about sort
yeah.
of which ones, the
Well, like-
mandated ones versus the.
Like we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from the 2007 baseline by 50% by 2030. And by, I think it's 90%, and don't quote me on that, by 2050. But again, those are written into state law, so I would think we would at least want to put them out here so we're at least aiming at them.
All right, so council or staff, anybody want to weigh in on how you might look at that, how you might factor that in? Anybody? Who's working on this one? Staff? Anybody? Oh, thank goodness for the city manager. Okay.
Sure, because ultimately it falls here. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot more work to go on this, and I know we're starting in on the climate action plan, and in no small part, these components will be built into what that plan looks like. And I'm presuming, David, maybe you can help me out here, that will also identify what the state the requirement dates are, and then we would back down from that and try to figure out, or maybe that's the follow-up work from the climate action plan, is to get into the detailed, how would we then try to block out getting to those goals, because they don't, as Marilyn pointed out, they don't happen overnight.
Yeah, so just wanting to, first of all, ground us in that this work has not been something that has been a priority in past councils, and we are only just taking this on now, and it has been a very short time frame for turnaround. So we're doing our best to try to keep up with it with the staff that we have. That said, I do agree with what Scott said, that will be part of the goal setting, as part of the the climate action plan work that's ongoing right now. We are just finishing up with the baseline and profile work. You received presentation from the consultants, I think, last week. I'm trying to remember what meeting that was. They're all blurring together. And the next step will be to be working on the goal setting and working on strategies and tools to help us achieve those goals. My understanding is there's also a desire on the part of some of the council members, and would have to receive final direction on this, as to expanding the scope of what we're doing with the climate action plan. Currently, we're working on a city climate action plan, which includes things the city is in control of and the city can influence. And I understand there to be interest in expanding that to include a community climate action plan that broadens the scope and requires us to then run an outreach program to work with people to help people understand the implications of their decisions and consumption. It helps us provide information to community members so that they can then make decisions in how they operate their lives and purchase large items and small items and travel and whatnot. So that is something that I anticipate we'll be talking about today, and very much want to hear what the council has to say, and we have some information to present you about the potential cost of that.
So your comment, and one of your commenters, that was the focus of his, interest, and so you have a community that is engaged in that. And I would look to, when we get into the work plan, and we're talking about the mandatory ones, what I think you're going to want to be looking for is in the work plan, are there things in the work plan that move you towards those mandatory ones?
Yeah. If you go back a couple slides, can you go back to where you defined what an objective was? Since this is our first one, I just want to make sure. So it's basically, how do we achieve the goals, and they're measurable and concise. And I think I also heard you say that, like, what we're putting up here isn't set in stone. We can always continue to evolve it. So I'm feeling pretty strong that that objective needs to at least start with what we know the state mandates are. And we can adjust those as we learn more. But if we don't set those actual number goals here, right? You kind of got to start somewhere, I guess is what I'm saying. So I feel like this objective, while it talks about it in words, I think we need to put those numbers in there. What are those state mandates in terms of % reductions and dates? And let's start with that. And as we evolve on the climate action plan, if we have to adjust those, I think that's fine. But when you start with, well, we're kind of aiming that way-ish, you're maybe not going to hit what you want.
And right now, we are at the 30,000-foot level. I get that. So so what I think is I'm hoping that as we march through the day, that you're going to get a connection between these sort of broad statements and see them evolve. So, but what I hear you say is that you want you need a little bit more information about exactly what you're going to do when, about what. Is that?
Well, no, the definition of the objective is that it is measurable and concise.
Yes.
And so I think we've been handed down something that is very clear of what we have to at least attempt to try to do. So let's just start with that. Like, we can course correct as the climate action plan evolves. If we have to adjust those numbers, I think that's fine, but.
Okay, just a second. Lacey, where did the measures come in? At what point do you start to identify those measures? The evaluation?
That is something that, they can just, we could do that quarterly. I don't know, Scott, if you have any thoughts on that. That's something, because we're trying to get to that point. We don't have that decision made yet, but it could be, you could do annual measures, you could do quarterly, you could do monthly. It just depends.
And so
right.
Yeah, so what is the target? And then how are you going to know if you got there, which is the measure? And so developing that whole system of measurement and how you're going to do that is still, I think, a new and sort of a work item for you. You're starting big here, and so good. That's good input about, we need to take it to the next level. And I think staff knows that this is just the beginning. So we're setting the plate for the future. Scott?
Yeah, no, I was just going to Councilmember Stewart's point, I think we hear what you're saying, Councilmember Stewart. I think we can look at what the state required target dates are. I think from the perspective of what is the objective here is to meet or exceed all of those targets, goals, and timeframes. And so I think then we would be working on whether it's starting with this year's work plan or this biennium's work plan, and then what the work that David was describing will then help us define into the next, because some of these we're not going to be able to finish out in this biennium. Right, and so we can put in those specific those required dates. But I think in part what we're trying to get at here is as we move forward from the staff side, and then how do we block it out going back from there? And we'll continue to work on that. Like you were saying, it's an iterative process.
I agree. I just know that if I say I want your room clean, we have different definitions of what that is. So being very specific about what that is, and then. Right, we have that level of clarity because it's already been determined for us, so why we don't just put that here, and then we all know what we're shooting at, and then that way staff can come back and say, here's what we need to help achieve this, right? We need this from you, and we know that there's a lot that they're going to need from us to be able to achieve that. I just don't know why we're kind of obfuscating the clarity that already exists.
Okay, so you need a little bit more clarity, and let's talk more about that, and maybe there's other council members that would like to see something like that. But do you got it, staff? Do you get okay? Okay, you had your hand up, but you do still need to say something.
Yeah, I just had one suggestion: is if you just change objective 1 to say identify and meet or exceed, add the word identify at the beginning. That's pushing us to make sure we're clearly identifying.
Does that help?
And
no.
They already exist. We don't have
Okay, yeah, so you don't have to identify them because you just have to acknowledge them, right? They exist. Okay, anything else on this objective? Okay, moving on. Objective 1.2, create and develop policies, procedures, and initiatives to ensure a sustainable future. See, this is another really big thought, and so getting from the big thought to actions and results is what is going to take time. But what do you think about this? Create and develop policies, procedures, and initiatives to ensure a sustainable future. And this is probably going to be an ongoing effort. I can only imagine that it involves all the departments, would you say?
And then some, yeah.
Yeah, and then some?
Sure.
What else are there but the departments? It's just-
Well, I mean, I think, for me, I read that one to say that it's not just, that goes outside our
Okay.
sort of walls here.
Okay.
That's not just the city staff, but it is, to what David was describing earlier, is how do we then, what's the word I'm looking for? Not message this out, but how do we socialize this outside of these walls, metaphorically, into the community and try to change, I'll call it hearts and minds, as we move forward, if that's the direction of council. So that's how I would read that.
So is that's how you see this objective?
Mhm.
How does that sound, council? Any comments there? Ratuja? And then Karen?
Thanks. So actually, I have, council worked on these goals. So I think when we were on the dais or discussing, we had an idea. I think I'm really curious to know how the staff hears this goal, especially 1.2, because again, it's very broad. It's encompassing of a lot of things. So I'm very curious in hearing from the staff on how they take this direction and create like artifacts out of that.
Okay, so we want to get that. What's your, and then we'll try to maybe answer them at the same time.
Okay, and I think because 1.2 is so broad, it almost means nothing because it's so broad.
Okay.
It means everything and nothing at the same time. That it's almost, I think, the way again that we look at decision making as a body. It's a lens, a sustainability lens, in the same way that we have a DEIB lens to look at decisions that basically, who are we helping, who are we hurting with this decision? So that's it. I think that's the tricky part, and that's why I'm really glad that we have the measurements that are going to be assigned and action items that back it up, because that's where the meaning is going to come from.
That's where, yeah, and that's where the results come. You don't have results unless you're actually acting on it. So you want to respond to Ratuja, Scott, or either one, Scott, or, okay.
I'll defer.
Kent?
Yeah, so first, I mean, it's the environment we're talking about, and then this is to create, develop policies, procedures, initiative to ensure a sustainable future for the environment. And so when I look at that, and if we go down, which I'll stay out of the details, but there's some action items that follow underneath this, and when I see this statement as a big picture item, it's like life. All living things that are here within the city of Sammamish. And the challenge that I think we're going to have on this goal to meet it is that we are going to have to reach outside of our walls, like Scott was saying, because animals don't move within inside the walls and the limits and the imaginary and the lines that we draw on maps. And so to have a sustainable future for all living things here in Sammamish, we have to protect the waterways. We have to protect our lakes. We have to protect the trees. We have to work on our basin plans. We have to establish wildlife corridors so that we can allow those animals to move from lake to lake. And then it gets even broader than that, but then it's off topic, but it will help us with some of our other challenges of connectivity and that kind of stuff. In a way. So
it's big.
It's super big, but it's super vital for the vision that I have for the city of Sammamish.
And so it's,
Thank you.
it's all connected. But one of the things I see here is you want maybe to refine this objective a little bit to make it a little bit more. So, because the actionable part of it is you are going to develop and adopt policies and procedures and initiatives, which is, and I will ask about during the I don't want to get ahead of this, but during the comp plan process, there is an environment element of that, right? And so during that is an opportunity for you to work on that over the coming years, right? Right? Okay, Ratuja?
Yeah, I have a question. I know as part of this goals and objectives, we have actions listed for every objective, right? Like some of the things I think we're discussing are already mentioned in those objectives. So as a part of this process, are we also going to look at those actions, which is attached to each objective, or not?
So I think what, excuse me, we can certainly pull the actions up to see them, but what we wanted to get from you all is, are the objectives the right ones? Because the actions can be amended, adjusted as necessary, and we did get a lot of them. Some were more actions, some were more comments, and we tried to sort of flex those. I think what we want to make sure is, are the objectives what you want? And then we can come back and make sure that the actions meet those objectives. And if we do want to change those, then we might need to come back to you all with saying, okay, if you change this objective, then how do we, what do we need to change our actions to meet that? The other piece that I will share is, in some part, getting at some of these, when you see it broken down by this year's work plan, when we get to the afternoon portion, in some part, the near term will make a lot more sense about, for instance, this objective. We're already starting on some of this. Some of the work that David's team is already working on will reflect to meet as part of meeting this objective. And so in and of itself, it is very broad, yes. And I think that really the harder part ultimately is, how are we measured by that? And I know Lacey and Mike and the team have had a lot of conversations about then how to do that. And I think in part, to Marilyn's point, we're a little bit inverted in our planning process, because ultimately the comp plan would have been locked down, and now we're going back and saying, okay, the comp plan calls for us to be able to do this big thing. Now what are the steps that council wants to take to achieve that big thing? We're kind of a little bit in reverse order, and that's okay. And so that's why I think we're struggling a little bit with the really broad versus the more directed or detailed.
And that's not surprising. Most people do struggle with that, because you want to see, everybody wants to see results, and you've got to see what's the path to get to the results. And if you can't see that yet, this is not as meaningful. So, but I hear that, and again, this is a council that wants to do things. You want to get things done, for sure. And so I know you're ready to get going, and that's good. And so, but knowing where you're going is the first step in getting there, because if you don't have an objective, you're not clear about where you're going, generally, you won't get there. You won't get anywhere. So, okay, so, but here, and I think staff, are you hearing that they're looking for a little bit more definition on this one? So these will come back to you, and they're going to staff's going to take a shot at changing them. Martusia?
Quick question. So I think the reason why I brought it up is because I think especially the goal 1.2, I know it falls under the environment, but I think we want a sustainable future for all in Sammamish, right? And environment includes animals and trees and also humans. So
is that more on a goal level?
That should be on a goal level, yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I wasn't sure. And for this specifically, I think the reason why I wanted us to take a little look at actions, because I think Councilmember Trien referred to establishing wildlife corridors and looking at watersheds, and I think those are in the action items. So if the challenge for us is to how do we sort of incorporate that into the objective, is that the challenge? Or so I'm just trying to figure out, how do we take care of this objective, but we can't put everything in there, right?
Right.
So how do we, that's why I was asking if we were going to take a look at the actions, because we are sort of covering it there. And maybe, through these discussions, more things will come in, more things can go to the action items. But I mean, I like the way the goal is written, but I know it's very, very broad.
Yeah. And they are, by nature, they're broad. Objectives should be specific, actionable, time-based, time-bound, and achievable. So I think that's where the part that you're missing from it. But I think they hear you about, I want to know how we're going to get there. And I understand that. And so that's something that they need to be looking at. And I hope by the end of the day, you'll see that a little bit more as we move into it, and there'll be more opportunity to see how that's going to happen. Pam?
Yeah, thanks, Marilyn. And I appreciate that you kind of brought up the whole, that our objectives are what need to be SMART, right? The specific, measurable, actionable, time-bound. I forget what R stands for. But anyway, it stands for something.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love this objective, although I do think it's more at the goal level. I do think it's a higher level, and I think it's really kind of restating what the goal here is. So I would like to see an objective that's more specific, measurable, actionable, and time-bound. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at with 1.1 as well, right? Is let's make it specific, actionable, measurable, and time-bound. And let's put the details there so that it can be.
Okay. Got it? Okay. Lacey's got it. Okay, so we're probably going to feel this way going through the rest of these objectives. I'm just guessing. So the sort of general statement about making sure that they're measurable and specific and that we understand how we're going to get there is probably going to ring true through the rest of the objectives too. You're also going to want to go there. In the afternoon, you'll maybe see a little bit of that. Ratuja, is that helping at all? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's helping. Yeah. Anybody else? Am I missing? I'm not seeing you? Okay. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Engage community members and stakeholders as active partners in response to climate change. All right, so that's about, it's not just the city's not going to do it, everybody's got to do it. This is everybody's problem and everybody's got to work on it. And how do we create opportunities for the community to be not only involved in the planning, but to actually be making the changes that you need to make on a household level even to realize some of these goals. So what do you think about this one? Yeah.
Yes, I like it. I mean, I agree with everyone. I know these are kind of big. The only other thing I would add to the SMART is the SMART-T with inclusive and equitable on all of these. But I think, I mean, as I look at the actions that fall under this objective, I get it. I think our definition of objective on the first slide is probably not matching what these are, but I think this is really good. It's not, unless we say like, engage 50% community members. Like, I don't know how we would even do that. So I like this objective and the actions that follow.
Okay, so that's, yeah, so same, that makes sense. And so, yeah, I gotcha. So we're going to work on those. Yes, Rashawn.
I guess when I was going through the objectives, I tended to evaluate the objective based on what the action items underneath them were, because that to me, because sometimes objectives are huge and kind of woolly and fuzzy, and the action items tell me what the meat really is. So that was one, and I agree with Ratuja about objective 1.2. It's a very broad, and I would like to see more action items underneath that to kind of really define more easily what those objectives mean. So on 1.3, I liked the action items underneath it. I liked, and I'm going to speak to action items just really quickly because this is just how I evaluate it. And I liked what we said underneath there. I liked when we talked about engaging the community, creating commissions, those kinds of things. Some of these action items they have short and maybe short to long timeframes on them. But I would like to see anything where we're engaging the community, like on climate action commissions or encouraging more public comment. In fact, we have public comment about our retreat today from members of our community and younger members of our community wanting to know when those commissions would be established. And I think those kinds of things are really important because that's how the public will view how hard we're working on these objectives, and that these objectives are not just kind of woolly, kind of fuzzy things that were written down, but they actually mean something and that they are materializing. So it's important to respond to what the community are asking us, and if they're asking for the creating of climate action commissions or ways for them to give us more feedback on the issues that are important to them, that should really be top of mind for all of us when we're writing these objectives.
So I get what you're saying about commissions and going to that level, and that's one way to actualize things, to get them moving, and also to get ownership. It's not just at the city level, at the council level, it's the communities. It's not just a few people. People have to start to see it and feel like they can be a part of it.
This is how the community will see that government works. you know, that if a government is government of whatever kind is trying to do something, they will be able to evaluate and they feel like things are working if they've had input in it themselves, as opposed to being something that's happening in an ivory tower somewhere and they had nothing to do with it. So I think when we're putting some of these action items down, the more we can reach out to the public and have them involved in the decision, or at least have a voice. And I know we always have public comment in all of our meetings, but any committees or anything like that where we can have more public input, I think that is really important for all of that and the success of all of these.
And a public engagement plan, for instance, and that's different than come to the mic and, you know, tell us your opinion, or telling people, you know, that there's a spectrum of involvement that goes from we're going to tell you to we're going to empower you and you're going to tell us. And there's this whole spectrum in between about where you involve people. And you have to involve people at the right space for that particular topic. Not everything, I mean, some things at the end of the day, the city council makes decisions. At the end of the day, sometimes the state makes the decisions. And so for the community to understand how they can impact something is really, really powerful. And I know, again, I'm going to keep coming back to the comp plan only because I know it's so huge and so all-encompassing. One of the requirements of the comprehensive plan is a robust community engagement plan. And you're going to have that, right? Say yes.
We're already in the process of doing that, yes.
Okay, all right. And actually, most of the cities are kind of about right there right now, is they're saying, okay, we've got to do the comp plan. How are we going to get our community involved? Yeah, Amy.
So I had a comment, and I brought this up before that, you know, when we started working on our vision statement, is that, you know, we're like right now we're creating all this policy, and we don't have an overarching lens through which we are creating all this policy.
Like a vision?
No, well, we are working on a vision statement, but to the mayor's point where she says, well, we should add equity to, you know, equity should be everything, which is why I think it's really important that we have value statements or value words, because everything that we do should be through an equity lens. It should be through a performance lens. And I think it's challenging to be creating policy without sort of the principles of which, you know, we are going to be creating policy through.
And a lot of cities, and you know, I've worked through with a lot of cities, because what happens is that some of the things that you're wanting to do are really values, and they transcend different specific areas of interest. But you know, diversity and inclusion is a value, a strongly held value, and for you to say that, and as you get into your DEI framework, that's a value that is overarching to everything. And so values almost get into its own little category. I mean, you have values. This is how we're going to do things. This is what we're going to do. And we're always going to be looking at it through these lenses to that point. So that's sort of another layer you can add in. And that's certainly you can do that. Patricia?
Yeah, so I think I'd forwarded this to the staff as well. I really like, and I think you'll be happy, how the city of Kirkland does it.
I know. I don't work there anymore.
Maybe you helped create it at one time.
Yeah.
So if you look at their city council goals on the left-hand side, they do have those 5 or 6 principles, which are the overarching values. So if we were to, in this whole process of goal setting, should we carve out time to address that? Is that going to be, you know, something that's going to help us? Because I think I've seen this point brought up multiple times.
So I think as we go through, I think there'll be opportunities. For instance, one of the values is inclusion, diversity inclusion, and another one is community involvement, that I hear as an overarching value that you feel is very important and consistent with your transparency and, you know, communication. And so as we go through, let's pick those out and say, this seems more like an overarching value, and let's just put it in a place over here, and then you can come back to it, we'll come back to it, and then figure out how it fits with everything else. Yes, Pam?
I love that, because I think I've already heard like 4, right? I've heard diversity, equity, inclusion, right? That everything we do, we need to look at through that equity lens. I've heard fiscal lens, right? That everything we do, we need to look at, how does that, how will we pay for that, or how does that help us achieve long-term fiscal sustainability? I think environmental sustainability is the same thing, right? Every decision we make, from, how we maintain our parks to our housing strategies, et cetera, they all have an impact on the environment and climate change and sustainability. And there was a fourth one, and now it has escaped my head already. But
sustainable decisions is also more of a value.
Exactly.
And so, when you need to think about those things, and sometimes, and the staff needs to think about those things, because they know you're thinking about those things, and you want the community to think about those things. And so, yes, so sustainable decisions. I'm trying to remember, there's one other one, and Ratuja.
I think it was the communication or the engagement, right?
Yes,
that transparency piece.
Communication.
Transparency is that is so for Kirkland, it's regional partnerships, efficiency, accountability, civic engagement, and community. And this is from last year, so this is not 23 goals yet, but
this was long. It was developed a long time ago, and actually it is. And so that regional partnerships is a value. So either you are siloed and you're working just with yourselves, or you're working with other agencies and neighboring cities and, things like that, because you get more bang for your buck if you do that, if you leverage the, resources of other agencies and governments and working with them. So that's how you can be more efficient. Okay, so we're going to kind of take the values thing. We're going to be keeping track of those and sort of see if we need to layer that in. And we're not going to do it all right now, but when it comes back to you, maybe staff can work on something like that.
We can start working on something like that. I do want to point out, you all are very consistent, because these turn out to be the council goals that you set last October. I mean, what you're describing, all of these are currently in our council goals. And so I understand where you're driving, is that these are overarching. We can work on that. I think from our implementation perspective, I think the staff are taking the council goals and kind of doing that as we go in a functional way. But I understand the desire to have that be more out front. So we'll listen as we're going through, and we'll try to pull those, and we will present when we come back to this. It might take us a little bit extra time, but we'll present the notion of council setting sort of either values, or sometimes our guiding principles might be another way to term those.
Right. And so what you'll do is, goals are something that you're trying to achieve something, right? Values or guiding principles are always there. They're just ongoing. It's just accepted that that's how we're going to do things. And if we feel that we're not doing things consistent with those kinds of values and things, we've got to stop for a minute and take a look and see what should we be doing. Okay, I'm going to move us on to what's next. This is the last one for environment. Trust and transparency, here we are. We love trust and transparency. Okay, so the first objective is to create and publish a new city website that allows for better access to city information. And I think that's underway. I don't know where you're at with it, but I would say yes, your website could use a little something.
I don't disagree with this, but it feels very much like an action item and not an objective.
Yeah.
So, right, like our objective should be more about, engagement or accessibility of information, and then this is a thing that we're doing to achieve that objective.
Right. So improve the accessibility of information and participation. So that, I think that's not a bad thing there. That's Karen, yeah?
As I heard you, Pam, I believe you were saying that you thought this looked more like an action item, and I agree with you. I was also thinking, though, this is so broken that I wonder if we don't need to almost raise it to the level it's at right now as an action item that has that kind of focus on it.
The website, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you're working on it, right?
Yes, and maybe I'll ask Jim, the IT director, just to give us the update on when that's going to be coming back.
we are in full flight, basically. We've been working with the consultant D2 of Seattle, and we're in the final throes right now. We've taken in
Hey, Jim,
final.
will you
pardon me?
pull the mic a little closer to you?
Sorry. We have taken in all the content reviews, both from the public and from council, and we're making those final changes over the last month or so. We are moving towards our content review, as a matter of fact, next week, a couple days next week. And then training will start the week of February 13th through the 17th with our rollout into February 28th. So 28th is the new website date.
You'll launch it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Karen?
You know, maybe the way to convert this then is from an action item to something that's more specific. If you just say communications, that our communications are going to be transparent, and every tool that we use to communicate with the public, every media choice that we make,
right,
you know, is dictated by these boundaries.
A variety of media strategies to reach a broad and to make accessible and easy to digest. So that's something big like that. So it's, yeah, okay. That wasn't very well said, but I know what you're saying. So, and Lacey's nodding her head. She goes, yeah, I know. Okay, Rajan.
And to kind of go on from what Karen just said about like every meeting that we have is accessible to the public. I'm not sure we have too many subcommittees here with council, but when there's like, I think a lot of our subcommittees had maybe 3 city council members on it, that those are accessible to the public, and the public can come and view those and hear what's being, that to me is part of that trust and transparency, so that all of those city conversations are accessible to the public.
Okay, and people
in
probably
real time.
don't know that they can come and listen, right?
Right, exactly.
Uh-huh. Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, so I think if we put up all the objectives, I think if you just put 2.1 into 2.3.
There you go. Okay. Does that make sense?
My mic that whole time, sorry.
So, yeah, it was, so the public missed something really, profound. But I think you're right, just in terms of the level of specificity. Yeah.
I'll give Councilmember Stewart the credit. I just said it louder.
Can you do that? Yeah, you're all pretty, yeah, okay. Anything else before we move on? Okay, do you have what you need on this? Got it? Okay, moving on. Safety. So again, okay, I'll say it right now as I read it. This does look kind of like an action plan, but develop a comprehensive emergency management plan for adverse weather conditions and natural disasters. And so, the way to maybe raise this up, if just listening to you about to say, is to plan for, have a comprehensive plan for addressing adverse weather conditions and natural disasters to protect the community, or something like that.
Marilyn, I'm sorry, can I go back for a second
Yeah.
before we go forward?
You want to go back to the last?
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't have to go back on the slide. One of the things that felt like it was missing from those objectives was we talked about a comprehensive communication plan, but we didn't use the term engagement. And again, I think when I think of a communications plan, I feel like that's us sending information out. And engagement feels more two-way.
Yeah.
And I don't want that engagement to get lost, and that feels like it should belong in the trust and transparency. So I don't know, I think that's a wordsmithing thing, so I didn't want to make a big deal about it, but I just feel like that needs to be part of that.
But I think that's an important distinction to information out versus back and forth.
Oh. One option would be outreach and engagement. That's often how I think about it, pushing out and pulling in.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
That would be awesome. Thanks.
Oh, good. Okay. Am I missing somebody here? Okay, yes?
Oh, I was moving on to safety.
Oh, safety.
Yeah.
Back to safety. Right.
Back to
Let's
safety.
run back to safety.
Yeah, so as we know, we have a lot of work to do in the emergency management realm. I agree that this is definitely an action item. I think I would more like to see develop, either update, whatever that is. And so I know like continuity of operations or continuity of government, I'm only looking at you, Mark, because I know you are familiar. So I think more of, developing emergency plans, however we want to put that, but not just the CEMP. I think that needs to be an action item. So, and then if you go to 3.2, the general public safety plan, I'm also unsure
What does that mean?
what that means. So I think if we just have an objective, ensuring all of our emergency management plans are updated and useful, or at least to date, and then probably all the action items can fall underneath. But I don't know what the general public safety one is.
So whoever, that came from somewhere, was that a compilation of a bunch of different specific things? And is it about, in something like ensure that all community members feel safe and,
Yeah.
or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and if it is a public-facing document, I mean, there's a ton, so many different emergency plans that we can do, but I think that can follow.
It has a lot to do with what the city does to be prepared and to react. It has a lot to do with the community being prepared themselves.
Yeah, and I think at least for some of this too, because I know we have like with community partners focusing on preparedness, prevention, and mitigation, also mentioning a CERT team, because I know there was one at one point that just has not, has kind of fell on the wayside.
I have this sort of general observation that I feel like you're trying to catch up in a lot of ways to do some things that you feel like you probably should have already been working on or done. And I do think that sort of the level of change and transition that you've had in the last 5 years has made it really hard for you to accomplish much. And so I think that you're totally on the right track about getting down to you're at a place where you can start making things happen. And so it's hurry up. Okay, let's do it. And so that we were going to get into that in the work plan, because one of the things I'm going to say in the work plan is going to suggest that if you, in the work plan, the work plan is based on the budget that you have, okay, the resources you have available to put towards it. And so if you want to add something or speed up something, you're going to have to make some kind of a trade-off. Either you're going to have to provide some kind of a resource for it, or move something else out, or move the time frame out, or something like that. And so what's important is that the staff understands what's most important to you and the public, and make sure that those things are getting done.
Thank you. I think, again, I want to engage the staff a little bit here. I know by public safety, at least from this particular slide, it's mainly focused on, what if we have a catastrophic event, or it feels mainly like that. I'm curious to understand what else falls under the safety, because I know we get a lot of complaints from the parks, for example. Does that fall in there? And I know there's like a little bridge between that, is making sure we have areas that are poorly lit, does that fall into the public works plan? So I'm really curious to know what we mean by safety, because I think it can mean different things to different people. So I'd like to understand from staff what their understanding
You look like
is.
you ready to say something?
Well, only to say I appreciate that, council member, and I would actually push it back on you all, because these are your goals and your objectives. And so really the question is, what does safety mean to you? And the reason that I ask that is that, as you're pointing out, there's a lot of different directions that we can go with that. Obviously, emergency management is one component of it. But I mean, we also have our fire partners that have, I know, like for instance, this year they built the capacity to do wildfire mitigation, to start planning for that. We have our partners, our contracted police department are also a component of this, and is that, so I think we can respond accordingly, but I think ultimately it is the question for all of you about what does this mean to you, so that then we can help calibrate both not only what we are doing, but what we might be planning for or what we should be planning for. So sorry to push that back on you, but.
Well, okay, well, Pam's been very patient here, so I'm going to get Pam and then go to Kent.
Awesome. And thank you, Councilmember, because I was thinking the same thing. And this is where, I know we have to iterate on this. And so what you guys have put together is great. I would love to see us as a city, as we kind of mature on this, I think where we keep bumping into things is we need, this kind of level of objectives and key results. And then you have your action items, right? Because the objectives won't necessarily always fall neatly into a particular department, right? They're going to span departments, right? Public safety probably touches on just about everybody. So that's where it's important for us to have those objectives, and then what are some of those key results? And those key results, again, can span 1 month to 1 decade, right? They can be broad, and then the action items will be how do we start to achieve those key results and break them down in the work plan. So I agree. I think public safety means a lot of things. We have, wildlife corridors on our action plan for the environment, but we don't have child corridors for safe routes to school anywhere on here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to discount the animals, but I feel like we have to prioritize the safety of our children above that. And so I think that's a really important thing. So I think, the connectivity of humans and how do we move the humans around safely through trails, sidewalks, et cetera, well lighted. I think we actually just not that long ago had an incident, a car meets pedestrian incident. So I think that's something that has to fall in here. So I would agree. I think public safety certainly is the emergency management plans and these safety plans, but I think it's also what's our plan for community engagement with our police department? What is our plan for, again, all of the things that make people feel safe in their communities? I think it touches on engagement, right? We have a really great system where people can, kind of put in a ticket, but I don't think everybody knows about that, right? So how do we improve that communication and outreach so that people know when there's a tree down, right? We have a lot of wind events, trees fall down, there are things that happen all the time. Facebook should not be how we find out about these things, right? I mean, it is a way, but probably the least efficient. So I think, from my perspective, Scott, to answer your question, I think the safety piece, we need a lot of objectives. All of the action items might not all fall under safety. The action items may live in other departments' work plan, but they kind of dotted line back up to this. So I do think we need, it's part of DEIB, right? How do you help people feel safe in their community? It might not be that you need a sidewalk or a light. It might be that they feel like they're included in the community, and that they feel comfortable reaching out to their first responders, things like that.
And I like this whole, so when he's talking about the animals versus the humans, I'm going, well, the animals have a corridor. Are these humans staying in their corridors, and do they know where they are? And do they stay, do they stay in their corridor? I think it's going to be as hard to get the humans to stay in their lanes as it is to get the animals to use their lanes. Yes, Kent.
I'll stick to safety. So I totally support the objectives that are here, but also knowing that it wasn't my full scope, because you asked for 2, I gave you 2. So clearly we have to add objectives about how we're taking care of police and fire. Wildlife, with the wildfire guy, you're right, Scott, we should add an objective on how we're going to, if the tree canopy on the urban forest plan is to be 48%, then how do we protect that and take that into account and mitigate laddering effects? That's all action items that could go underneath that. I think where I didn't have the opportunity or time to talk to Chief Pimgrave, I think he would be someone that, Scott, that maybe you and Steve could talk to about what he might think is some good objectives for us when it comes to police and how we're responding to the multitude of types of calls that our police officers are addressing on a regular basis, because even that is a tough objective to write down. What would that actually look like, and how could that then help us with this idea of proactively protecting and engaging the community, right? So if you look at the big goal, what are those objectives? And to be honest with you, I don't know, right? I'm not a police officer, so I just suggest that that we do that as an option that would help us get a good objective. Because I think this section is definitely lacking. It doesn't have enough meat to it. We need more objectives that address fire response, police response. So.
Okay, so you could work on that. I think that, one of the action items is a police strategic master plan or something like that. Where did I see that? Police services study, okay. And so that process encompasses all of those things for police. And it says, what are you doing? What are you spending your time on? What kind of calls are you going on? How responsive are you? How are you doing prevention? Things like that. And so that's the action item, but the overarching thing would be how do we maintain and enhance a safe environment for our community? Huh?
Yeah, because, drugs too, right? There's so many issues in here that can be, I feel it's going to be tough, right?
Yeah.
But I guess that's why we got Mike.
Are you tired of seeing fentanyl and your name of the city in the paper? Okay, I think I'm going to go to Scott real briefly. No? Go, Karen?
Mine is sort of a general question. This to the group is knowing where you're starting from is really helpful to understand where you're trying to get to. And again, this is one of those statements that it could, again, apply, is having a thorough grounding and understanding of where are we starting from when we talk about safety just in general. Okay. And so we know that we have some movement, for example, on different activities, and it really helps, for example, to sit down with Steve and to get an update from him about what's going on with the city from his perspective. Mm-hmm. But it's somehow, if there was a way to let the broader community know, this is where we are now, this is where we're trying, and this is where we're trying to get to, so that we start from a common base of understanding. Now, that may not be possible.
Well, I don't know. Do you have analytics? Do you have analysts within your big department that could do those? Do you do that for Sammamish, or can you?
We do have someone that does that for us, crime trends and stats of that.
Okay, so that's the kind of thing that, and then to let people know. So that's be watching trends.
It's to fight the problem of perception versus reality. Mm-hmm. And so wherever we can, and that goes back to transparency and back to communication. So again, it all has all these connecting lines back. Mm-hmm. But to start with a common sense of truth, or where we really are, you have to kind of agree that that's where we are.
A lot of that is about education. I think for a lot of people, they don't really know how a police department works or a fire department works, how 911 works, and how it's evolving and changing. And so I think that every time when we brought together a group to talk about, to learn about public safety, they're fascinated to learn about it. And so you've got a captive audience there. You've got people who really want to know, and they're interested. And so that's an opportunity, another engagement opportunity. Yeah. Yeah, take them on a tour of a fire station and say, this is how this works. Yes. Oh, don't, please. I think Mayor Trump's city manager.
Okay, so I did change my mind a little bit. Objective 3.1, I was thinking develop and exercise internal emergency management plans. And for objective 3.2, I think it needs to be something more broad, like coordinate, support, whatever, our external police, fire, King County Office of Emergency Management, because we aren't going to be doing those actions. Right. They are. Right. So how can we coordinate and support with them as an objective instead of we're going to create an engagement plan? No, like that'll be them. So, and I know with our communications, I know it's a...
Yeah, because it'll be Sammamish centric.
Right, but so how do we support and engage with police, fire, King County, and then, yeah.
To look for opportunities to do that, to work collaboratively with them, to develop some kind of community engagement around public safety. Now, Scott, or did you forget, or you still with us?
No. That's why it was good that the mayor went first, because I was going to circle back to objective 3.2 and try to get a sense of are we either tabling or doing away with that and trying to redo that, because again, in and of itself, I'm not sure what that means. And so the conversation has been really good, but I want to make sure from an objective perspective that that's something that then we can take and try to build on and then come back with something that is definable that then we can actually do something with. So I just want to get that.
I don't think develop a general public safety plan is specific, measurable, actionable, or time-bound. So I think the sentiment is absolutely correct. So I think, the staff did a great job of reading through what we submitted and kind of reflecting the sentiment back, but I do think we need to get a little bit more specific on the objectives and breaking down those. And I love what the mayor said about, we have different areas, right? And there's the outreach and engagement. There's of how do people engage with us? How do we get information out to them? I think Councilmember Howell is absolutely correct. People feel about their safety pretty much how social media is trending. And again, that is not reality. That is a perception and, who had the coolest video. So we really need to help people understand what's really happening in the city. And if there are trends in a bad direction, what are we doing about it? And if there aren't trends in a bad direction, letting them know that, right? So that they can feel safe because they are safe. So I think there's a lot of those elements. And then there's the very tactical pieces of what are infrastructure things we have to do to make people feel safe, making sure we have sidewalks. We don't actually have human corridors yet. So how do we make sure we have the human corridors that people can safely get around the city? So I think breaking these down would be really helpful, Scott, if we could.
Okay, so something magical is going to happen between today and mid-February when the staff takes all of these comments and and so what you're going to see is probably not as many of your own words in what comes back, but rather a reflection of what your original input was layered, having this conversation layered over it. And so hopefully, we're doing a good job capturing all the sentiments here. Okay, so do we have any more on safety? No. Okay, and this is goal 3, and we have how many goals? 7. How about we do one more, and then we take a break, and then we'll come back. But if you have to take a break. Oh, no, I'll wait. Okay, hold it. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, so moving on. Okay, DEIB. Okay, so create an equity framework to shape policies, procedures, and institutional strategies to advance equity throughout the organization. And I have to do an advertisement here. So I teach at UW at the Evans School and Local Government Management, and one of our projects, our final projects for one of the groups, is to work with the city of Sammamish to help them identify how to go about establishing a DEIB framework, based on best practices from other communities. And so they're going to be working with Lacey and Mark, I think, to do that. And so hopefully they'll come out with something very lovely for you. So I'm really excited about it, and they're really excited about it. There's some good models out there. Amazing things have been done. And so it's not like you have to reinvent the wheel. That's for sure. Okay. So create an equity framework to shape policies, procedures, and institutional strategies to advance equity. Is that at the right level? I guess I'll ask that because sometimes we've missed a little on the level. Does that make sense to you as an objective? Create a framework to work from? Oh, check. Okay, move on. Okay, develop, train, and empower employees, council members, and members to be change agents who actively apply their DEIB knowledge to their work and service. Does that sound like something? Yeah, that's training. It's a lot of training. It really is. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking about things, and it's a different way of thinking about things. And it takes, that's change. That takes time. Are you good with this one? Pretty good? strengthen and establish partnerships within the region and community to bridge divides and establish two-way dialogue on issues relevant to Sammamish. Dialogue is good. Let's reach out to those different populations. Yes, Pamela?
Yeah, I guess, and maybe it's a wording thing or maybe it's another objective, but I feel like we missed the community in our DEIB. Like this one touches on it, but like, I feel like the first objective needs to be engage the community, right? The whole idea of DEIB is that everyone feels included and that they belong and to understand where we might have those blind spots. So, and again, I think the sentiment is kind of here, but maybe we're not being specific enough about making sure that that's really front and center. So,
yeah, it's almost like you want to move 4.3 up to 4.1
yeah.
and emphasize the community piece
Yeah.
of that as
And I
its
like
own
the idea of
distinct
saying strengthen, but I feel like it's established, right? Like we need to establish and engage with the community, engage with our regional partners. That's really got to kind of be the starting point.
Anybody else on this? Yes.
I was just wondering, are there action items under this one? That's the only one that didn't have any. Yeah, I just was.
But I know one that's happening.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's why I agree, even if we move that one to the top, because really we can't, make policies for our residents, like we can't make them follow any sort of framework. But I think that 4.3, if that was 4.1, and then whatever the action items would be underneath that.
And that framework is the big piece, I think, because it should be very inclusive, developing that framework and how you get to that. And that gives you your lens that you're going to agree to use. Yes, Karen?
Yeah, that's actually why I would keep framework as the first one, to
Okay.
be honest, because, and I hear what you're saying. Maybe community gets added to that, an equity framework that includes, a community component. Maybe that's a way to just bring it in there a little earlier, but you got to have the framework first from.
Okay, and somewhere in that framework is the community and how they're engaged with your efforts. Yes?
Yeah, I would agree with Councilmember Howe, and because throughout the organization and community, I think maybe that's the solution or a possible solution to this one. Thanks.
Yeah, because it's about how you do work and who benefits and who hurts, who gets damaged by that. But it's also about in the community, how the community works together to achieve that. So yes, Scott.
So Mark and Lacey can figuratively kick me under the table if I get out ahead of them. But I think if I were to put a little bit of a finer point on that, we absolutely hear what you all are saying. And I think that this is actually more of a two-stage process where we have to sort out internally how this is going to work before we can then turn around. And I appreciate that we do need to hear from the community, but until we kind of have that framework to, can we agree on first names? Is that okay? Yeah. That Karen pointed out that's the piece that we have to start with. So maybe it's a 4.4 that then says, take what we've learned and established and then come up with engaging the community at that point. And not that they have to, I think I know where you're going. They don't have to be linear, they can be parallel, but we are working hard internally to try to get to a point where then we can hear from the students what best practices are and have those things so that when we go out and engage the community, that there is a real way to say, here's how we're going to take your input and how we're going to engage with you.
Okay, and then fast forward to now we have a framework. Now here's all the things that we have to do internally and externally. Yes. Okay.
If I can just add to that. So Scott, I totally appreciate that. And I kind of want to be really cognizant. I try really hard. So when I look around the room, we do not, demographically represent our community proportionately. Right? We have 3 people of color in the room. That's it. So I think it's really important that as we, as a city, establish a framework, that we have the right level of engagement from the community that we're trying to represent. So I just want us to be really careful about, us kind of working in isolation without that input from the community.
So that's one of your things that you can look at when you're doing your framework, but also, aside from ethnicity, there are other elements of diversity.
Absolutely.
that I think you have in the room.
I don't disagree with that. I was just sort of
that's
pointing
a
out
good
the
thing,
really
yeah.
obvious one.
Yeah. So one of the things, that's hard though, is that to look at the demographics of your community and that, that somehow you try to match like your workforce to that and those kinds of things. It's hard.
It is, but that's why it's important to get that community input,
Yeah.
because we can't always have that represented in our workforce, no matter how hard we try, and I know we're trying. So that's why we need to hear from them directly,
And in your
even when creating that framework.
And in your board and commission, as you start developing boards and commissions, bringing diversity onto those is one way to do that, because your boards and commissions advise the council. Okay. So is this it for this? Okay. Anything more on this before we take a break?
No, just thank you for including your students in this project. I think that is a discussion you and I had probably when we first talked. So I'm really glad you were able to bring in the youth to, or I'm assuming maybe they're not all youth, but your students into this project, and what a wonderful way for them to get that experience.
One of the projects that didn't get chosen was to help a city figure out how to do a TBD, Transportation Benefit District, which is nobody picked. I mean, because the other ones were, I guess, more interesting. So, anyways, okay. So let's take a 15-minute break. We'll get back at 20 till 11, and we'll continue on. Okay, it's on. That's right. It sounded bad. What happened?
The look on your face was pretty good too.
Okay, we're.
Oh, if I
Well, one
may,
councilwoman short of a good
our sound people have said if you can do like 2 to 3 inches away from the mic when you speak instead of sitting back, because they're not catching it. It's just the table mics. It's not you.
right.
Yeah, just us.
Yeah, I know. It's louder inside the room now. Well, you couldn't really hear it inside this room, but they could hear it online if they're streaming. Okay, here we go. We have a full council. We have a full, complete set. And so we're into another sort of top-of-mind topic here, housing, big. So first objective is leverage development and incorporate innovative, sustainable, and resilient design in planning infrastructure. And so, and to planning infrastructure to support housing, right? Is that the connection there? Because I just want to check in on that. Because how does it, I think I know how it relates to housing. Anybody? Does that need to be, because really, I mean, you do infrastructure stuff all the time, but I think what you're saying here is let's develop adequate infrastructure to support diverse housing options. Okay, so, yeah.
So again, just I think kind of linearly, so I don't care if it's like 5.1 or 5.2, but I think first we have to understand, right, what those needs are. So when you look at like what kinds of houses do we need, and how many of those kinds of houses do we need to meet the needs of our community and the region? And then what are all the things we need to do to enable that, including infrastructure, right? So again, I don't care what order it is. And I think that's what 5.1, I'm not exactly sure what 5.1 means when it says leverage development and incorporate innovative, but again, I think it means figuring out how do we figure out all those things, and then kind of with our, whatever we want to call it, our principles or our value statements. As we do that, we need to be thinking about sustainability and climate change. We need to be thinking about, DEIB. We need to be thinking about all those things, fiscal sustainability. So that's how I would think about that.
And so I know where this sometimes comes up is when you start getting into the D word, density, and that when you have density but you don't have the infrastructure to support the level of density you want to provide the level of affordable housing that you need, is, I think that's where the rubber hits the road. Yes.
I was going to ask a question around leverage development, and it to me is also an existing infrastructure, or an existing development, because there may be ways to repurpose existing development. So I'm looking at a more expanded version, I think, so that it's not always future what we're gonna build or what could be built. It's also what do we already have.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like doing a reversal of a planned city. Yeah. How do you re-architect a planned community?
Now how do we make it work best for us? Okay, so and I think leveraging developers probably has to do with development conditions, things that you require developers to do as a condition of their project, I think. Is that what you meant by, do you think that's what it means?
So I didn't write it, but.
Well, I know, but you're going to have to do it, so.
Well, I'm reading it and trying to understand by listening to the comments what it means. I think it means both new development and redevelopment to leverage the activity of the development to ensure that it has proper infrastructure and that we're able to, through some sort of inclusionary requirement or through some sort of bonus or through some sort of funding partnership, get and achieve the types and range of income units that we need for the community.
Okay, so I think you just captured the whole thing in that one statement. Yeah, I think that's where you're going. Okay, so a little bit more about, and this might, as we go through this might evolve. So what's the next one? Here we go. Ensure the city has sufficient quantity and variety of housing to meet the projected needs and preferences within the community and region. And so, yeah, I think sometimes these are a little out of order if you think about them, because sometimes they're bigger thoughts and have smaller thoughts under them. So that might be a little rearranging. So what do you think about this one? So quantity and variety of housing to meet projected needs and preferences within the community and the region. And I think there's another one that speaks to affordability somewhere down here. Why don't you go ahead, as I recall. Oh, okay. Is this just these two? Okay. So what do you think? Does this say everything that you want to say?
I don't know if this is an objective or not, but I just feel like we always have to center around every human deserves a safe and healthy place to live. Mm-hmm. And what is our part and how can we help with that? Right? I mean, and I don't know that that's an objective. I don't know if that's a principle. I don't know if that just has to be something we remind ourselves of on a daily basis. But I think we can all agree that that's a fair thing to say. Every human deserves a safe and healthy place to live.
Okay, so is there anything more here that I think so variety of housing, but so when you say a variety of housing, I think you're saying a variety of housing types. Okay, so you're mostly single family now, looking at more density, more multifamily, more missing middle, duplex, quad, all those kinds of things. Okay, so is that looking good? Yes, David?
I just wanted to add one point of clarification because I know there's going to be much conversation on this to come, is the second part of 5.2, meet the projected needs and preferences within the community and region. Just want to make sure that we're all focused on the fact that we have a mandate. Mm-hmm. So regardless of whether we have a different projected need for the community, we are mandated to provide housing that meets the requirement of HB 1220, RCW 3670A, and the corresponding King County countywide planning policies that establish what our affordable housing targets are.
Okay, so, and again, I keep coming back, and it's kind of, if speaking a little out of sequence here, is that my observation was that you're about to go into a major comp plan update, and there's a housing element. And the housing element is how you're going to meet your targets that are provided to you. How far are you going to go? How much farther do you want to go? How fast are you going to get there? And so that is something you're going to be spending a lot of time talking about. And so if you can anchor that conversation in these principles or these objectives, and you can share them with the community, then that might make for a good conversation. So I'm trying to figure out how to, if you want to incorporate, Pam, are you trying to think of a way you can incorporate that? Because it has to do with safety too. I mean, it's one of those overarching values is that we have a safe and inclusive community where everybody feels safe and has a place to live and
that they can afford.
Right?
Yeah, safe, healthy, affordable. I think that's, I think that is part of it. And I think that is what 5.2 is trying to get at, I think. So I don't know if we need to, again, we don't need to wordsmith here, but make sure if we all agree if that's part of that or does that need to be separate. But
yes.
I just feel when I think about housing, particularly here in Sammamish, about providing a diverse range of housing over the cycle of people's lives here.
Oh.
That we have when you go through different cycles of your life, you need different kinds of housing. And if you choose to want to stay in Sammamish over the cycle of your life, when you want to downsize or what have you, or things happen in your life, where can you do that within our city limits? Regardless of your income range, etc., are there housing options that can accommodate our residents over the cycle of their life? Because all of this, for me, goes back to that's how you build a community. That's how you build a city of any depth and that will last, where you have accommodation, literally accommodations for all the generations over the period of your life. Because when a city or community begins to lose parts of its generations, then the community itself is lacking. Most of us are from somewhere else. We all moved here for one reason or another. Some of us were born here. They're much younger than I'd say most of us around this table, but most of us are from somewhere else, and we don't have our extended family. And so when we have younger people here, teens, people in their 20s, who don't have, say, their grandparents' generation, and we don't make room for the grandparents' generation who are going to become their pseudo-grandparents within Sammamish. So we need the generations. Teens need the retired generation as much as retired generation need teens, and I think a lot of time their lives overlap and they have a symbiotic relationship, and allowing them to have more time to spend together and to interact, rather than being a city of maybe 2 or 3 types of stages in your life. So I think we need to start thinking, when we talk about housing, creating that environment where we can have a housing supply that will accommodate people over the life cycle of their life and duration here in Sammamish. That's what I think of when I think of housing. Yes, infrastructure and all that kind of thing, but housing is infrastructure. And with multifamily, from anything that I've read about it, they tend to come with less pressure on our existing infrastructure, less pressure on our schools, because they come with less students. And they tend to maybe only have one car, if not any car at all, because they will rely on public transportation. So I think of more about providing the types of housing that we need in Sammamish for the length of a person's life, so that we can build that community that eventually, that's what we're all trying to do around here. I'm assuming that's why we're all in this room. Next year, this city is going to be 25 years old. And, what do we want to be able to say of ourselves when we're 25 years old? How far have we come and where we're going? And that's another day's conversation, I understand. But I think about housing, that is what I think about.
And I appreciate that, as a senior citizen, I appreciate that comment, because, yeah, well, there was this time when there were all these houses, 2-story, large lots, or, pretty large lots, backyards, and those are all built, and now all of a sudden we're finding, we don't have accessible homes that people can move into, and it's hard to age in place in a 2-story two-story house. And so, and the availability of, Rambler's single level, or, have senior communities, having, senior living space in your community.
Yeah. And that single-family home that you just described is also environmentally not really sustainable also, right? I mean, it's necessary and it's needed at a stage in your life, but also, going forward, we may also change how we want to live. Anyway, that's part of another conversation.
Yeah, but it's here, and it's what the development community was the most profitable, frankly. That's what they did. That's what the demand was, and so that's kind of, I think they're shifting. I think everything's shifting now, yes.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Roisin. That was really well said. And I think we have to look forward, too, to the next generation. If you ask the next generation, they're not as interested in owning a large single-family home. They have different wants and needs. And so as we, as city planners, we have to meet an immediate needs, but we also have to be looking to the future and making sure that what we do has longevity. And I'm not sure that, just a lot more single-family homes is really the way of the future. I don't believe that it is. And so I think that's an important element of this as well.
And your population trends also, I saw an article how in multiple cities they're looking at consolidating or eliminating schools at the elementary level because they don't have the level of enrollment. A indicator that the population is changing. It's moving, and if you can see where is it going, how do you look way out and make sure that everybody's provided for? I think that's what. Okay, so got that. Financial sustainability. Okay, so create an economic development plan to promote business development in the city and to encourage. As I go through these, I'm going, okay, so this is an action, okay. But what you want to do is to promote business development in the city and to encourage more public-private partnerships. I think the way that you figure that out is by developing an economic development plan. That's the way you do that. Yes?
Yeah, I'd just say you can eliminate this objective completely, in my opinion. It's not necessary. We don't have we don't need to do this.
Why?
We're not at a point where the city's large enough to even do an economic development plan. We don't have major retail spaces. We don't have business parks. We don't have a large business coming in to the community, and it's not required. So by law, why would we do this at this time? So I just would say I'd eliminate this completely. Thank you.
So let me throw this at the comp plan again, because
that's where I'm headed.
That there is an economic element of it, part of it that is how
not required at this time for the city of Sammamish.
How do you create a sustainable community that is self-sustaining, right? That is still remains affordable, and so this is one way to do it. But does anybody else?
But there's also other ways to do it as well. You'd have to agree with that as well.
Okay, yeah. Hold on, just hold on. Yes. Okay. So Amy, and then Karen.
I guess I would put this out to Councilmember Train, is that if we don't have an economic development plan, the only thing we would be relying on is property taxes and sales tax from, mail orders. So we have no other way for revenue, and that is not sustainable.
Okay, so let's do that whole thing where.
I hear what she says.
Okay, I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to come back to you. Is that all right? Because that's taking turns. Yes, okay, so. Go back to him, so we could do that. I don't know if we want to do that. Yeah, right. So what are you going to comment on Kent's?
I was going to, yes.
Yeah, okay, so let's try that whole thing where what did you hear
what
him say?
What I heard is that, and tell me if this is close, we don't need to have an economic development plan because we're a small town and don't have the capacity or maybe even the willpower to develop an economic development plan that would be successful. And you may even have concerns that if we did develop a plan, it wouldn't be successful. So I added that on, so I don't know if that's true.
But is that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm looking at I was just looking at the expense of creating an economic development plan, which isn't mandatory or even needed at this time in the city. And there's other avenues in which we can get revenues that is not just property tax and sales tax.
Okay.
To have a sustainable financial situation in the city.
Okay.
So there are other ways that we can be a financially sustainable city than going out and spending the money to create an economic development plan.
Okay. So, do you want to? So, what is your what is your?
So my thought on that,
yeah, thank you,
is that that I think that, from what I understand, we were at a phase where we didn't actually need other revenue sources because we were a suburb and we were making it on property taxes and other types of taxes. But as the city has aged, as our infrastructure has also aged, and as our costs continue to go up, we find ourselves, I think, in a financial chasm where we actually need to find different ways of making up that shortfall. Now, to your point, Kent, if you know those other ideas you have besides property tax or development fees or what's on the books today, I think we'll need that, and because I think our shortfall is significant enough and for long-term enough that we're going to have to explore every available option. And I think the way I look at this too is that a plan is a plan. That isn't implementation, it's a plan. And so it's a way to gauge and decide, how do we want to spend our resources? Will it generate the revenue we're looking for? What else do we have to do to make up that shortfall? Or what services are we prepared to cut and to live without? Because you could dissolve all of this and say we're going to go back to King County and just have them run everything. You could do that. And we're just an HOA. You could do that.
Actually, I'm not sure you can, but Ken and then Mayor.
Yeah, this is a tough one, right? Because the city was deficit spending for so long, and then when we switched the way and we were doing accounting, and Aaron, you could speak to that if you want, but we could save a little bit of time and just say to ensure long-term financial stability through the city, we've changed the way in which we're doing the accounting. So from that, we actually there are some avenues in which we can be sustainable. There would be a model that could be presented to us by next year, or actually not at the mid, but at the next cycle, where we could show that in a 6-year period of time, we could actually show that we could be sustainable. And I agree with you that then we, as a council, the council then, whoever is there on the council at that time, would have to make those hard decisions as to what level of service are we providing to the residents. I get that, right? And we may have to reduce that. But
You can, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Because you're behind me, I don't always see you. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Okay.
So again, maybe from how we order our objectives, because we haven't seen all the objectives.
Yeah.
So the second objective is to identify ways to achieve financial sustainability. So maybe, to Councilmember Treen's point, maybe that's, as we look at the things we look at, we have to explore that first. And to not jump to conclusions, I tend to agree with Karen that it's probably going to be an and not an or, but we can certainly look at those things. I also think that, once again, many of our goals and objectives overlap. So as we look at sustainability, like environmental sustainability and climate change, what makes the most sense in terms of reducing car trips? Does it make sense to have certain services within the city so people don't have to travel as far to get them? We also, I think, need to listen to our youth who have come and talked to us to say, hey, there's not a lot for us to do here in the city, and that can create safety issues, right? When teenagers are bored and they don't have a way to get to a place where there are activities, they will find things to do which may not be the things we would like them to be doing. So I think that's something to look at. We've heard a lot, and we're working on, for our seniors, how do we How do we address having activities for our seniors, again, who may have limited means of getting around and want to stay within their community? So I think there are a lot of ands on this, and they're not necessarily ors. So I think exploring these is an important objective, to understand how do we achieve all of those things and do it in a fiscally sustainable way. I think we also have to recognize that we just had a period of very low inflation that we may not see again for possibly decades. And our property tax revenue, which has been the majority of our revenue for a long time, unless the state law changes, will not be able to keep up with even just maintaining our current costs, right? So the costs of just doing the bare minimum are going to go up in significantly, and our tax base won't necessarily be able to keep up with that. So I think there are a lot of factors that we need to take in. I also think that changing how we do accounting doesn't change the fact that we spend more than we make. And Aaron works a lot of magic,
Yeah, I don't
but he can't make it
not
just by
doing
changing how we
creative
do the
accounting, are
accounting,
you?
fix that. So.
Okay, just checking.
And the magic title's already been taken by Mike, so I'll have to come up with a different title for Aaron.
Okay. So, Mayor?
Yeah, I think this is a good point. I think because I'm looking at these three as well, I kind of see the economic development plan under the identify ways as this is one possible way. I'm also like, what actually is the cost of an economic development plan? We're already paying for financial sustainability people to look at everything, so I can't imagine that the cost for a economic development plan would outweigh the benefit for something like that I think we need.
Okay, so Scott, what are you doing a financial sustainability study now?
Yeah, it's on the work plan for this year.
Okay.
We've already started the work of that. We have more work to complete it.
Yeah.
I would also say, I believe we got a grant from the Port of Seattle, correct? I'm looking at Mike. Yeah, we got a new one. Yeah, we got a new.
We're working on that in community development.
Yeah.
And that is for the purpose of starting to build out our economic development element of our comprehensive plan, and some of the community outreach that goes along with that, that's to start that process.
Yeah, so that is, the comprehensive plan has certain required elements and certain additional, things that you can do that are maybe optional, but a lot of them are required. You have to address them in some way. But what I hear is they really want to know, the council really wants to know, where the money comes from, where the money's going, what are the opportunities for enhancing existing, what are the limitations, what does your forecast look like? Because I will tell you that I do not know a city, maybe with the exception of Bellevue, whose lines do not diverge simply because of the tax structure in Washington. Okay, it's that 1% versus, cost of living, and so that's everybody's nut they're trying to crack. Yes.
Take the mic there. Is that right? Yes, absolutely agree. So the forecast update is part of the work plan discussion. I don't know if Scott mentioned that as part of the overarching financial sustainability plan. Updating the forecast is what we're planning to do in 2013 to get a picture around that. I was going to add just one comment on the objective statement there, just to kind of to turn this into a question. Is businesses and public-private partnerships part of the long-term solution?
Business growth?
Just, business entities in general in the community and public-private partnerships, part of a solution for financial sustainability over the 20-year comp plan horizon. So that's kind of how I'm seeing that objective question, what's underlying that.
Those are options.
Right.
Right, there's different ways to achieve that, and I think it sounds like the council needs to look at all of the options, how a city can create a more sustainable financial base and be able to choose which ones fit this community. And, because I will say that the diversity in your revenue base is really important. If you're too reliant on any one given source, that's very dangerous. This is my inner finance director speaking. diversity, just like in your portfolio, diversity. Yes.
So thank you for bringing that, the diversity. I think when I was a PTA treasurer at my child's elementary school, I think that's a lesson I learned then, right? Make sure your members pay, but then also go for grants. But building the base is really important. I think for me, I think when we talk about economic development plan or financial sustainability, I think another angle that I look at this from is also Sammamish has almost 3,000 to 4,000 home-owned businesses.
Yep.
They have they have the chamber, but they don't have other tools. And I would love to see an incubator here one day, right? Like in the city hall where people can come in, get their synergies up, and start something new. For me, that is also really important to be able to serve that constituency and those people, entrepreneurs in our community, on how they can achieve their goals, and in turn, and sort of our city to help them, and then them to help the city. So I definitely see that as part of this as well. And we've heard it over and over again. Folks have to go to other cities for many services, and I don't think anybody's interested in seeing a big box kind of store here. But I think it's really important to have these, restaurants and home-owned businesses, and for us to be able to support that as well. Restaurants go out of business because they don't have foot traffic, right? And you have foot traffic when you have people in the city who want to go there. So I would like to see that vitality come through this financial sustainability goal.
And I think you're going to talk about that in your economic development element. It's good. So what do we have now? What is the business space now? What do we want to grow? How do we leverage the people that are there, the businesses that are there? Yes.
My question maybe is probably directed more toward Aaron. Are we defining financial sustainability? I know, like, when we talk about our environmental goals, we're saying meet, K4C, federal, state goals. Is there a definition for financial sustainability?
So the definition I'm using is what council is defining in their goal statement. So that's what I'm reading.
Is there like specific numbers or anything like that?
Yes, there are. There is a world of finance, and like the Government Finance Officers Association provide kind of benchmarks and measures for whether what are your reserves, your level of reserves, what is your comparison of ongoing funding to ongoing revenues, and you look at all of those things. And so yes, there are ways to measure it. It's not a black box at all. It's all numbers, but you do have to. I say, at this point, I think going back to this, we don't need the economic development. I would, or transportation benefit district, I would keep all your options open, and as you go through your comp plan process and say, what do we want to be? How many of these levers do we want to pull, and which ones? Yes.
Yeah, I also want to make sure that for anybody who might be watching on a Saturday, that we don't ignore the fact that we actually do have businesses in the city, right? Not just the home-run businesses, but we do have brick-and-mortar businesses, quite a few, and we employ quite a few people through those businesses who live in the city and have to commute into our city. So I think it's important that we understand those businesses, and especially small businesses, right? Small businesses are literally the backbone of the country's economy. So I think it's important that we look at all that. I also think it's important that we look at what just happened over the last 3 years. Things changed very differently. When the pandemic hit, we didn't want to have to go into other communities. We wanted to kind of stay in our own little community because from a health perspective, it might be safer. So I think we need to kind of look more broadly. I think we need to also look at traffic counts and how those have changed in a post-COVID world. How have the needs of the community changed? Many more people are working from home. So does that mean we need more I don't know. I mean, I'm asking the question, but does that mean we need more restaurants open for lunch and more services? Because, I'm not traveling to Redmond every day, so I want to be able to go to the doctor here or whatever. I don't know, but I think we need to look at all of that and understand all of that as we put together our plans. And to Ratuja's point, if we do have that many home-based businesses, are we not just providing services to them, but are they all licensed? Are we getting our revenue from the licensing of those businesses? But that's an important element. And where do the taxes that are generated from those businesses go? How are we putting in the infrastructure to account for all of that? I think that's all part of an economic development plan, is to understand all of that and to make sure that the right things are happening.
Yeah, the post-pandemic environment is really interesting, how much it's shifted how we do things, so many things. And again, I hate to say put part of the comp plan, but I think when you have your community conversation, they'll talk about that, because it's really a new reality about where people are working from and how services are being provided virtually. Where are we going? How is this the new normal or not? I think everybody's kind of wondering. I don't think anybody's really identified what the answer is yet. So if you guys do it, you'll be ahead of everybody else. Okay, so we have identify ways to achieve financial, improve transparency and communication regarding the financial status of the city. Yes.
I am struggling with the improved transparency part.
Okay.
Because I feel like the budget group or the accounting department is very transparent. I think where the struggle is, and it's a continuous one, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is just engaging the public. And so I think finding new ways. So I'm finding new ways to improve the two-way communication between our constituents and our accounting. If to get it closer to being, driven more by our population.
Yeah, it's really hard to engage people in finance and budget because when people think they're not qualified, it's really boring. And city, you just take care of it, okay? I mean, that's what we expect from you, is that you take care of it, which you do, because you have to. But I think that it is, so it's hard. We've tried it a lot of different ways. How do you engage? But I think helping as you go forward and as you identify other revenue sources that may involve a public action, public vote, or something that you have to do, or a council action that could be controversial. I think keeping them educated about, here's where we are, here's the problem, here's what we're doing really well, here's what could be better. What are those trade-offs would be good, but it's hard to get their attention. I'm sorry to say that, but it really is.
I know, and I know Erin has done a good job of trying to do this. I'm thinking a musical is in order.
I was going to say Councilmember TikToks. I think that's where we're.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you got to be really. Yeah, Joy, come up with something really creative. We've done. We did a lot of things over time, and in Kirkland, and we did like simulations, and we gave them play money and said, here, okay, now allocate it between. You only have so much. Allocate it between the services, and if you want more, you have to put a chicken, or I want to raise taxes, kind of thing. And it was fun, maybe for a moment. I'm not sure how effective it was ongoing, and so it really is kind of. And when times are okay, nobody is paying attention. You have to be in a crisis for people to pay attention, or you have to be talking about raising their taxes, and then everybody will pay attention. How you do that just has to be strategic. And so, yeah, fun times. Okay, so is there another one under here? Okay, so the other one I heard before that we talked about this, and this may be an objective, and that is to leverage external resources. And you talked about grants. Who was it that talked about grants? Okay, so leverage outside resources to enhance city resources.
Yeah, so I know we have an active grants person who's certainly looking all of this, but just, availing ourselves of every opportunity.
So grants and, but you've got federal money, you've got the county, state. They're not all grants. Sometimes they're just ways that you can use sources of revenue now that you couldn't before. And so, you do have all those things. Okay. So other people's money. Let's use other agencies' money. And as long as you don't become reliant on it, if it's one time, figure out how to use those one-time money to do one-time good things that help you, that drift you forward and carry you forward. Okay. Is that it? So anything else here? Did you want to add something about leveraging outside resources to enhance the city's resources? I mean, you brought that up early on in the conversation, and so I wanted to see if there's some way to.
Yeah, in a way, I'd sort of thought of that as an overarching goal to kind of, again, almost back to the values part, frankly, because it's great to come up with an idea, but you got to find a way to fund it.
Right. Yeah. And you have lots of things you want to do. You have a hearty list of things you want to do. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. I think this is the last area. Oh, transportation. Okay. Oh, and again, there is a transportation element to the comprehensive plan. And there's certain things that you have to do. You have to have a capital facilities element that says what improvements that you're going to do, what capacity you're going to provide, and how you're going to pay for it. So complete the transportation master plan. That's an action, very much an action. Is it close? No.
No.
Okay, but is it going to evolve out of the comp plan because you have to address it?
If you reframe that in how it's said, it's kind of an objective. The objective is to have a complete transportation master plan. And there are actions then that follow that get you to having a complete transportation master plan as your objective.
Okay, that would be. Is that an okay amendment to that? I mean, yeah, I think that's a good way of. Let's have one. Let's have a plan. Okay. Okay. Rasheen, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say we do have a draft TMP from 2017, correct?
Yep.
Right. So I mean, that's a place to start, right?
It's a starting point. It's a draft. We have a handful of items that we'll discuss this afternoon in our work plan for this biennium that could get towards that overall goal of having it completed.
So we have the bones of something.
Yes.
And so and if you don't have to recreate the wheel from scratch every time, you really don't. If you have a good start, that's leverage what you've already done. Yeah. So we do have something. What happened during this last 4 years? It's like, yeah, Pam.
Yeah, my comment's more about all three of the objectives because, again, I love the essence of them. I'm not sure this is how I would have broken out the objectives because, first of all, in my mind, a mobility master plan is just a different name for a transportation master plan, right? When I think about transportation, we tend to get very specific about like cars and bikes or something. To me, I look at mobility as a broader topic, and we should be looking at how we optimize how we move people, right? And maybe this is even where the wildlife corridors can fit in, because how we move the wildlife needs to be figured out in conjunction with how we're moving the people. Because while I like wildlife, I don't really want to be on the same trail with the coyotes and the bobcats when I'm walking my toy poodle. Just saying. So I think that that's it is a snack, exactly, and I don't want to be in that situation. So I definitely think that I'm a little confused by what we were thinking in terms of a mobility master plan versus a transportation master plan, because in my head they were the same
I'm
thing.
going to throw this to Public Works. This seems like the right person, but I could be wrong.
And I'm sorry if we weren't clear, because it's probably we weren't clear in what we submitted to you.
What's the difference between mobility and transportation master plan?
Yeah, I think it's going back to the definition of the goal, where it does highlight multimodal systems. So if we could maybe craft the objectives under the goal to kind of reach that in a little bit better way, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're right, a transportation master plan should be the very complete picture of how to get around the city in various ways. And so perhaps those two could be combined a lot of this work will fall into the comprehensive plan and the transportation element. And we have several parallel paths to get there in the next 2 years, including a transit plan and a long-range system completion plan. So all things will kind of converge in the next 2 years towards a lot of these.
So what's the difference between a mobility plan and a transportation plan, or is there any?
Ideally, they are combined.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Mobility is a component of an overall transportation plan.
So maybe we could have our objectives be a little bit less deliverable oriented and a little bit more about what we're hoping to achieve. And then again, those action items, there may be one action item that can check off multiple objectives or work towards that. But I think, because even when I look at the third one, right, creating a carbon neutral mobility system, I feel like that's kind of more of a good objective, right? As we look at how we're going to move people around, we want it to be carbon neutral. So that might be a good objective. Having, an efficient and effective way of moving people in, around, through, in and out of whatever our city might be a better way of framing those objectives. So again, I think the essence and the spirit was captured of the things we're looking for, but maybe we can restructure how we do objectives and not have them all be deliverable based, but more about here's what we're trying to achieve, creating a comprehensive how we move people around plan is a thing we're going to go do to achieve those objectives.
And so I'm thinking that, when the staff sent the homework assignment out for you and said, here, do objectives. And here we are. And so what you see are kind of your words. And so, but you can see how the variety of ways that you as individuals think about things. You really do, and some of it is way up here, and some of it's way down here. So reconciling that is a challenge. Yeah, Amy.
I'd like to include an education portion in this because, we can develop a plan, but, how are the residents going to understand where the trails are? How do we find the transit option that's appropriate for them?
Okay, so to optimize the use of alternative transportation modes through communication and education, something like that? Okay. You agree? Okay, yay. Okay. Anything else on this one? Is there anything else after? Yeah. Okay.
I think the goal for me, if I just broke that up into 2 or 3 objectives, that would be we want a holistic multimodal system plan. We want it to accommodate travel of all kinds and be environmentally, instead of, because these objectives, I feel like just are that goal, but said differently.
What would the goal be then?
The goal would be that too. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying is we've just repeated, which probably now looking back, we probably did that over and over again.
So to move people, goods, and animals, have a system of transportation that efficiently moves everybody through, that meets all the needs and moves everybody through the city efficiently. And so I don't know what that, but maybe we can work on that. Since you've already adopted the goals, I think.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to change. I just mean that's.
No, it's okay because if through this process, you may come back and say, that sounded good at the time, but I think we need to elevate a little bit, and that's okay. You can do that. You're allowed to change your own goals because they're your goals. Yes, okay. Pam, and then.
Karen hasn't gone yet, so she.
Oh, Karen, okay. I keep calling you Mary. I don't know why.
I'll answer that, so
Okay.
it'll be absolutely, if I get a chance to talk, it doesn't matter what you call me. But it was, I think the other thing we might want to add to the transportation part, even might go back to the safety part, how to, we talked about a system for getting on, for getting around, but also in good times and bad times. So in crisis, to have that map being part of that. So that, I just wanted to kind of add that component maybe.
So safety. Okay. So so that's something else to add to that. I'm not sure. I mean, I could think a lot of ways of not a lot of ways of redoing this, but trying to I think part of one of the challenges here is getting to the right level at the goals and at the objectives and at the actions. And that's a work in progress. Okay, so you're trying to put it down in words on paper, and but it's not a straightforward process and you're struggling with it. And I think that's a good thing. It probably doesn't feel good, but it's okay if you struggle with it, because then you can sort of get all the little niggly things.
Yeah, I'm going to go back right to the beginning when you were defining, right, being smarty in our objectives, right? And so let's, again, not repeat the goal, right? We're trying to break the goal down. And let's get specific and have objectives that say we want a comprehensive mobility, again, not, you can wordsmith it, but we want a comprehensive mobility plan that will, reduce our dependence on, or reduce our greenhouse gases by X% or something like that, right? Like, we can get in our objectives, we can start to break down that goal into smaller pieces and have those specific measurable things on there, right? By 2025, we want X. By 2030, we want Y, right? And that can be improving our, safe routes to school, right? And so that's where I think you're right. We're struggling with this level because I think we haven't gotten really clear about what is an objective, what are those key results, and then what are the tasks that we have to go to do to achieve those. And I do think this is one of those that's a really big one. And so maybe it needs multiple layers of objectives that, Audrey might need to help us with, because she can say, here's how we need to break this down and the things we want to try to target in those objectives, right? Carbon neutral, safe, inclusive, are those each the set of objectives? And I think you can slice and dice it a lot of different ways, but getting some input from the folks that have to go do it on how can we break those objectives down into those smart, specific, measurable, time-bound things that help us achieve that goal over the next, 10-year period, and then you'll have, what are we going to do in the next 2 years on the work plan, right?
And that's what you pay them to do. They're your experts, and they expert in their fields, presumably, and that's what they should be doing to support you. I mean, that's good. Yeah, let's talk to somebody who knows about transportation and get some clarity on where we ought to be focusing as a city. What are the issues and so forth? And you're going to be doing that.
Yeah, like reducing car trips, like maybe that should be an objective. How do we reduce car trips or reduce the length of car trips, right? Those are things we have to achieve anyway. So should those be objectives that are part of our transportation planning?
One thing I would just throw out there for council's consideration would be connectivity, right, in the city, so that could really stretch across a whole lot of different modes of transportation, but that would be one thing that we consider for an objective.
Sub-communities with cul-de-sacs?
Yes.
Yeah.
735, yes.
Yeah.
Plus.
All right. Yeah, there's a lot of places like that, and but trying to connect through, talk about public process, that's, people are going to be very generally protective of their cul-de-sacs. So, okay, so got some work to do here. Lacey, did you capture enough of that to know kind of where you're going? Like I said, it's going to be magic between now and whenever they bring it back, that it's going to look like this is much, it may not be perfect, and that's okay. We'll, take a look at it and you'll tweak it, but I think it's good. It's a good discussion. Okay, is that the last one? Okay. So at this point, we are going to probably take a break and have lunch.
Marilyn, if I could, I'm not sure that the lunch has arrived yet. So we're at 11:30. I think we're a little ahead of schedule. Oh, it is here? Okay.
Okay,
All right.
but is there something else that you'd like to talk about at this point?
No, I was going to suggest if it wasn't here yet that we could start in on the next, but if it's here, then we might as well take the break now.
Okay, and so we had planned 45 minutes, so to give you an opportunity to have lunch, to go take a walk, and then sit down again at 12:15 if you want to, if you don't want to.
Say you have to come back.
They have to come back. Everybody has to come back at 12:15. Is that an okay time frame? I mean, okay. All right, that gives you some time to chat amongst yourselves. All right. In groups, yeah, chat amongst yourselves in groups of not more than 3, okay?
You want me to help you get it off there for the break?
I already turned it off once.
You're working on it.
I'm working.
me so I can run back there and make sure it's working.
Okay, so now, actually, yeah, okay. Speaking, 1, 2, 3. All right, I need to get caught up with my notes. Here we go. All right, okay. Come on. All right. This is really made for somebody with pockets. I don't have pockets, I just have squishy. After I get it on, it just takes me a minute. Force, okay. All righty. Wow, you are a prompt group. You are back. Because you were having so much fun, you just wanted to get back at it, right? So, just a resource that I was, as you go into your afternoon, another kind of resource that I've used that I kind of like, and it's a book called The Advantage, written by Lencioni. I don't know if you've heard about Lencioni. And he talks about teamwork, and his book, The Advantage, is about how to work effectively as a team. And so, is this my guy going crazy? Make it stop. The council's a team, the executive staff is a team, and all together you're a team, right? Because as you work together as a team, as senior staff and council, that's how you get things done. And so Lencioni talks about that a work group, so there's work groups and there's teams. And a work group is more like a golf foursome. You're all, kind of playing for your own score. And a team is more like a basketball team because you all have to work together and move the ball together to get a goal, to get a basket. And so that's what a team is. And so if you're working together and working with each other, then that's a team. And effective teams are characterized by a clear mission. You know what you're supposed to be doing. You know what your mission is as a city council. Trust. You trust each other enough to know that you're going to be taken care of. You have the ability to, if you have a good trust, then you have the ability to engage in constructive conflict and productive conflict. So not all conflict is bad, but productive conflict is good because you get things resolved. But you have to be able to do that well. It's not something that just comes naturally. You leave meetings with clear-cut agreements. You put the collective good first. It's not just what I think, but what's good for the collective whole. And then a team holds each other accountable, which could be the hardest part. I think is for a lot of teams is to hold themselves accountable. And how do you do that, particularly at the elected level? So you are all at the table today. So today you're all a team for me, if that's okay. And I think I appreciate that you include the executive staff here. So we have an icebreaker for this afternoon. Are you going to fix me? No? Okay. No, I just felt like it was making too much. Yeah, I'll go with it for now. Okay. If I was like a talk show host, I would know how to do this.
Okay, let's see if that helps.
Okay. All right. So this afternoon, I want to do something inspiring for you. And so I want to ask you a question, in each of you. We'll go around. I want you to just maybe write down a word or two. And the question is, what one or two words would you use to describe what inspires you to work in local government? What do you love most about working in local government? So just think about that for just a minute. make a note to yourself, and then we'll kind of go around the room and see. And I'd be curious to see how many different things we hear, but how many common themes we hear too. So why do you do what you do? It's a thankless job sometimes, you know? But it can be really rewarding. See, this is where I really want that whiteboard. Okay. Oh, no, a couple words, you know, just, it could be more than one word, but, you know, what is it? It's probably more of a phrase, but it's not a saga. It's not a long story, you know. Well, when I was a young child. Okay. All right. Okay. Going to leadership here. Mayor? To improve. Improve what? Just improve. It doesn't have to be one word. Is improve yourself or the world? External. Okay. Improve the community. All right. Yeah. And at the local level, you can actually see things that you've accomplished. That's, you know, that's really good. Okay. So Karen, I'm just going to skip over to you.
One word is connection.
Okay. Connection with the community?
Well, it works for a lot of different things.
Okay,
Just
connection.
that connection. Yeah.
Okay. And since your mic is on, let's go with Anjali.
I had 3 words. Help build community.
Okay. All right. All right. Oops. Get back. All right. Let's go over. Amy, what do you think?
I used the word representation.
Okay. So representing?
Representing our diverse community.
So the whole notion of representative democracy is, yeah, that's kind of how we're based. Ken?
I'm a grinder, so I like to be in the fight.
Okay. To get things done? You don't want to actually fight. You just want to get things done. Okay, good. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but okay. All right.
Yeah, we gotta get the work done. There's a lot of issues to solve. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. David. I'm being really random, so just be prepared because I could come at you at any moment.
People.
People. Well, that's good because your community is people. That's what it is. Yeah, Aaron?
I added one word to that, people investment. That's my...
People investment or investment in people?
People investment, either way.
Either way, okay. All right, I like it. Who else wants to go now? Yeah, go ahead.
Affect positive change.
Positive change. Yeah. Ratuja?
Yeah, I said serving the community.
Okay, so serving, yeah. Giving back. That's good. And you guys as council, you give a lot. I mean, it's not an easy job, and it's not like you get paid $1 million to do it. So, thank you to you all. Mark, why?
To contribute.
Contribute. Joy?
Direct impact, as in we can have direct impact on the lives of people, but also they can have direct impact on
Right.
how.
And so the farther up in government you have, the less direct impact sometimes you have. And so, it's good to see those things and to see that people really benefit from the work that you're doing. Okay, Pam?
Yeah, making a better world for all humanity. I'm always inspired by the phrase, think globally, act locally.
Uh-huh.
So.
Okay.
right. Carrie?
So I actually don't get paid by the word, but I love words, so I wasn't confining myself to one. I kind of had two categories. I feel like one's already been covered a lot, which is making a positive difference.
You have to have a little caveat on.
Yeah. And then my second category is I love the constant variety. Hot topics, never bored, current events.
So it's constant writing?
Variety.
Oh, variety, constant variety. Oh.
My whole first category was making a positive difference, along lines of community servant, that kind of.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Steve. Why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do?
Is that the question?
Why do you work in public sector?
Team building.
Because you have to. You like teams.
I do.
Okay. All right, Audrey.
To make a difference every day.
Make a difference. Yeah. All right. Going to. Already did you, right? Okay. Roisin.
Well, I'm here to connect and to learn.
Okay. Jim?
Giving back.
Giving back. Joy? You already gave it? Okay, and you already gave it, so going back. Who hasn't gone yet? Somebody hasn't. David, did you go? People. Oh, all right, here it is, right here. People. Okay. All right. So, you hear any common themes here? What do you hear as a common theme? Yeah, making a difference, people, changing the lives, improving the lives of people. Yeah, contributing. And I will say that working in the public sector can be really difficult, but it can be very rewarding. And, like I said, we don't do it for the money necessarily, which is, I don't think people really understand that always, about how much people are devoted and to making their community a better place. So I applaud you all for doing that, and thank you. Thank you for serving your community. All right, so now, from the big to the minute. We're going to talk about do the work plan review. And so the work plan was developed based on the budget that you adopted. Okay, so the budget process allocates resources to things you want to do.
What do you think about switching to the handheld for
Okay.
a few minutes while I try to this guy? Might be losing his trigger.
All right, I have to Okay, back on track. So I think, Mike, you're taking the lead on this. And the work plan, Mike's going to talk to you about how it was developed. And between Mike and the other staff, they're going to talk to you about how it relates to your goals and objectives. So you'll be able to see what things are planned for this really 23 and 24, I think, because you have a biennial budget. Is that fair to say? So it's going to be, some of it, again, is a little out of sequence, but that's just kind of the way things happen. You have your work plan, and now you're going to talk about where you're going and why, and now you're going to talk about what you're doing. So it's kind of a little bit out of sequence. But like the goals, the work plan is not etched in stone. Okay, it is something that is how the staff is recommending that you apply the resources available in your organization to achieve the things you're trying to achieve. Some of these are things that you have to do. Some of them are things that you want to do, and some of them are things that are just, may seem like not very important, but it's important to somebody. So just remember that. So again, if you want to add something to the work plan, okay, so just assume that you fully resourced your organization, your staff time, your bandwidth, okay? And so that if you ask them to do more things, then what's going to be the priority? You need to provide that. And you can, so you can extend a time frame. So if you've got something that we're planning on doing right now, but you want to do something else, you can move that around. You can switch it. You can reallocate resources from another project and say, well, we have money allocated to do this study, and we think we'd like to apply that money over here. You can allocate resources that are not allocated, like professional services budgets or anything that are available to you, that are, if you need them, you don't want to commit them all now maybe, but maybe there's something, you have a little bit of room there. So we'll try to do that, and if you get to the point where you've got too many things that you're trying to add and you can't really get to what I want to take away off the table, then we'll do some prioritization and help you get to what's most important to add at this point in time. So that's what we'll do. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Marilyn. Appreciate it. So just to reiterate what Marilyn shared, the work plan is based on council goals that you all initially approved prior to the budget process, and then the budget itself. What's reflected here, for the most part, is this year's work plan. So there might be components that we will complete in the second half of the biennium that may not be listed out on this work plan. So I just want to level set on that up front. We know there are some things that are planned out that were always planned to be in 2024, and those will be on next year's work plan. So when we get there, please feel free to ask the question. As we go through these, we're going to focus on some of the more significant projects that are more, for instance, outwardly focused. If we're doing a lot of community outreach, we have some really big steps in the process to get through. And so we're going to focus on a few of the work plan items under each description. And the staff members will describe in just a few sentences the big picture of what the project is, why are we doing it, what's supposed to be the outcome of it when we get there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to walk us through this.
Thank you, Scott, Marilyn, and good afternoon, council, staff, and members of the public who may be online. Mike Suggs, Supervising Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. I hope everyone had an opportunity to review the document that's up here on the screen at the moment. If not, that is okay, as we will go through each section of the work plan during this agenda item. Something that's important to note is that this work plan is only showing the bigger projects that we'll be working on this year, as Scott noted. There are some, these are the projects that will require the bigger lift, and most of them will require council's attention at some point during the year. The work plan does not include regular ongoing items such as maintenance, events, permitting, the things that make up the majority of the city's work. They just are not the focus of this plan. I'd like to briefly discuss how the plan is organized. It's organized according to council's 7 adopted goals, plus an additional general category we're calling high-performing government, and that's what's shown on the screen right now. The high-performing government section is for projects that don't neatly fit into one of council's goals, like the comprehensive plan, which touches on all of council's goals, or the city's classification and compensation study, which is more focused on the city's internal performance. And while they're not shown on this version, we do plan to incorporate council's objectives into this work plan. There's a lot of feedback this morning, so we'll go back, revise those objectives, and insert them here, and that will come back to you in February. Each work plan item includes an identifying number, a short description, and it lists the lead department. The column titled Critical here has 3 options. If the cell is blank, that means the item is generally discretionary. These are items that could potentially be delayed to a future year or removed altogether. If there's an X in the cell, that means the item is critical and needs to be completed this year. For example, a substantial amount of the work has already been completed and it's really not feasible to stop at this point. If there's an M in this column, that means the item is mandated by law, such as the comprehensive plan update shown here. And on the right side is a timeline with an anticipated start and end date shown in quarters. For example, an item starting in Q1 2023 means expected to start in the first quarter of this year, in other words, January, February, or March. And I'll pause here just really quick. Are there any questions about how the work plan is organized before we move on? Anything I can answer about that?
Anything? Does it look good? Make sense?
Perfect.
Okay, moving on.
As Scott mentioned, as we go through each section of this work plan, staff will highlight some of the bigger projects with brief verbal presentations before we open the floor to any council questions, and then we can move on to the next section. Almost all of these work plan items will have in-depth discussions as part of council meetings, so the intent of these presentations is just to provide a quick summary rather than to get into the details. Our hope is that the discussion today will build some consensus around the work plan so that there's common understanding of the work that council and staff will be completing this year. And with that, I think we can jump in. So we'll start with the high performing government area, which, as I mentioned earlier, includes projects that do not fit nicely into one of council's other 7 goal areas. And I'll start by handing it over to David Pyle, who will touch on the first 2 projects, and then to Mark Baird, who will provide a brief summary of 2 large projects in the Administrative Services Department. David, you ready to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. David Pyle, Community Development. For the purpose of my speaking points on these topics, I've included some background on what the purpose of the project is, why we're doing it, what the status is, what the next steps are, and what the final product is to help orient the council and anybody listening online. I'll get through this pretty quickly. The purpose of the project for the comprehensive plan update is that the update will evaluate and revise the city's long-term vision and goals for land use, transportation, housing, and other key growth-related issues to ensure they align with the current and future community needs and priorities, comply with state law, and are responsive to regional and local planning policies, including housing and growth targets. Why we're doing it? The periodic update is mandated by the Washington State Growth Management Act, which sets an update cycle of every 10 years and will require the city to report on relevant growth metrics within 5 years of the plan's adoption. The city must complete its update by December 31 of 2024. What is the project status? Currently, the city is refining the comprehensive plan's vision statement and strategies, which sets an aspirational direction and community priorities for the update process. The city is also reviewing its existing plans, analyzing and understanding changes in state law, and determining a final scope of work for the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update. What are the next steps? Once the vision statement and scope of work are approved by resolution, hopefully in March, by the City Council, the project will shift towards reviewing land use alternatives that respond to regulatory changes and requirements around housing and transportation. This will include reviewing possible changes to the city's land use and zoning patterns and land use policies. And from there, the city will begin reviewing its goals and policies and other elements of the comprehensive plan. What is the final product? A fully updated comprehensive plan in which all elements and goals and policies have been reviewed and updated if necessary to ensure the city's plan is in alignment with King County countywide planning policies and will be certified by the Puget Sound Regional Council and the Department of Commerce, and also effectively plans for the city's growth over the next 20 years.
So easy peasy. You want to talk about it a little bit?
No, I think David undersold it a little bit, actually, in all that, in that one of the reasons that we wanted to have David kick this off with the comp plan is that so much of what you'll see in the rest of the plan reflects our components of what is needed to build into the final comp plan. So I think that's why we wanted to make sure to kick this off with the comp plan, because it's overarching everything, and everything else sort of drives into that with a few exceptions that are more internally focused. So I appreciate David's description, and I just wanted to kind of give that overview as everything else you're going to hear a lot more as we go through these, and I'm sure you all know, but this is a huge, huge planning effort on all of our parts over the next 2 years.
And I think there's a communication, community outreach process that goes with this, so that you're getting community input on the vision, right? So it's not just the staff saying, here's the vision.
we like it, so.
It's a multi-pronged community outreach approach, and we have several sub-projects that ultimately will be collapsing into one main line, one main project. It's almost like multiple trains leaving the station at the same time, and those trains join onto one track later on in the process. So we're, at the very beginning, all the different trains are on the different tracks doing their different thing, and they'll eventually get to the point where they're all connected on the path towards the comp plan adoption.
Okay, so comp plan, you're going to be busy. Any questions about that process? Yeah, Pam?
I know, and I'm kind of jumping ahead, but it ties back to this. I know that like there is no work plan item for a transportation master plan or mobility master plan or whatever we're calling that per se, because as I understand it, it's part of that comp plan. I think for me, what would help, and I love your train analogy, David, is because that is such a big thing, for our sakes, it would probably be good to list the individual trains so that we see what those are and what the timing on those are. Because otherwise we don't know. Like the climate action plan has its own line item, but I know that's also part of the comp plan, but the transportation master plan doesn't. So from my perspective, it's hard to know what's in that big stew and what's not.
So that's a very timely and appropriate comment as we're talking about on the back end about how to create a project tracking system that is public facing for the council, for the public to see where we are in all these projects and how they align. We do already have that graphic, and that we are, if you wanted to see it, you could see how they all line up. But it will be something we're going to turn out into a public facing graphic here fairly soon.
So for the purposes of today, how do we know, right? Like, until I talked to Audrey, like I was like, why is there no transportation master plan on the work plan? And it's like, well, it's part of the comp plan. So how do we know what's in that big stew at this moment as we're trying to review the work plan and give you our feedback on that?
Sounds like that would be a good, I mean, when you launch the comp plan process with the council, have you done that? Not yet?
Yeah, David, you want to?
We have kicked off the comprehensive plan. We do have a consultant under contract, and we are underway. We are in the process of finalizing the vision statement and the scope. We're doing quite a bit of work in the background as well. We should have a scope adopted by resolution, hopefully in March, a complete scope, a vision adopted in March, as well as a complete scope by March.
Okay, so and that will then you'll bring that back to council, and that will lay out, here's the scope, right? Here's how we're going to do it. Here's the sequence of events. Was that right? So when you say the vision, you don't mean the vision. You mean the vision for the comp plan process, or the vision for the city?
It's the city's community vision.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And to follow up on that, to Councilmember Stewart's question or inquiry, I think what I would ask is that we go through the work plan. I think a lot of these are going to come forward, and anything that doesn't, then we can come back and talk about. I think in some part what you're talking about is when do they all line up, and in some part it's how do they functionally line up. And I think those are two separate items, if that makes sense.
And I guess just tactically, like, you're going to want us to approve your work plan, and I want to be sure that I can be comfortable approving a work plan that doesn't specifically call out the transportation master plan, just as an example, right? And I'm not trying to pick on you guys, it just is kind of the most glaring example of like, that makes me really uncomfortable, right? To approve a work plan for 2023 that doesn't have us starting a transportation master plan. And if that's part of the comp plan, then let's call that out in the work plan so that it's clear to the council, it's clear to the community, and it's clear to the staff that that's something we're working on in 2023 and it's a priority.
And Councilmember Stewart, I appreciate that. I think the answer at the moment is that we probably won't be working on that in 2023 because we're doing other components that are building into that. And so that's where, again, this is for just 2023. We were budgeted through the budget process through 2024. And again, we're not seeing everything because this is the 23 work plan. And so if that's something, I'm not sure that we are ready to start. I'm going to look at Audrey just a little bit here. The TMP has some components that need to be built first before we're ready to kick that process off.
Yeah, We do have items, and I'll speak to those in a little bit, but the transit plan, for example, and the long-range system completion plan, how we build out our overall transportation network over 20 years, are work items on our 23 plan that will be done in parallel with the transportation element update of the comprehensive plan update.
And
So
are
all
those
three
not
of those
just
are done.
chapters in a transportation master plan?
Those are separate plans that will also be done in parallel with the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. So they're meant to look back on what we have done and where we are and where we can go based on housing and land use choices that we make as a city.
So Audrey, I'm going to just channel Pam for a moment here and just say, so the follow-up then would be, then when, I guess the question is, when does the transportation master plan start as a result of that? Is that post comprehensive plan completion, because that transportation element needs to be fully fleshed out, and we take that as the driver for the TMP moving forward?
So, lack of clarity about where you're going, not a good team value, but you have to, I mean, it sounds like, I'm almost thinking like some kind of big picture visual representation of the comp plan, the elements, and how they sequence and relate to each other, so that you have a roadmap about how it's going to proceed, and you can see when it's coming to you, because it is going to be a really big effort, and it's pretty complicated. It's fairly prescribed in state law about how it's supposed to be done, but you have a lot of flexibility with how you implement it for your community and how you do your community outreach and all.
Maybe some definitions too, because maybe my idea of a transportation master plan is different than yours, and that could be where we're kind of talking past each other. Like, to me, a transit plan and the walkability plan are parts of a transportation master plan, but maybe that's not what that means to you. So that might be a good starting point of defining what these deliverables are, so we're all talking about the same thing.
Okay, so as a follow-up item, I think that defining a little bit more what each of these elements includes and how far it goes. And it is, I mean, you know, it's just, if you're doing comp plans forever, it's like, it just makes sense to you, you know, but most people don't know that. Okay. So what else on the comprehensive plan update, generally speaking? Any questions or feedback? Because you'll see it keeps coming up over and over. It's like a, you know, bad penny. So
mine's a question, and it has to do with, don't we have to have certain things documented with the transportation master plan in order to qualify for certain grants, or am I not correct?
Well, we have to have a TIP, Transportation
TIP.
Improvement Plan, that qualifies you for grants, for state grants, right?
Yes, we have to have a TSIP, we call it a TSIP, but a
Okay.
6-year transportation plan completed and submitted to the state every year by
Right.
July 1st.
So,
That's the
but there's
qualifier
nothing
for
that
grants.
prohibits us, I mean, like, there's not, by not having a finalized transportation plan, that doesn't preclude us from getting any grants, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
However, it's really that 20-year lookout that's really key. That should feed our 6-year plans ultimately. So, especially with complex, large transportation projects that take much longer than 6 years to plan and budget for.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Comp plan. No problem. All right. So G2? Comprehensive Plan Development Regulation Amendments. This is 23 docket. And so, you want to talk about what this is, or does everybody know what this is?
I could provide some notes here on that. Purpose of the project is the annual docket determines the list of items that will go through review by the Planning Commission and City Council as possible amendments to the Comprehensive Plan or Development Regulations. Why we're doing it, the city's Title 24A requires the city to have an annual docketing process in conformance with RCW 3670A 130. What the status is, no docket requests have been received for the 2023 docket as of today. Applications can be submitted year-round with the annual submittal deadline being the first Monday in August at 5 p.m. This year, this is August 7th. What the next steps are, staff will work with communications to promote the August 7th docket request deadline to the public. Then on August 8th, 2023, staff will compile all requests submitted between August 1st, 2022 and August 7th, 2023. These requests will be reviewed for completeness, and staff will work with applicants to develop materials for Planning Commission City Council review. Please note that staff will also hold site-specific land use map amendment pre-application conferences if there are any proposed, and work with those asking for text amendment guidance as those requests come in. Also keep in mind that we're in the middle of the periodic update of the comprehensive plan, and most, if not all, items that would be docket requests should be instead directed to the periodic update process, as that is the appropriate place to send requests for changes to the comp plan at this point in time.
To the what process?
The comprehensive plan update process, the 2024
When
periodic update
due
process.
August?
Which is due in December of 2024.
Okay. So you're going to go out to the community and say, okay, community, this is your opportunity if you have things that you want, and probably planning department's aware of things that certain property owners or developers would like to see, and then, but you have to take that through the process.
Yeah, basically there's a process that we do annually that we have to open up, although we are recommending to anybody who has ideas or things they want to see changed that instead that they direct their engagement through the periodic update of the comprehensive plan, the big update.
Right.
Because otherwise they could tend to get lost in the background as a one-off amendment under the annual docket process.
Okay, so the difference between the big process, that you do the annual update, but you want to make sure that what you do in this cycle relates to the bigger picture. Is that fair? Okay. Anything you want to add here? Any questions? Understand completely.
The refresher of my memory. I know last year, we went through all the old docket requests as well, right? And so they've now all been closed. So when you said no new have been submitted, we're not going to look at those old ones. Some of them have been open for a very long time, and I know you've been in discussions with the community members to say, open a new request.
That's correct, yeah. Those through that process, they were either rolled into the scope of the 2024 major update of the comprehensive plan, or they were closed out as we had a rolling list, and we should clean that up. So we did, and if any new ones come in, then it will start anew on a new list. Thank you.
Okay, so the next thing that's going to happen is a residential development regulation cleanup. Apparently you've decided that that is a need, so can you talk about what that is?
Marilyn, actually, we were gonna, the names listed next to those are the ones we're gonna highlight, unless
David.
there are questions on those other
Okay.
components.
So in just a few words, what is that? Does everybody know what that is? Go ahead, what is it?
What this is after doing our development regs update phase 2 project, which was adopted in December of 2021, we recognized that there were some other changes that needed to be done as cleanup. There were some footnotes that need to be clarified. So what this is an opportunity for us to go in and properly number some items in our code. It doesn't actually change any of the language or the requirements. It's really more of a bookkeeping, and there are some typos or errors that would be considered as Scrivener's errors. However, due to the fact that there are several of them, we felt that it is better to take it to council and have council formally clean it up and have a public process and do it the right way.
Okay, so this is a cleanup exercise. It is just to say, make it correct, make it more right. Okay.
Quick question,
Yeah.
David. That's still going to go through the Planning Commission and then come to the City Council?
That's correct. We have it queued up for Planning Commission here very, very soon. Yep.
But it doesn't sound like there's a lot of big policy issues inherent in this. It's mostly just, how do we make the document better, easier to use? Okay. Arts strategic plan.
So Marilyn, we're strategically picking a few of these to highlight.
Okay.
So if there's a name next to it on the far right, those are the ones.
Those are the ones you're going to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just ask, does anybody have any questions about anything until we get to new labor agreements? HRIS, Arts Strategic, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. No.
No, you certainly can. We were just going to have staff speak to certain ones to highlight them. And if there are questions about the other components, we're happy to respond. We're just not going to give presentations on each one of them.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me. And I do have a question about the strategic arts plan in terms of who is giving the Arts Commission direction?
Well, I don't know if Anjali wants to take this one. I think the original answer is council.
That is right. It would be council. And we, as shown on the dates there, we aren't going to be starting this until the fall of this year, until we have staff resources. There was one position that we had asked for in the budget, which would have been able to kick this off earlier in the year. Since that position didn't come through, we're going to wait till we get further along in the pro plan and kick this off later in the year, once we have made enough headway.
Can I understand the impact? Does this make it so that the Arts Commission is hobbled?
Well, they might be doing one or two more projects without knowing that overall goals and policies. Right, but they've been doing it for many years, and so one more year won't make a big difference.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so going to Mark on labor agreements and class and comp.
So first, the labor agreement. The current AFSCME labor agreement with city employees is due to expire on the 31st of December of this year. And as a result, negotiations are quickly coming up, with the goal of having a new agreement in place right as or before the current one expires. And that's with a need to have a process for the labor group to ratify the agreement, and of course to bring it and have council be able to adopt it as well. So during that process, we will need council input and guidance as we move forward with the negotiations. Hopefully, we bring it through, leaving December, I think, as a buffer month, and get it all put into place hopefully by November.
So does class and comp study, it says that kind of that's starting sooner, or is that before?
Yep. So to go right into the classification and compensation study, the city is past due for such a study. It's a good practice, depending upon the entity, to have one approximately every 5 years, some say every 3 years. HRCC is currently under contract to conduct the study, and it is underway. Such a study takes a look at job descriptions, compensation comparisons, and compares like jobs across the local market to look at internal and external equity. And it ensures that we are competitive not only with our local market for staff, but also future staff. The work is scheduled to be done by late May, and that's the study proper itself. From there, there will be information that we will need to bring to council for some decision-making and some very close work with the union. Obviously, if you take a look at some of the timing, working on the classification and compensation study and results and labor negotiations are going to be, happening right there together. So that's going to be a busy time. Currently, we're in the information gathering stage and looking at job descriptions and doing the job description analysis. And again, there will be presentations coming to council to provide updates and also to provide input.
Any questions on this? Yes.
Yeah, when was the last study done? Because I thought I recalled that when we went into negotiations with the labor union the first time, we had done one of these studies as part of that.
Yeah, good question, council member. My understanding is that a study was never completed, the last version around in the 2018 timeframe, but that one was never completed or implemented. And prior to that, I'm not entirely sure how long ago it was prior to that point.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else on this contracts, comp and class? Okay. And then there's the employee handbook. So this is all on this. This is what's going on the high-performing government. Next.
So quick question on that last one. So I know we've been sort of working through some of the maybe sections in the employee handbook. I know we did like a couple amendments a few months ago, which the city council approved. Is this in addition to that? Like, is this more?
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, this is going to be a comprehensive update. You may recall we did an HR assessment where we had an entity come in and do a comprehensive look over all of the processes of HR, and a number of their action items pertain to either reinforcing some of the current policy language that we have in our handbook, or in some cases transferring it from a standalone policy to making sure it gets into the handbook. And then thirdly, now that we've had a labor agreement, there are a couple of components that don't quite have the same language, whether there are some duration of times. You may recall that we had some holidays that didn't line up over the last year or two. This complete update and review will correct all of that, and we'll also build in a process where, as we come into a new labor agreement, if we have some language there finally that also doesn't match with the updated handbook, we would bring those updates then at the time to either with the labor agreement or right after the labor agreement, with the goal of always keeping those two things in sync so that we are working with the like topics with the same set of language where we can. Otherwise, it makes it difficult for, staff managers to operate.
I'm really glad you pointed that out, because that was going to be my question on how do we do it with the labor agreement. So thank you. And I don't know if we want to, Mike, add that. I don't know if you want to add that to line 11, just to clarify, because I think it says employment laws, new city policies, and I don't know if labor agreement needs to be added in there, but I think if it's not clear, that will be incorporated as well.
We can make that update for the version that comes back to council.
Thank you.
Okay. Gary?
Just one more quick update that I think should be added to this list is the update to the purchasing guidelines.
Oh, is that taking place?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, is it not on the task list, but it's being done?
Mark? Yeah, I would say I don't want to spoil for a later comment I might make, but it is part and parcel with the grants and contracts unit. So I think it kind of fits in with that body of work as well. Thank you for bringing it up, Carrie.
Okay. And it could be that, again, things are fluid. You adopt something and then something changes or evolves. And as you do your DEI work, that often will impact and probably will impact the employee handbook as well. So I can expect that to happen. All right, anything else on this? Ready to go? Okay. Oh, environment. Okay, so David is going to lead this off.
All right, you on the Climate Action Plan. The purpose of the project is input from residents during the community visioning project and other planning efforts has identified the need for the city to develop a climate action plan to identify measurable actions that will reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions and climate impact while mitigating the impacts of climate change. City staff identified a grant opportunity from the state and received funding to start the project and build background. What the status is and the next steps are, we're currently completing the baseline analysis and beginning to identify reduction measures. After that, we will get into drafting of the actual climate action plan and then socialize it and bring it back to the Planning Commission and Council for review. The final product is a strategic framework for measuring, planning, and reducing the city's greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. Currently, the project is scoped and funded as a city climate action plan. However, the City Council and community has asked that we identify what additional resources would be needed to expand the project scope to include a community climate action plan that includes an ongoing outreach program and helps community members with understanding implications associated with daily household decision-making and consumption.
Yeah, so I think this is where I guess I was kind of getting at when we talked about the objectives and having the specific numbers in the objectives, because I think that helps to create that alignment. I know we got a great presentation. You guys have done a great start on this climate action plan, but the goals in that climate action plan were not actually aligned with the state mandated goals, right? Like, we're establishing a 2019 baseline, and we're going to do a 50% reduction on the 2019 baseline when I think the state requires it be on a 2007 baseline, which would be a very different number. So love the work that you guys have done, but I think this is where having that clarity of these are the numbers we have to hit, that specific and measurable is going to be important. So the work we do is like, we did this great effort, but we still didn't quite make it to the goal line because we weren't actually aiming for the goal line.
Yes, Amy?
What would be really helpful for me is to see like an overall outline of what the climate action plan is including. I know, we added the consumption portion last meeting, but we're 10 months away from looking at adopting one, and just not seeing what the overall just general buckets are that we're going to be covering is a little concerning to me.
And so those things, I don't know if they're already out there. Sometimes it's just resurrecting things that you've kind of already gone forward, but it's been a while since you've talked about them. So does that make sense, what she's asking for?
Yeah, so the first one, going back to Councilmember Stewart's comments. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I raised the identify, and because I think it's important that as we're making public policy that we include a public conversation about what our goals are. We realize that they are adopted by the state, the county, K4C, and that information is out there. However, not everyone in the community is fully aware of what that is. So we were hoping to have a conversation, and we did learn a lot from the presentation that we did with the council on that, and we will be coming back with a revised goal setting on that. With regard to what the content of the climate action plan includes, we currently still do not have authorization to include the community climate action plan component, because there will be an additional budget component with that. So we do need to have a discussion on what exactly that includes, and there are some options that we have that go along with certain budget allocations to include that work. We do have a rough outline of the climate action plan that with all the different options. So basically, based on what is currently budgeted and scoped, then if we were to take some additional incremental steps to add components of a community action plan to that, there are different chapters that we would add in order to account for those additional goals and those additional actions and measurements over time. So that's really the status. We're at a sort of a pivotal point in the project. We've done a lot of great background work, community profile, baselining. We're working on refining and revising the goal based on what we heard from the council at the meeting we had last. And we also have a cost estimate from the consultant to add the additional components that the council is interested in adding. And we need to bring that back to council and get direction from them in order to specify exactly what you want included in the ultimate climate action plan, which would be a city climate action plan as funded by our grant money, and whatever the council wants to include for what we call a community action plan going forward.
Does that help?
So I hear you, David, and I see from a workload perspective those two things being somewhat different, kind of like our DEIB program, right, where there's work we do internally in terms of our hiring practices, and then there's the work we do externally. When it comes to the climate, though, our goals are clear. Just like you do with a lot of the comp plan stuff, there's stuff that's mandated from the state or the Department of Commerce, and we just have to go make it happen because that's what the law is. I want to make sure we don't put too fine a point on this and start splitting hairs over the community versus the city. I mean, underneath the plan and the actions we take, I think it's fine to make that distinction, but we need a climate action plan that achieves the climate, the greenhouse gas reduction goals and other things we have to reach. And so like when I look on the objectives work page we got, right, there's one that says like for each stated climate goal, we have milestones and action plans to meet that, that's listed as a midterm goal, which is 2 to 5 years in the making. And my expectation, and maybe I'm alone, but my expectation was that a climate action plan would include that the climate action plan would actually identify, here are the goals, and here are the things, right, those strategies that we can take to achieve those goals, and that has to be in the climate action plan, which I thought was coming this year. So I just want to make sure, again, that we get clarity. And Scott, whatever it is you need from council to be able to broaden that scope, let's get that on the next agenda and have that discussion and put that to bed. And then the only other comment I'll make is, we've heard from the community a lot for a long time now. They want more direct community participation, and I don't see, the community climate commission or whatever you want to call it, I don't care, that isn't on the work plan either.
Yeah, if we could, I'd like to have, we've discussed this quite a bit, and I think we have a path forward that gets to that. So David, if you would.
Sure. One of the tools that we have identified for the comprehensive plan update, and we actually have funded and sort of sketched out as to how to use these, is the community advisory group tools. And we have pulled together a community advisory group. Let me see what the exact title of it was. A climate action plan community advisory group engagement strategy. And what this is it would immediately form a community advisory group where we would work on recruitment and appointments in March. We would seat it in April, and we would begin meeting the community advisory group. The community advisory group would work on providing that additional layer of community feedback on climate action strategies, and would help us really legitimize and socialize those strategies. And ultimately, that community advisory group would help us with one of the chapters we envision in the climate action plan is a chapter that identifies a strategy on establishing a sustainability commission, and will help set the charter and the work plan for the sustainability commission. And at that point in time, there is opportunity to directly roll over the community advisory group into a sustainability commission. That would probably happen right about the new year, so 23 going into 24. So what we would be doing is using a community advisory group to start to form and set all of the work plan and charter and all of the strategies that we include in the climate action plan. And ultimately, the community advisory group could then become the Sustainability Commission if there's interest on the part of the people who are participating, or if there's interest on the council in appointing them to that group.
So does that help?
Yes, let's show that on the work plan, because that's super exciting. Thank you.
You're doing things.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. So you're doing it. And some things are kind of in progress, right? And it's sort of second nature to what you're doing, and,
Well, I appreciate Councilmember Stewart's comment. And I think, we were bringing this to you. I appreciate David and the team doing some really great work in the short term here to get that pulled together. And so, in essence, we see that as part of the climate action plan component right there. But we can add context to that if that's helpful to help socialize it out externally.
So, and you talk about adding, it's just that, every time you add a board or advisory board or commission, there's care and feeding of them. It's like adopting a child, you've got a whole thing that goes with that. And so, and that has to be incorporated in your time to make sure that they feel effective and they feel impactful. Does that make sense? Okay, so can we go on to EV charging infrastructure? Unless you have something about the fleet. EV?
Yeah, I can provide a quick overview of this one. So we anticipate that we will begin an EV charging infrastructure plan later this year, likely in Q3. This plan will outline the steps that we need to take for the deployment and maintenance of EV charging stations at city facilities. It may look at things such as the types of charging stations that we need, for example, level 2 versus level 3, their locations, the cost of installation, and funding options to pay for them. May also include details and policy on how the charging stations will be operated and maintained. And this new work plan item will support Council's goal by encouraging adoption of electric vehicles and reducing the community's dependence on fossil fuels. So that will provide the longer-term plan for EV charging stations. In the near term, our Parks, Recreation, and Facilities Department will be adding a limited number of new charging stations starting at the end of this year into next year. And that's item E8 on the work plan, which Anjali will cover in a moment. But happy to answer any questions on the planning component.
Questions?
Yeah, sorry, just to understand, so like when we think about, and this is where there's such an intersectionality, when we think about EV charging stations and we think about the comp plan updates and we think about some of the development regulations, I love that this is going to address it at city facilities, but what about for those who live in apartment buildings? Like, how are we addressing the, sort of overall EV charging infrastructure holistically? Because I think there's a plethora of components to it. There's the development regulations of how many EV charging stations per parking space do we need to have, and how do we build that into other things. And then there's how do we retrofit not just on city facilities, but maybe, and when we say city facilities, does that mean on, like where we have on-street parking as well, or is that somehow separate? What about our existing commercial areas and doing that? So I'm just wondering where all that fits in, because this is a great item and I love it, but I don't know where all those other pieces might fit.
I appreciate that, Councilmember. I think if I were to put a fine point on it, I'd say we're trying to take bite-sized chunks at the moment as we are building out the overall climate action plan. And I anticipate that the overall plan will identify the need to do all that follow-up work. We know what we have control over, and so we're gonna take steps forward while that plan is being built. To your point previously, that we don't have to wait. So we're trying to find items where we could do work now while that plan is being developed, recognizing that there is a much broader component that has to be addressed.
Okay, anything else on EV? Okay, so now some of these things you might notice, for instance, the critical areas ordinance, that's mandatory, that you're going to do that. And then you want to talk about, can we skip forward to the pros plan? Anjali?
Sure, and if it's actually okay, I'll talk about E8 just to provide continuity with E3. So while the infrastructure plan is being thought through for the EV charging stations and follow up on Scott's bite-sized chunks, the project that we will be taking on is a nibble. It's basically adding a few charging stations. We are seeing more staff have electric vehicles, and so we currently have 2 EV charging stations in our City Hall garage and 2 for the public up front at City Hall. So we're looking to add 1 more up front and then 2 more in our City Hall garage. MOC, we have a few staff who have electric vehicles. We have no charging stations there, so we are going to be adding 2 charging stations there as well. And then again, this is a small project, but if budget allows and we can pull it off, we will also get a few EV charging points at the Community and Aquatic Center. That is already got some rough-ins, so it should be fairly easy. So budget permitting, we'll be doing that.
Okay, cool.
What about schools? Because that doesn't fall directly, but that would be, I feel like that would be a partnership potentially, or is that something we should just go talk to the school board? Because again, when I think about, like, I love how you're approaching it. We have employees, people have to commute here from other places, and having a place to charge is important. What about teachers, especially some of our teachers who have to commute, over an hour? How do we help that? And Scott, is that something we just go talk to the school board about, or can we partner?
I'm sure we might be able to partner. I think that's a little bit of a broader conversation, and I think once, again, the climate action plan, my anticipation is it's going to highlight a number of areas where we need to do a more detailed plan, and I think that would be one of those pieces. Again, how do we both socialize and, to your point, partner in the community to do these things? Where should they go? How many? What type? All those things are questions and conversations that we would have to collectively have as we build out these. That one plan alone is going to drive our work plan for quite some time to come, is my guess.
So it's kind of this post-pandemic, let's go to electric vehicles. I mean, what's behind us and what's ahead? That's pretty big change, kind of a sea change. Okay, and then now you want to go to the pros plan? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
We just skipped over E6, the Eastside Climate Challenge, and I just noticed the start date is Q1 2021. It should be 2023, I believe. And also, since we are paying for joining the Eastside Climate Challenge, it should be critical because we're already paying to participate. So,
Okay. Got that, Mike? Does anybody have an issue with that? Updating the date, it's just like, yeah. All right.
and marking that as critical. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now pros. Okay.
Now pros plan. All right. So this year we are going to be working on updating our Parks, Recreation and Open Space Plan, which we will be calling our pros plan update. We'll be adding an S to pro. And we are required to do this every 6 years. And our current plan runs from 2018 to 2023. So we will need a new one in place by next year. This directly feeds in and is a component of the comprehensive plan. And a little bit of what was discussed this morning, it's not necessary that we have to rewrite this. In fact, this is going to be an update to see what we've accomplished in the last 6 years and some goal setting for the next 6 years. We'll have robust community outreach and engagement in the spring, actually all the way from April through September. And we'll be doing a needs assessment, a statistically valid survey, and we'd be also coordinating our efforts with the comp plan so that the community is tracking how this plan fits into the other plans that the city is working on. And if all goes according to plan, we should have a draft in front of council by October of this year with the goal to adopt by the end of the year.
Big effort. And then the Lower Commons Master Plan.
We are going to be working specifically on one parcel of Lower Commons, and that is something which we currently call the Notch property. And this is basically the name given to the city-owned parcel that is not currently used as a park. It's currently actually used for as a storage yard by our Public Works team. And we've worked on and off about how this parcel will fit into the new town center. It's actually the southernmost parcel of what will be the green spine in the town center. So we've started and stopped because we kind of have to follow with what the edges to this parcel will be, and that will be what the developer chooses to build. And now that we are at a point where the developer is defining what the blocks east and west and north of this parcel will actually have, we are kickstarting a process to figure out the design for the city property to make sure that the city's needs and interests as identified in the town center infrastructure plan are actually possible on this parcel. And some of it is also just making sure there's great differences across the parcel. So just making sure that the spaces will flow seamlessly. For the end user, it should be a seamless flow of spaces between what's built and your open space. So we'll be working on that this year as well. And we started this late last year, and we again hope to finish this project by the end of this year. And the outreach will not be as at the same scale of a master plan because so much else is determined already by the infrastructure plan. So we will have an abbreviated version of what we would typically do for our community engagement and outreach.
Okay, so your Public Works is giving their storage space to Parks for park? Yes, they are.
Parks has loaned us space to Public Works.
Oh, okay. So whose space is it? So that's good. But a good point, I guess I want to
draft on them. In this particular, this is an example of a kind of project where you wouldn't necessarily do a full-blown community, what should be here kind of process, because so much is already set in stone. I mean, some of it is required. And so you can nibble on the edges about, you know, what should we have here, or something like that. Yeah. All right, anything about the notch? All right. So, so we're going to skip down to Audrey about hydrology regulations, but is there anything up above there that you want to talk about that's not highlighted? Okay.
This is an effort that began in the second quarter of 2021, and we are just finishing this actually up this quarter, and we are coming to council to present our findings from this study on March 21st of 23. This was a study that looked at hydrology within specific drainage areas of the city, and the data that we have collected has been really actually enlightening. It was really hard to calibrate our models for the George Davis Creek drainage area, and so that has been actually really valuable information to us, especially as we have our design project underway, which is a separate effort. At the 21st meeting, we will be summarizing all of our different modeling scenarios, looking at our area geology and groundwater influence in all of our data that we collected during the time. And then our experts will be explaining what this information is and what potential policy adjustments council could consider for the future. Essentially, a lot of this work was revolved around areas within the city that were developed before there were any flow control or water quality areas, so it really was enlightening to collect some of this data. So looking forward to the presentation on the 21st. Any questions?
Questions about this? Or the next two? Lewis Thompson and George Davis. So these are all creeks. It's water, hydrology, right? It's
these are
watershed
all,
and things like that, yeah.
All these items fall under our stormwater utility.
Okay.
I just had a quick question about George Davis Creek. And I have to thank Mary Wichter publicly. She took me on a tour quite recently of all the various creeks in Sammamish, and we looked at George Davis Creek. And we know she pointed out to me, and I noticed like lots of gravel and sediment at the very bottom, and how that's all kind of impacting. And do we have a plan? Because even if we carry out the plan that we have, how are we mitigating all of that gravel that kind of comes from above and comes back down? Are we going to end up kind of back at square one again? And so I was kind of interested, and maybe today is not the time to have that in-depth discussion, but that's just something that when I think about this George Davis Creek project, and I think particularly about the Kokanee and the alternate on the Kokanee work group with Councilmember Treen, and we talk about that, and the numbers from the Kokanee recently have not been great. So just wondering, with the completion of this project, will we really get some of the outcomes that we're hoping for? So I would be interested later on in having a discussion about what are we going to do about all that kind of sediment that kind of comes down from the uplands.
We are looking at the sedimentation analysis with the design of the project, and this project has been designed with a lot of partner agencies along the way. We've been lucky enough to receive grant funding from different agencies as well, working with RIRA 8 and the Kokanee Work Group along the way. I am coming to council, I believe, February 14th to provide an overview of all of our public works projects and kind of get into a little bit more of the details on the 14th. I did want to take a few minutes to highlight, we also have one of our basin plans kicking off. I believe that's E16, and that's Pine Lake Creek Basin Plan. So with the enhanced level of service that council adopted for the stormwater utility, this was one of the items that comes along with that. So our goal is to complete a basin plan within the city every 2 years, which is a pretty rigorous goal. We have kicked this effort off already, and we are anticipating completing that by second quarter of 2024. There will be a whole lot of outreach and engagement opportunities along with this basin plan, along with modeling work and different things along the way. And what typically comes out of basin plans, they are I guess, a watershed or basin report card. And so what comes out of those are recommendations, and the projects that come out of these plans end up on our 6-year capital plan list. Some of those are Lewis Thompson project and George Davis. Any questions?
Yes.
So on that one, though, am I correct in that it doesn't include the lake?
We are
Does
taking a look at the lake.
Oh,
as
we are
part of it.
taking.
Yeah, it's part of the basin.
Excellent.
Part of the drainage area. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this? Okay, so now we go straight from environment to trust and transparency. These aren't any particular order, I guess. So trust and transparency. And so it looks like Jim is going to do a new website launch. Talk about that.
So as I touched on it earlier today, responding to some questions, the new website will be launched on February 28th. That's a hard date that we're going to stick to. No, we didn't have the 29th. We would love to do it on the 29th. So our consultant is working through the final changes from all the feedback we've received, both public and from council. And from there, we're talking to in-house from staff content providers, those editors in-house. They're meeting next week, 30th and 31st, to finalize and get their basically their ducks in a row. And as well, then the training starts off for them on February 13th through the 17th. The go live, as I mentioned, February 28th. And then we're also working with Joy on the communications side of it as to when that pumps out to the public so that they see and hear about it when it's coming.
Yes, Scott?
And if I could just highlight a couple of the things that I think we're really looking forward to with the new website, one of which I know this has comes up a lot. The PRRs will be available now when we do a disbursement. Those will be available to go on and grab on the website. That we'll have that functionality, so we're looking forward to that. So that will hopefully cut down maybe on some future PRRs. In the vein of trust and transparency, to be able to get more information available to folks. Joy's been great helping us, making sure that all of our pages look roughly similar, have the same look and feel, and so that and Jim and the team has done an amazing job to get us to a point of really being able to much more easily find information on the site, and it will all be contained on that site. So I'm really appreciative of that whole team to get us to this point. It's been a big, huge lift, and I really appreciate council's care and feeding of that to help us get to this point.
So yay team. Amy?
A number of the council members have mentioned adding a performance dashboard, and that would be on the website. And I know that launching a website is, a lot of work. And so where in the process would we be looking at some sort of dashboard? Is that like a year out, or is there something we could implement that is more like fairly basic with the data that we already have? Just those questions.
So Mike, is that you?
Yeah, we have a small staff team internally looking at different tools that we can use for that dashboard. There's a variety of different service providers, and we're actually, Lacey set us up with one of her former coworkers who walked us through kind of what they were doing down in Texas and also some of the other options available. So we're kind of in the process of trying to determine which tool is the best for our needs. And then I would anticipate probably towards the end of Q2 is when we would have something up on the website. But again, we're still kind of at just trying to make sure we have the right tool going forward phase.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
So rather than creating it all yourself, if there's a tool out there, do it, just use it. Okay, you have records management and communications strategy. That's big. So city newsletter, does anybody do you want to talk about the communication strategy or anything before we skip to the newsletter? Okay, go.
So I'm happy to have been brought on to work on several projects, but one of them being the city newsletter. As far as I can tell, the last one was done in May of last year. So we've got this one in design. It'll go to over 22,000 addresses in Sammamish. Most of that's a simplified mailing, so it'll go saturated. And then right now it's designed as a 12-page newsletter. It's completely redesigned from how it used to look, with the goal of hoping people hold on to it and keep reading it, so it has an attractive cover. The idea, that people would keep it on their kitchen counters or even on their coffee table for a little while longer to actually read the materials that are in it. It'll include the council goals. It has information from across all of the city departments. It also has a 2-page spread in the middle about community involvement, all the different ways that people can get involved. And that'll arrive the first week of March. Yay! From then, the plan is to continue putting it out every 2 months for this year. And I just commend this member City Council for being supportive of this. It's a very, it's the most comprehensive way really to reach everybody who lives here. And it's a great way to drive people then to the city's other communication tools, the social media, the new website, and the different listservs that the city has. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Go again, yay team. Things are happening. Any questions on the newsletter? Yeah, Patricia.
Question. So you said 22,000 residential addresses?
Yeah, 22,000 addresses. The number they have, it's 22,734 addresses that they've counted so far. We'll get an exact count once it actually goes out.
So does it also go out to businesses, local businesses?
Yeah, so it's all addresses within Sammamish.
Oh, okay. All right, great, thanks.
All right, any other questions on the newsletter? All right. Okay, so after that we have, I don't know if you want to talk about the survey. Well, code of conduct and code of ethics I think you're going to talk about later, so you don't need to talk about that now. But the survey, and then going down to the next one is new grants and contracts staff unit. Mark.
Well, as I suggested earlier, we are creating a new grants and contracts unit here at the city. So the city enters into about 100 contracts each year. Approximately half of those are over at the Maintenance and Operations Center and are unique to the type of work that they do. And the remainder half come out of City Hall, primarily professional services contracts and such. There's been a real decentralized process where MOC has a dedicated source that's basically been taking care of those very topic-specific ones. And, people coming out of City Hall have kind of done it on a bit of an ad hoc way, getting some help from people that have done one before, running it through legal. But we've had some issues as it relates to versions of contracts and making sure that we're using the most current template with the most current legal approved language and such. So the unit will combine processes, it'll provide standardization, it will oversee and automate the process, and it will ensure that, for, professional services contracts, again, that we have all of the right paperwork and it follows the right process, so by the time it goes into being executed, we're good. It will also track kind of the life cycle of our contracts so that we know that we have spending bandwidth on a contract as invoices come in, that we know when the expiration dates are. So if there's a project that needs an extension or an amendment, we can catch that early and get those things into place before they expire. It makes life a little easier on fiscal as they receive invoices and see that we still have the authority to pay them. We are currently in the planning stages. The unit is comprised of existing staff that have had expertise in this area and dealt with it before, and it's being run under the loving care of Lacey, who comes with some experience and some enthusiasm. So we're really looking forward to that. We're working towards a presentation to the leadership team on exactly how we're structuring it, with the hope of getting some input to make sure there aren't some things or some struggles or some tough points that we haven't thought of to incorporate. And then we plan to begin to roll it out. Part of this will be a kind of an automated workflow as well, so that we're able to move around and make sure that we don't have versioning problems as we either go to have things checked or as we're passing around for signature and stuff. And then we'll have a good archiving system as well. Along with that, of course, is the new procurement policy, which I'd be remiss if I didn't mention again. And that covers much of the process and provides some guidance, but it will also be something that we will roll out in conjunction with this unit starting up.
Okay, Scott? And then
I just,
Pam?
Mark, will you touch on the grants piece as well, just really quickly?
Sorry, I should be reading my own bullets. Part of this is the grants component. So we have an individual who is receiving some additional training at the moment, and we will be assisting with and overseeing grants that the city goes out to get. Part of that will be meeting with each of the department directors, getting to know what type of projects or work they would like to find grants to do, and then assisting them or going through and proactively searching out grants that marry up people that would like to give money for that kind of work to entities like us to get that work done. And then we will help with crafting the grant paperwork, running it through its process, helping with performance metrics down the road, and then again, overseeing sort of the compliance and management of the nuts and bolts of the timing and such. Thanks, Scott. That was.
So, yes, Machine?
Sorry, Mark, my question was about grants, so thank you for mentioning that. And that person who will be in charge of that whole grant writing situation, do we have that person in place right now?
Yes, we do.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, grants. Grants, not just free money, they come with overhead. And if you don't dot all the I's and cross all the T's, the auditor will get you. Okay, so anything more about that? Yes, Pam?
Yeah, I'm excited about this. So if I understand correctly, so you're going to be looking at, not just like the templates, which will include, if we have DEIB or sustainability requirements or whatever, but also would that look at like standardizing the RFP process to make sure that, and how that gets communicated so we're all aware of when things are going out, we know where to find them, all of that as well?
Yes, we've just been recently talking about specifically the RFP process. As a part of that, as a couple of us have been trying to do it and asking around, hey, how do we do it here? And you find the person that did it the last time and try to mimic it, but we're going to use the same process that I described, like for professional services contracts, to have a template in place that have the course and MAMISH information, be able to get it out in the same process. People can get used to, how the RFPs are advertised, where you can go find out about them, and also have a bit of standardization as they come in and people assess them and awards are given.
Great, I love that. And then I think you touched a little bit on the management of the contracts, so we can avoid sort of the situation that says, if I have a contract and it's expiring, middle of March, I want to make sure that my run rate of expenses is not going to exceed that, and if it is, we get that extension signed prior to the work being done, right?
Yes, it's both the expiration of perhaps the contract itself, but also the amounts in there to make sure that we still have an amount that we can charge against it. And if not, then we will assist in putting together an amendment and get it through ahead of that, so that we, again, it gets very difficult for finance to deal with those when we have either an expiration or we don't have any money still associated with the contract.
Yeah, I just don't want to see us in that situation again where services are being rendered and bills are being accumulated, but we've already hit our spending limit, so I love that. And then for the grants, it sounds like you're going to be helping people apply and manage the grants. Ping me after this, because I have to remember there was a presentation that we got, and I can't remember if it was from King County or PSRC, but there are a number of entities around the region that are trying to do some consolidation of grant opportunities as well, that we should plug you into, because this is, obviously, we're not the only ones having this issue. Oh, and please don't work, Lacey, too hard that we lose that enthusiasm.
No, this is exactly what she's enthusiastic about.
You work them until you see them sweat, and then you go, okay, we should back off. Yeah. So so do you have like a threshold, a monetary threshold for when you go for an RFP?
There are a couple of different guidelines for that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Just so that you know that you don't go do an RFP every time you execute a contract, but sometimes it's important. Okay, anything else on this? All right, so now we are going to Aaron for financial statements, audit, and accountability. And by the way, somebody asked me, do you have fiscal policies? Yes, you do. And so you have fiscal policies, and those that's going to guide your path to fiscal sustainability. It sets your reserve, it sets your reserve targets, it sets your policies around expenditures and revenues and all those kinds of things. So yes, you do. So time to talk those out.
That's going to be on my next topic. But this one here on the audit side, financial statement audit and the accountability audit are the two annual audits that the city gets every year, and it's done by the independent state auditor's office that comes in and does those audits. So we anticipate that to occur second quarter or third quarter. So the May is the deadline for the city to submit the financial data to the state auditor, and then they send in their audit teams typically after May to wrap up those two audits. So one other note on this, there's sometimes a third federal single audit that they will do, depending on what federal funds have been received by the city. We're not anticipating that for the 2022 year that we just closed. So we'll likely see that in 2023 based off of our activity levels on federal funds. But it should just be the two audits for 2022.
All right. Question?
Aaron, did we ever get the completion of the 2021 accountability audit?
No, we haven't gotten their final exit yet on that one.
Thank you.
We're waiting for them to. We did on the financial statement, so there's the two pieces, right? Yep.
Okay, any other questions here? Okay, moving forward. We're on safety now. We've moved from finance to safety. And so Mark, CEMP?
So a little earlier today when we were talking about safety, the same term came up, a comprehensive emergency management plan. In this particular case, this is the official comprehensive emergency management plan that ends up being submitted to the state. And ours expires after this year, and we are due for a new one beginning in 2024. So we are beginning, much like some of the other kind of comprehensive plan discussions that we've had earlier today, we're beginning our process for putting together this comprehensive plan. And it's being overseen and we're being assisted with it by our contract partners from Eastside Fire and Rescue, who we contract for some emergency management services from. And we will be working through that process in consultation with a group that's been put together by the city. And I believe there's also some community input that goes into this as well. This will be coming to council both for updates and for input and then for adoption before it gets submitted to the state.
Questions? Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who is actually driving this? Is Sammamish driving this, or is Eastside Fire and Rescue driving?
This is the city's plan, and it's the city's responsibility to have it. We are assisting in getting it done through our contract with Eastside Fire and Rescue, but it's our plan and it's our responsibility to do.
So it'll be different potentially than other cities that also have a contract with Eastside Fire and Rescue, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I won't model in this. And okay, I think so. That's on your plate then to drive, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Questions about the emergency plan? Okay, thank you. Building code update next. Oh, snow and ice response level of service. How timely is that? Yes. Clear your sidewalks. All right, so Audrey?
Sure. As you're aware, we have a very excellent level of service for snow and ice removal in the city. So we would like to come back. Hopefully our snow and ice season is over in March this year, but we're planning to come back March or April to council to discuss some details and considerations for the future. Do we maintain that level of service? It obviously comes with a budget price tag, or are there some other considerations that we could take a look at for some other opportunities? So, and we'll also take a look at some possible technology and equipment considerations for the future, as well as environmental considerations.
Excuse me? You can say it out loud. No more snow plows?
Sorry, I was joking. I was like self-driving snowplows. I mean, how could that possibly go wrong?
Yeah, yeah. Just when you think this is just a one-off event, it's like, oh, well, there's an ice storm. Okay, so then after that, we're getting into Anjali, Station 82 renovation. Oh, that's in the Parks Department? No, it's in the...
Well, we are the Parks and Recreation and Facilities and Fleet.
Oh, okay, there you go. That makes sense then.
It's us, Scott. It's not show off.
Finally, we're always sitting up, right?
This is actually a fairly exciting project. We are currently working on the design and permitting phase to renovate Fire Station 82, which is the one on 228th or Sahali. And after this, we will also be looking at Fire Station 83 on Issaquah, Pine Lake Road next. And these renovations are an outcome of a building analysis that was done back in 2018, as well as a feasibility for renovation in 2020. And this renovation really helps bring this building to current codes. We are actually going to meet and exceed the code because we'll also be including a number of sustainable elements as had been required and requested by council. And we will also be adding 6 single occupant gender-neutral sleeping rooms and separating out the fitness room. It's currently in the apparatus bay, so we're actually separating contaminated spaces from spaces that people will be using. And we'll be redesigning the kitchen and upgrading the mechanical and electrical systems. The project is scheduled to go out to bid in April of this year and will take about 16 months to complete. So it will be completed next year. It will add a little over 1,000 square feet to the building, and the total estimated cost is about $8 million.
Question?
I just want to thank staff, EFR, and the youth in our community, because I think this project is a perfect example of community engagement where you guys got started on this. The youth wanted to see more sustainability. They leaned in real hard, and you guys worked with them, and EFR worked with them, and came up with some real parts to this project that we could include to make it more sustainable. So I love this project. I think it's a great model of how we can really engage parts of the community that care deeply and have great outcomes. So thank you for that.
A fire station, to remodel it, you have to take it out of service for a bit, yes? And so you do that somehow.
I just wanted to thank Anjali for kind of going back and revisiting the solar portion, the solar panels that we wanted to revisit, and the cost and the feasibility of that.
Okay, another win. Okay, okay, that's it for safety. Is there more on safety, Mike? Nope.
Oh, I had another question. There were a few council members that had mentioned a baseline for safety. I don't know if that's something the police chief can address.
So a baseline for safety, like levels of service, or?
Well, on the objectives, it mentioned updating the police services study to determine the city's safety baseline.
Okay.
So there's that perception versus reality.
Okay.
I think it would be really helpful to have insight from you, as to how we can accommodate that, the perception versus reality from our community. How do we address that?
Mm-hmm. And so is the gap in between the reality of the level of service you're providing and what they perceive the level of service is?
Not just level of service, but like actual crime rates.
Okay. Okay. right?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think we can be far more transparent with the crime trends. I think we discussed that a little bit earlier, but, and being really realistic with what those numbers mean. In one of those conversations that we had earlier over coffee, when we talked about, for instance, if there were 2 armed robberies in 2021, and then there's 4 armed robberies in 2022, those numbers at face value are staggering. It's a 100% increase, but those are still incredibly small numbers in comparison to other geographical regions. So I think we just need to be really upfront with and doing comparisons between quarterly and year-to-year crime trends throughout the region, and in comparison to some of our surrounding neighborhoods. So in comparison to Woodinville and Redmond, and see how those numbers are trending.
So would that be something like we could put on our performance dashboard, for instance?
Oh, certainly, yes. And I think I have those numbers readily available and upon request.
Okay.
That'd
Scott,
be
did
great,
you
thank
want
you.
to weigh in?
Well, all I was gonna say is I think we'll have to figure out the right way to share those out. Where's the right? Do we do some sort of dashboard, or is it on the web page? And is it a dashboard, or is it just the numbers themselves with context? I think we'll have to look at the right approach to that. But yeah, I think we can tackle that one.
Okay, so that's all also consistent with the idea that people feel safe, that they live in a community that they feel safe. How do you make them feel safe? They have actual information about what does and doesn't happen in the city and how you react to it. So that makes some sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just want to echo and thank you, Pam and Amy, for bringing that up. I think having that data points is going to be really, really important. I mean, I think probably folks, and you alluded to that earlier, about the fentanyl issue in Sammamish, and we're already getting texts from our people who live here saying they're really concerned and we need to address that. And I think the more transparent we are, the more the community knows, and again, the resources, I think we all feel a little safer. So yes, I would love to see that. And I think I'd probably send in an email saying, Chief, if you can come in front of the council and do presentations like on a quarterly basis or something, just us having that, and that way too, the data is out there, right? Like when you present it to us. So I think starting that again, that would be really fantastic, because I know we used to get it from Chief Bennett a long time back. So thanks.
So yeah, what are you doing about the issue? I know there's lots of things going on, I'm sure, Pam.
Scott, I know it's been like you've had 2.5 hours to figure this out, but when we talked about the objectives, right, we talked about safety might be bigger. Obviously, it was just this morning we talked about that. How will you guys kind of digest that and come back with any potential updates to the work plan around the other parts of safety that we don't have incorporated in here, right? We're really just talking about, I think, some of those bigger pieces, and we talked about, where to safe routes to school and lighting and all those other things. So is that something you guys will, when you bring back the work plan for official approval, or is how should we expect to see the things that we talked about this morning and the changes we want to see this morning? Obviously, they're not reflected in this, and we wouldn't expect them to be. How should we see that reflected back to us, I guess is the simple question.
So you're stealing the thunder of the wrap-up portion of.
Oh, sorry. Darn it. Spoiler alert.
The short version is that the team, we're going to go back and we're going to review all this and come up with proposals for how to address those, whether it's in the work plan or in combination with what is in the objectives, to say, because again, this is not the entire work plan. These are just the big items.
Right.
And so something like this, it's important, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a big item. For instance, the dashboard piece, because it's not something that's going to require big public involvement and that kind of stuff. We can do that. We can come to you and share that out. We'll work with the chief and his team to pull that together. And so we'll show that when we come back to you. There'll be and we'll figure out the right approach for it, or a proposed approach, if you will.
Great. Because I think things like the safe routes to school, that's one of those, I keep coming back to that because I feel like it checks a lot of boxes, right? It's a transportation issue, it's a safety issue, it's a lot of things. And so how do we make sure we get it on the work plan somewhere? It's really possibly a traffic issue, right? If we can create those safe routes to school, we might be able to reduce the number of people that get driven to school, all those things. So
Yeah, and the Safe Routes to School program is actually a transportation program that currently exists, so.
Yeah.
So that's part of that, and that do you do like school zone cameras or red light cameras or anything?
I know Councilmember Stewart's interested in those. I think that's
sorry.
another conversation that requires a little more, data and analysis.
There's a lot to that, yeah. She did, yeah. It's just, I know a lot of cities are doing it, and it's not as straightforward as people might think, so. Okay, so anything else on safety? Okay, moving on. DEIB. Oh, no. Yeah, yes, we can. Let's take a 15-minute break right now, okay? 2:15. See, council's all here, okay. All righty, so we're on to DEIB, and this is about the work that's planned around this, and I'm turning it over to Mark.
And this particular topic is DEIB training, and this came up earlier today as well when there was some discussion about DEIB. It's a key foundational part of any DEIB program that gets put together is training. It's vital to have all the political leadership team, the city's boards and commissions and staff all working from the same form of reference and foundational knowledge base on the topic. Training is coming to council, to boards and commissions, and to the leadership team. We're still finalizing some of the details, but we expect to have somebody come who provides this type of training to just those types of bodies throughout the region. So a very experienced individual, experienced working with councils, boards, and commissions on this topic. And we're still, again, working on the final details of things like duration of the training, and a date and a time. From there, training will branch out and go through all staffs so that everybody will have the same sort of foundational understanding of the topic and where we're going.
Okay, questions on the training. So this is preceded by the program development, and then you do the training, right?
Recognizing that this core introductory training is important, we're doing a little bit of that in tandem. So we're making some progress on a couple of elements that we know are going to be part of any basic formation, and we're getting the assistance from somebody who does this type of thing. So we're kind of doing them a little bit in tandem so that we begin to make some progress through, and particularly in the leadership arena, it's really important, I think, for everybody to see, following up on the resolution that went through council, the buy-in and the importance that this topic has for the city as we move forward.
Okay, any questions? Yes?
So the program, is that the internal program, or is that the overall DEIB for internally at City Hall as well as for the community at large?
Yes.
It's both, okay. And then a more specific question, I see we have senior services and art sculpture on here. What about so as Anjali and her staff are working on an update to the PROS plan, what about things like accessibility in our parks as part of that? It feels like we need to have things built into our program or requirements that Anjali can make sure are then incorporated so that, again, there's a consistency of all the things we do, whether it's build a park or a building or a sidewalk, that they all have those same elements in them. How's that kind of coming together? Or
Mark, and then
part of the introductory work that we're doing as we form the program is to take a bit of an inventory of the various pieces that are DEIB related that the city already has, whether it's the statements and hiring practices that we have in HR, whether it's the women and minority businesses language that's in the new draft procurement policy, whether it's considerations like you just mentioned, so that we really know where those components are and we can bring them in and weave them together. I think understanding the importance of this topic and how it permeates everything that we do need to look at this work through some of that lens as we move forward with everything.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this? Okay. So senior center services. Mike?
Yeah. During last year's retreat, council prioritized a work plan item to identify a location for senior programming in the city. And this is because there was and currently is no regular meeting place for seniors on the plateau. Staff subsequently did that research, presented it to council, and as a result, the Beaver Lake Lodge was identified as the location. We released that RFP, and the Human Services Commission has reviewed the proposals that we received in response, and this recommendation will be handed off to council on February 7th, so you'll hear a lot more about this in a couple weeks. The commission has a recommended service provider who is proposing to provide a variety of culturally nuanced programs to our seniors, which is in support of council's DEIB goal. And we've heard time and time again that isolation is a major problem for our seniors, especially during COVID, so we're very excited to see this new service take shape.
And we're not getting any younger. No, okay. So any questions on the senior centers, senior services? Sounds like it's underway.
Question. So when we say it ends in 2024, what really ends? Because we want the senior services to hopefully continue for a very long time.
Absolutely, that's a great question. The reason that we have it shown as ending at the end of 2024 is because our contract would be for a 2-year period. And so we're basically doing this as sort of a trial run, a beta test with this new provider to see what the demand is and the response is, and then we can reevaluate at the end of that period and extend that contract or find a different approach to delivering these services.
Okay, anything else on the senior services? Okay, moving on. Is there anything after this? Okay, housing, here we go. Housing, so yes, back to the comp plan. David.
Right, so consistent with what we were talking about with All Roads Lead to the Comprehensive Plan, the Housing Action Plan is one of the parallel projects we are currently working on. The Housing Action Plan will help inform the housing element of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan update and will be a useful tool as the city works to meet current and future housing policy requirements. To assist with funding this work, staff identified and the city received a Department of Commerce Housing Action Plan grant. The Sammamish Housing Action Plan must be adopted by June 15, 2023 under the grant and must meet commerce requirements. The City Council approved a contract with Community Attributes in March of 2022. The scope of work for this project includes public engagement and data analysis to inform a housing needs assessment, which is now complete, the identification of strategies and other tools to address the needs identified in the housing needs assessment, and the consolidation of background information, strategies, and actions into a final adopted housing action plan. At this time, the first 2 phases are essentially complete, and we are in the process of developing the housing action plan. Regular progress reports have been made to Commerce per the grant requirements, and we are moving forward with finalizing some of the housing elements, the housing strategies associated with the action plan. The next steps include a work session and public hearing with the Planning Commission and the draft housing action plan release, followed by a work session and public hearing with the City Council to finalize the plan. Community events are complete for this project, but the public is encouraged to attend and provide public comment at the upcoming meetings. These meetings include a March 2nd, 2023 Planning Commission work session to review the draft, an April 6, 2023 Planning Commission public hearing on the draft, a May 9th, 2023 City Council study session to review the Planning Commission recommendation, and a June 6, 2023 City Council public hearing and potential adoption of the Housing Action Plan.
Okay, so questions on the housing action plan, the timing or how that goes? Roisin?
David, you may have answered this for me before, but I'm just trying to get a better picture. When we're talking about the housing action plan and what I think, when I think of this, I think I'm going to get some data on, when we look at our gap analysis, this is the kind of housing that we're missing, this is the kind of housing that we have too much of, this is the kind of housing that we need for these income levels, and this is the housing that we do or doing. Are we going to get that kind of information from this whole event?
So there is some of that information in the housing needs assessment. However, much of this has been eclipsed by a very large state mandate that largely renders many of those questions sort of, I'll say, insignificant as compared to what we're being tasked with accommodating by the state. So although we might have certain wants and needs internal to the community, the state and the county are telling us what we must do. So ultimately, our focus has changed from working towards what the internal needs and wants of the community might be, towards how are we going to accommodate this very significant housing mandate that's been passed down to us from the state via the county.
So that was in the last legislative session?
House Bill 1220, which ultimately amended RCW 3670A and ultimately then passed down to King County, the assignment, the responsibility of disaggregating statewide forecasted need for housing down to the local level and assigning affordable housing target goals to the individual cities that they must demonstrate how they accommodate, plan for and accommodate, and ultimately remove barriers for achieving in their comprehensive plans and development regulations updates by December of 2024.
It's fairly prescriptive. And so it's, and I imagine most cities are going to be struggling with this a little bit, because it's kind of a big shift, a sea change. All right, anything else on the Affordable Housing Action Plan? Can't wait. Okay. Transfer of development rights. David again.
So this is a tool set that will likely see quite a bit of activity on later in this year and into 24. This is a tool set that will help us basically pull everything together. This is going to identify how we can add density to some areas by preserving other areas, and is a program that we currently have in the town center by way of interlocal agreement with King County, and we currently have a placeholder in our code for some expansion of the program into the city, for the city to create sending sites where we can set aside properties that are sensitive or have features worth preserving, and preserve those by way of easements or covenants on their titles, and then sending the potential density that could have been built there to another location in the city that is more appropriate, or where we can leverage it to achieve housing affordability targets, and also place density near areas where we could also bundle that with transit and other services, and also take advantage of existing development patterns and existing infrastructure to minimize investment in infrastructure, yet also still meet our affordable housing requirements.
Got it. That's very straightforward. Yes, Pam?
David, you know how excited I am about this program. And again, just so everybody who might be listening understands, right, this is one of the tools that we can use to say we're going to build more sustainably and not build over here. And it doesn't just have to be, right, like we get to kind of define how that is. It doesn't just have to be that there's a sensitive area. It could be that there's, someone may have a piece of property that they don't really want developed, but they still want to be able to recognize the value of that property. And so there might be an opportunity for them to transfer those development rights, but then keep that property as some sort of a park or open space, right? So there's those levers are really up to us in terms of how do we manage the growth and put the growth where it makes the most sense, and not have it be, kind of sprawling throughout our city.
That's exactly correct. And this is one that I actually see as quite a bit of fun for us to work on. It's trying to figure out how we can utilize tools to protect certain features and areas in our city and try and get the density in the right place. The other thing to consider is that this is one of those tools that really you can bundle with other tools. And what we're learning from groups like ARCH is that you need to bundle tools in order to meet your housing requirements. So looking at things like combining some sort of overlay that creates inclusionary zoning, which is if you build one market rate unit, you have to build 1 or 2 affordable units, and bundling that with things like transfer of development rights to get additional units built in additional affordability ranges, and bundling that with partnerships with not-for-profit builders that have access to state housing dollars and ARCH housing dollars. And also then one that we've learned that's an important one, so remember this one, is that we've been learning that a really important piece of all of this is what they're calling. Oh, we went down.
Here.
Too many words. Is what they're calling a commercial bonus. So when you add all those tools together, ultimately that's, if you recall, the analogy that I made was fill the bucket. So transfer development rights is just one of the tools to help fill the bucket, so to speak.
Okay, so good explanation, interesting approach. So we're moving on from housing, unless there's something else on here you want to talk about. Next, financial sustainability. Here is where it all happens. There's a plan, and Aaron's going to do it, right?
Not by myself.
No problem.
So here's where the comments that you were making earlier would apply for our financial sustainability plan on the fiscal policies. So this financial sustainability plan, recall, was a continuation of the work that was already begun last year. So that's going to extend into 2023. And the big update here is going to be the forecast that's going to be updated for the 23-24 budget that was just passed. So we're going to update that and then forecast forward from that information, as well as how we ended 2012. So those are the two big data pieces that will roll into that forecast. And that will then inform the rest of the ongoing plan. So we know there was a gap identified of revenues and expenses long term. And then that's the data as it moves forward through that. There will also be a public involvement process that will be included as part of the dates that we're working on this information. So first quarter through third quarter of 2023, and we hope to have that plan wrapped up by 2023. That's the goal at this point anyway.
Okay, so we're having microphone shuffle. So if you want me to come around with I will do that. So anything else on the fiscal sustainability? There's a plan. There's going to be a plan. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Could I borrow? Yes, you can. That's okay.
So Aaron, sorry, I was distracted because we also lost our mic. When will we get just the quick, well, I know it's not a quick, but when will we get the update? Right now that the budget was approved back in November, when will we get the graph that shows us when, the last time it was presented to us, I think we said we had until, 2029 before we started crossing any lines, but that was before inflation took off. And certainly our budget came in different in a lot of areas because of that. So when will we at least see that initial update that says, here's when we have to at least start taking action? We might not know what those actions are, but we know we have to start taking some action. When will that come to us?
Yeah, so the forecast update is part of the GFOA budget document. So that's going to come actually next month, will be part of that GFOA budget. So there's going to be that data update, but the timing of the second update is also important, and that's what's coming in June to council. And so that update will include both the forecast and the update to the forecast for the year-end 2022 position. So we want to include that as well in our look and how we forecast forward.
And then that feeds into the mid-biennial budget.
Right, that's ahead of the
or adjustment
mid-biennial
or review.
that's in
I
the
guess it's
fall.
called review.
Right.
And so all that sort of leads up to that. Okay, any other questions on fiscal sustainability? Just we want it. Okay, let's have it. Okay, so then after that we have mid-Mai review, the CIP, and needs assessment of current maintenance facilities. Anjali.
So this project is basically, as the name says it, a needs assessment of all our maintenance needs in the city. We recently completed some improvements at the MOC, but we have in our biennial budget to begin a feasibility study for a second maintenance and operations center for the city. As mentioned earlier this afternoon, we are also in need to find a new location for all the storage that we have at the Notch property. So rather than go at this in a piecemeal approach, we are looking to work with public works counterparts and look at the needs for streets, stormwater, parks, facilities, and fleet, and look at all the maintenance needs, what we currently have, what we think our future needs are, current and future needs. We still have some gaps today, and then we know we have long-term needs to grow. And also take a look at, can we do things better? Can we use our current facilities and optimize them a little more? And then figure out what it is that we need. So that is the goal of this needs assessment, and we hope that it will be a fairly quick turnaround and completed by the fall of this year. Audrey, did you want to add to that? No?
Where are you going to put all the stuff? How much is it? Some of their stuff is really big too. Yeah, but it works. Okay, so that takes us to Audrey and the long-range system completion plan, which sounds like a transportation, looks like a transportation thing. So how does this work with everything else?
This is a really important plan for the city. It's a 20-year lookout in how we can fund our transportation network, and I would put transportation in quotes, that it would be intended to be multimodal. So it's really how can we build out, and what financial strategies and tools can we use to complete that in the next 20 years. This is meant to start in the second quarter of this year, and it parallel tracks, as David's train analogy earlier. It's meant to run in parallel with the citywide comprehensive plan update. This will also help us with the transportation element of that comprehensive update, and at some point all those tracks will merge in 24.
So this has to do with a funding plan?
Yes.
This is the funding plan that goes with the transportation plan, yes. Oh, yeah, sorry.
So maybe I'm just slow, but how do we build out a funding plan if we don't know the what we're trying to fund yet? Oh, hey, whatever.
This is why it's being done in parallel in a lot of ways with the comprehensive plan, so that we understand we're looking future forward, so that we can understand the housing changes that are coming our way, as well as land use changes, so that we can hopefully build the transportation system to meet those needs.
If you put all the pieces of transportation projects together, you get a transportation master plan, I think.
You do.
All the elements sort of build into that, and they're all interconnected, right? Housing, transportation relates to housing, relates to land use. It's beautiful. It's just like a beautiful puzzle. Fits together. Okay. Anything else on financial sustainability? Okay, next. And transportation, speaking of transportation, this is Audrey. So you go ahead, Audrey. I'll just sit down and give you the mic.
All right. This work is actually brought to you by our 3 teams within Public Works. So our Transportation Planning Division, our Traffic Engineering Division, and our Capital Projects Division. So I'll just highlight a few, but let me know if you have questions on any. The transit plan we have gone over a little bit today. This is another one of those efforts that is in progress. I believe the RFP is actually out now. We're looking at future transit opportunities and where we can go with transit in Sammamish. So looking at some of those last mile challenges as well. Again, this will depend on housing and land use changes that may come about through the comprehensive plan update. The next piece of work that we're looking at was directed with Bluma, but it's a very important thing that we'll be looking at is just performing corridor analysis for our schools within the city and seeing how we can look at operational I guess, opportunities to improve some of the queuing and transportation challenges associated with the schools. Yes.
Thank you. For anyone watching, all of our mics have died now, pretty much. So Audrey, I love this, and when we talk about school corridor traffic analysis, I'm assuming, and you talk about operational, we'll be partnering, I assume, with the schools, so it'll be looking at everything from how they do it on the school property to how we may or may not need to make changes on the street to, again, safe routes to school of how do we get people out of their cars. Will it also look at, kind of out of the box thinking of what are some other, I know one of the challenges we have is the school bus routes are not always optimum and there's not enough drivers, right, to necessarily increase the number of routes, but are there other things we can look at, like partnering with King County Metro or something like that? Like, it feels to me like we really need to look at this all up in terms of how we get people efficiently and safely to schools.
Yeah, and some of this, you'll see a pattern in here. A lot of this is a lot of strategic planning work that's happening this year. So it is meant to be a partnership with schools to understand the constraints to the current system and see what both we can do and if there's maybe some operational practices that the schools could consider that would improve. We've already been doing that for the last few years and it's made a big difference. We also work with the police department throughout the school year as well, just to see how we can optimize some of the different timing. So I'm looking forward to that. The next item is we will be bringing a pavement management level of service to you in the next few quarters for your consideration. As you know, we are lucky enough to have a very high PCI, pavement condition index rating, compared to a lot of our regional partner cities in the area. We want to take a look at establishing a minimum PCI for the city so that we can plan a little bit longer than every budget cycle, as well as possibly considering a PCI for our principal and minor arterials so we can focus our efforts a little bit more. And the last item that we'll talk about is Sahali. We are getting this work kicked off in June of this year after our concurrent.
Right. There's a performance measure here that the only mic left standing is the one with the fewest words spoken into it.
So we're taking a look at reviewing. There's been a lot of work done for Sahali, as you know, so taking a really deep dive into the preliminary efforts that have been done for the corridor. You'll notice the timing on here. We're taking a look at some the transit plan will be informing some of our work for Sahali, as well as you know, the comprehensive plan, how that will all intertwine so that we can have a design for Sahali that really is future focused for the city. Any questions on anything?
Anything? Sahali Way? Pavement? PCI?
Anyone else notice the typo?
Okay, what?
The spelling of Sahali.
That's me. I always do that. Sorry. It's in all the meetings. I always. That's me.
I did have one question on that. Yeah.
It's city limits down
Just
to 28.
City, this way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Roisin?
Audrey, I just wanted to, on our PCI, and I'd be interested when we go to set what those levels are. And as you know, we have a very high quality road surface level in the city. And I think that is something as a council we should really be interested in maintaining. From a resident's point of view, even if you're never ever involved in coming to City Hall or have anything to do with local politics or anything, but if the quality of your roads go down, that is one of the first things. That and an increase in taxes is probably the first reason you're going to get involved in contacting the city. So, and it's a way in which I think residents will decide how well the city is being run, you know, if the quality of the roads are being maintained. So I think this is something that we should really make sure that we pay a lot of attention to and we keep the quality of our roads where they are now, if not better, because I think that really goes to, well, you know, happiness level of all our motorists out there. And, because nobody enjoys driving through potholes. So I think that it's kind of a way in which, what I'm trying to get to is it's kind of a way in which residents will, in a very passing way, judge how well we are running the city as a collective body, city council and everyone, it's just kind of one of those indicators. So I think it's really important. So thank you.
Okay, so potholes and taxes. That's what's going to do it. Okay, anything else on this element here? Anything else here? Transportation? Okay, moving on. What's after this? Is there anything after this? Be still my heart. You're done. Okay, so you're not done, but what you've made it through all of the tasks. What I haven't heard, I think, thankfully, there's some things that staff needs to get back to you about to clarify, what they're doing in some of these things and what the plan is. But I haven't seen any need to reprioritize because, Scott, tell me if I'm wrong, but everything that you've put in the work plan is what's in the work plan.
That's what I've heard. So I think this is the opportunity just to confirm or affirm with council.
Is there anything big missing? Oh, okay. Is there anything big missing that really needs to be addressed?
I raised my hand.
That's fair, yeah. I didn't see you raise your hand.
Yeah, she was, I did. I got her.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. So I know you have the school corridor traffic analysis, but I just want to make sure from a prioritization perspective, right? We have the sidewalk program as well. Are we prioritizing child safety and people connectivity, high enough? And I want to make sure that that's prioritized above other things, right? And if we have to make trade-offs, that we're doing that. Another thing that I had on my list that I don't know if it fits into DEIB or maybe it fits in everywhere, but tribal relations, I want to make sure we're doing a really good job of our outreach there. I know we have a great partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe, and we worked really closely with them during the pandemic, but how are we making sure that they are included in all of our decision-making processes? So I want to make sure we go there. On the economic development, I'm feeling a little squishy about when that's going to happen and how quickly we're prioritizing that. So while I see all of that on there, I guess there's a level of detail that it's not totally clear to me if we've got all of the most important things prioritized as fast as they might need to be done.
So is economic development on one of the train tracks?
So I actually just looked this up while Dad again. Thanks. I can talk loud enough, but I don't want to get on the mic. So okay, thank you. So economic development. The addition of an economic development element or chapter to the comprehensive plan is currently budgeted and is included with the scope of work for the 2024 periodic comprehensive plan update. There was $14,000 included in the budget for that work. The city is also currently in the process of working with the Port of Seattle to apply for a grant of up to $60,000 that would supplement that work and would help with background research in who the target is of those policies, working with our business community in the city, the existing in-home businesses, for example, and trying to understand what type of policy direction the city wants to take, the city council wants to take ultimately, and what the policy language should be in that element to the comprehensive plan. That would result in rolling over into development of an economic development plan moving forward. However, we first need to do that background work to get there, keeping in mind that we historically have not been tasked with the addition of an economic development element or the development of an economic development plan by past city councils, and this is very new work for us, so we are just now starting that work based on direction from this council.
Thanks, David. And I think it's not just the economic development. I think there's lots of parts to that, right? Because there are other revenue sources potentially that aren't necessarily quote unquote economic development. So I just want to make sure, knowing that we have a pretty short runway probably in terms of we're dragging on our ending fund balance, right? We're dragging on our balance, and we don't want to live off our savings for too long. So,
Aaron, you're all over that, right? Just here, have mine, yeah.
Yes, that would be. So there are other elements, yes, other than the economic development piece that would be part of the overall financial sustainability plan, and looking at, you know, the possibilities of revenue options there that are all part of those strategies that are in the overall plan that are assessed as part of that.
And that's how you get the public interested in the budget. So anything else? Okay, so I think, let's talk about next steps, Scott, got lots of input, taking lots of notes, so now what happens?
Yeah, so at this point, the team will get back together after this. We might go back and re-watch parts of this to make sure we capture everything. And then we will bring forward drafts of the comp plan. I mean, not the comp plan. There's so much conversation about the comp plan. I'm not ready with that one yet. We'll bring the work plan and the goals updated with the objectives back to council for review in February, and we'll have to get back to the team and try to determine when we can actually get that done by. We have a couple people that want to take a little bit of time off between here and there because they've put a lot of work in to get ready for this. So, but we'll come back to you in February for sure with revisions for you all to discuss and give direction on. And assuming we get it close or actually right, then the goal would be to have them approved on the 21st of February. And if we have to do a little more work, we can come back at the first meeting in March. But that would be the goal, is to get those out the door and in front of you and approved as soon as possible.
Because after all, you're going to be 2 months into the year of your work plan. So, and things are happening, right? Things are happening right now. Okay. So is that, I'll put a cork in it. I think I want to see if that was did you have something, or are you just happy? You're clapping your hands? Or I think staff's amazing. All right. Thank you for being here. Yeah. So, yeah, and thank you. I thought hopefully that was productive conversation for you. Staff's got a lot of work to do. They're going to come back and try to bring you something that reflects all your comments in some way, shape, or form, whether that's inclusion or deletion, or putting more detail to some of what they're doing. But other than that, I think that's done. And so that's a pretty quick turnaround. I just want to say because this is pretty quick turnaround. So good luck with that. So anyways, I know. Good luck. I gotta go now. So I gotta get out of here. At this point, I'm going to turn because the next item on the agenda is the Joy. Oh, right. Thank you. Oh, thank you for keeping me on track. I knew there was something. All right. Joy, how's your microphone?
Yes.
Okay.
Precious. All right, so next we're talking about community involvement and community engagement. We've heard a lot about how important that is today, and I have been cued into just how important it is to this council prior to this meeting, of course, too. So as we saw today, a lot of plans are going out to the public. Lots and lots of opportunities for public engagement. We've got comp plan, within that the climate action plan, the housing action plan, critical areas ordinance, the transit plan's coming up. We've also got the PROS plan, major parks planning processes. There's one happening right now with Beaton Hill, Big Rock, and then Notch coming up too.
and then some potential for some input into the DEIB work, as well as I'm forgetting what, financial sustainability. So there's a lot, and that's not including all of maybe the smaller neighborhood park plans and things like that that could be happening throughout 2023. So as we're gathering all of this and looking out at 2023, knowing from a staff standpoint, that's a lot to coordinate, but imagining from a resident standpoint what that would look like. If as a resident, you're a busy person, maybe with a family, maybe you work full time, and all of a sudden your city is telling you, take this survey, come to this meeting, send us an email, look at this plan, do this thing. I could imagine an average person feeling really overwhelmed and maybe like they're not even sure where to start to get involved. And so the thought was, instead of just doing business as usual, because it is such a pivotal year for Sammamish, to really turn this around and use this to our advantage and use it as a way to really build community involvement, not just in this year, but to really build out a culture of community involvement through, for the future. So one of the things that we're looking at doing is creating more of we're kind of calling it a portal or a landing page on the new website, where people can go and they'll be able to select at least one, but maybe several plans and things that they're interested in being involved in, and really pulling them in, not just saying, come do this, and enter the bureaucratic plan name here. But are you interested in parks? Are you interested in the climate? Are you interested in really planning the full future for Sammamish and trying to make it as accessible as possible? From that landing page, then they would go to the project page itself, and we're recommending that we make it as easy as possible for people to initially just sign up for a listserv. That's the only ask in the very beginning. And that's just so immediately we know who's interested. We're already starting that process of engagement. And then those people who are interested in those particular topics will be getting those regular touch points of, here's a survey, here's a meeting, things like that. We'll still be sending out information broadly for each project from the city, but doing as much as we can to package it in a way that maybe if you're someone who's never been involved in a city process, maybe this is the time to pick something they're really passionate about and bring a friend along and actually be part of it and start receiving those regular inputs. So the two-page spread in the newsletter that I mentioned earlier, that's one piece of this. I actually have a mock-up. I don't know, do you want to bring the mock-up? Yeah. So we're just kind of starting this process and getting a look and feel for it, but this would also, ultimately be posters and postcards and things that would be easy to hand out. And because the landing page itself can be dynamic, so it just has dummy text in it right now, but as far as for each of those projects. But this would be like two-page spread where we're trying to be inviting and colorful and make it as accessible as possible. The posters and postcards would be more generic than this and not necessarily mention the specific plans, but kind of touch on the topics, so that it can change throughout time, because some of these plans, for example, the comp plan, climate action plan, housing action plan, those are going now. Some plans haven't started yet, and ultimately some will start dropping off and complete. So we want to keep the website really dynamic, and that will change throughout the course of the year and can continue on past 2023. The initial just driving people to that page will, again, be a little more evergreen than that, and just keep people going to that page. There's some other components to it that we're in the works of. This is all a little preliminary because we're just pulling all of this together, but we've talked about having an event in the fall, possibly, where we would have gather the community and have representation from all the different plans and gather input from there. Staff are already on board to be at a lot of the public events. We'll just be looking at lots of ways of touching different channels. And to the extent that we can actually go to where people are, I think is a really great way to engage with people, especially in busy lives. Attending meetings and taking the time to take a survey can sometimes be difficult, but if you're going to where people are and asking them their thoughts on topics, that's a good way to reach people too.
If I may, I'd like to just add on a little bit. First off, I want to thank Joy so much for coming in and bringing this ideas and structure and strategy to this piece, because it's been immensely helpful. And I think Joy might have actually duplicated herself a couple of times to be able to get done everything she's getting done for us, which includes helping us with the website, with the newsletter, and with this strategic piece. I think one of the pieces that we had discussed as we were doing this is making sure that we have this QR code that jumps you straight to the page, so that we can put this on other things. We can put them on sandwich boards, we can put them out so that people can access that point. And then, like she was saying, on the web page, it's dynamic. So as projects get farther along and they're no longer in the public input phase, for instance, they might drop off and a new one might drop in, so that we can continue to keep this concept of the big things we're looking on. And when we were discussing, we were talking about trying to figure out a good name for it, and it really came down to, well, these are just really big ideas that we're doing right now. And so that's where the labeling the page so it's easy to remember, so when you all are out in the community, you don't have to remember, well, I think it's this or other. It's just, you can Google Sammamish big ideas, and it should, once it goes live, it should come up with that page if you want to go straight to it. So we're trying to make it, like Joyce said, really as interactive and as easy as possible for people to find information. And once they get here on the web page, then they'd be able to drive into the rest of the city web page and events and meetings and projects and all that kind of stuff. So trying to really boost that component. So I really do want to thank Joy for pulling this all together, because it's been amazing for us and really, really helpful in terms of getting our collective thoughts around, and for us collectively, because we have so many projects going across so many different departments, for us to be a little more strategic about how we do that.
Is that it? Yeah. So it's not just working with the public, but coordinating internally so that the departments are doing something in an order that works with each other, and that they, can draft off of other people's efforts and, meetings and things like that. So now, I'm sorry I missed you. I didn't have it on my updated notes. I should have known it was my agenda. So at this point, yes, Ratusha?
Engagement, where does the community education piece come in? Because I think one of the things I've seen cities do is do like a citizens academy, because many people who live in Sammamish, actually, 44% of our population is born outside of the United States. Sometimes they don't, they're just not exposed to how the city works. Many think that, you have to be a citizen to be involved in anything city related. And I think we really need to do an overarching outreach to our community members, saying you can be involved in any way, even if you're not a citizen, right? I would like us to think about that, educational piece as well, and the different avenues, and maybe it can be part of the newsletter, just like one blurb or one question, and then collect them and put them on the website. But also, interacting with people, I think that is really helpful. So I would love to see that. Thank you.
Scott?
No, you're fine. I very much appreciate that, Councilmember. And what I would say to that is, one of the other pieces, when the fourth Joy that she duplicates to be able to do this, is to update our outdated communication strategic plan, which I think in no small part would get at that concept. And we do have someone on staff now that happens to have run a Citizens Academy in previous stops. So we have some expertise. I'm looking over at Lacey. So that's certainly something that's going to be part of the. It may not happen right away, but it's nice to have the expertise. So, but that was on the work plan that was up there. We didn't highlight it because we have the other pieces, but that's a piece that will definitely be included in that work.
So I'm noticing a trend here, because you're starting to talk about Lacey the way you talked about Mike. But Mike can do it, right? Mikey likes it. Okay. Anything else? Yes.
Can you address social media? Are we going to make any changes to how we update our presence on social media compared to how we are now?
I don't know at this moment. I'm still working through some of these other big pieces, and then I'll move into a deeper analysis of the city's social media once we're working on the communications strategy. One thing I will say is that compared to many other jurisdictions that I'm familiar with and have worked with, I think City of Sammamish is very lucky to have a fairly positive presence on Facebook. If you saw the comments that were coming in during the snow and ice events that we've had, I just haven't seen that in other jurisdictions, and it's really incredible, and I'd love to see that continue, because I think that's, it's nice to have that place where people feel like they can go read the city's news and not feel like they're going to get flooded with negativity. So to the extent that we can not break anything that's going well, that would be one of the goals. But I do think that there's some room to think about this strategically, how each of the social media platforms are being used. I do actually have someone doing some preliminary analysis on it right now, and we'll have more information later.
So do they have a social media policy?
They do, but I think that we may need to brush up on that a little bit too.
So rules of the road, that's always good. Okay. Anything else?
And if it's helpful to know on the social media policies, I'm often brought in for a lot of cities to help them develop their social media policies. So you got the right person for that one.
Again, something that has been done before that you don't have to start from scratch. Okay. Am I missing anybody? I'm looking. Okay, now? Okay, so now we're done with this part of the program, and this is where I sit down and be quiet, and the mayor's in charge, and so the mayor's running the meeting. But I want to thank you for having me back, and it was good to work with you again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we really appreciate it. And then I think staff, you can excuse if you would like, except Carrie. Or you're not really staff, but thank you guys for being here too. That was super helpful. All right, Council. Scott sent an email yesterday talking about council rules, code of ethics, code of conduct. I know Carrie has been inundated with other things, and this has been on her to-do list for a while. And I know you might even have a skeleton sort of thing, but really, it's going to be, initially I was like about 20 minutes each, I was assuming we'd be done around 4 for this portion. So, obviously we have until 5 or can always extend, but if we can get out of here earlier, I'm sure the better for others. So I don't know if we want to, Carrie, if you want to talk about anything that you kind of have or have been working on, or Scott, you first, and then we can kind of open up to council to talk about, I think, rules, then ethics, then conduct.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share out, as you may have seen up on the screen, we did have these as work plan items already planned, both the code of conduct and the code of ethics. So we have been doing some work on those. We've looked at other examples. Staff has been taking a crack at those, but I think for today, what we'd like to hear on those 2 items is, are there specific things that you want to have included? And then we will bring back drafts for you at a council meeting here shortly that will include your feedback in those. They weren't quite ready for prime time today, but we do have working drafts of those. So we just want to hear from you all if there are specific items that you want to include in those. And then we are drafting these to apply to across to all appointed and elected as part of standard policy, so that everyone would be on the same page. So that's what we are intending. So that's those two pieces. And then for your council rules, it's really the opportunity for you all to have that discussion and decide, whether you want to amend your council rules moving forward. So with that, Carrie, I don't know if you have any additions.
Thank you, Scott and Mayor and everyone. And hopefully your energy levels remain high for this important topic. So I just want to start by saying again, this is your opportunity as a council to give us feedback about what changes you would like to see in your council rules. They are a living, breathing document that should change over time to reflect the desires and preferences of the council. We did do some housekeeping updates last year in 2022. Those were largely driven by changes in state law in the OPMA, after the legislature decided that more rules were needed about remote participation in meetings and public comment and things like that. We've already done some piecemeal updating, but if you'd like a more comprehensive update, I've got some suggestions and recommendations for you about that. So with that, I do have some preliminary remarks in addition to what I've just said, and then I want to turn it over to all of you to get your feedback. As you know, my firm has a municipal practice group. There are several of us city attorneys. We work with many different jurisdictions, and every jurisdiction has rules of procedure. They are essential. The reason that rules are essential, in my view, is to increase meeting efficiency and effectiveness and to manage or reduce conflict. The basic idea of having rules, of course, is to ensure that meetings are run more smoothly and that they follow a generally accepted format. A well-organized and well-managed meeting does not necessarily guarantee good results, but it certainly helps. So, obviously, in my view, they serve an important purpose. MRC has just recently, as of last week, so timely, updated their page about council rules and procedures. And so I recommend that you look at that if you haven't already. It's my understanding that Scott asked you to do some pre-work ahead of today and to look at our rules and to just come prepared to talk about any amendments that you want to see, any changes. So I look forward to getting the feedback on that. But I'm familiar with a lot of different council rules of procedure, and if you look at the MRSC page, they've got lots of samples. They are organized by type of city: code city, first class, second class, counties, etc. And when you look at code cities, which is obviously Sammamish is a code city, when you look at the different examples that they have, you'll see a lot of areas of overlap, which is not surprising, right? There's a lot of commonality among these different rules. But then you'll also be perhaps surprised, like I was, by some of these really unique provisions. Sammamish has some of its own unique provisions, and I'll call those out for you. But these evolve over time, like I said, living, breathing rules, and they tend to reflect either hot topics or perhaps political or interpersonal conflict issues that had maybe arisen. And so the rules are intended to address that, maybe prevent it from happening again. So you'll see, again, lots of overlap, but some unique things. You'll also see that they vary in terms of comprehensiveness. Interestingly enough, for some of the bigger cities like Tacoma, the rules are actually shorter. And for some cities, they encompass, for example, code of conduct, code of ethics. They fold in a lot of other codes, so those are all incorporated in kind of a one-stop shop within the council rules instead of separate standalone documents. There's no one way. There's no one right way. It's not prescriptive. It's, again, whatever the council's preferences may be, understanding that they can then be amended and changed yet again. So again, it's the whole idea is that you can run an effective and efficient meeting. So with that, I wanted to point out some of the rules in your current rules of procedure that, in my view, maybe give some food for thought for all of you. And I apologize if I'm maybe taking away from some of the feedback that you wanted to give. But one of the things that I noticed in terms of how your rules are organized, they're not very user-friendly in terms of the format and the way they're organized, and I think we can improve on that. It'd be really nice. I have found myself during our meetings like frantically flipping through the rules because they're not bookmarked. I feel like sometimes I will look for something under one heading and I find it under a different heading, things like that. So I think we could maybe, work to have it organized in a more user-friendly manner. And then also, for example, under duties and responsibilities of council members, and this is section 2. And I'm looking through section 2, and it covers a lot of good things. Sometimes it's hard to see what's missing. And when I look through section 2, what's not in there is anything related to PRA compliance. And I think we should add that. So if you look at City of Tuckwillah's council rules of procedure, they have a section on PRA compliance. It's not long, but it's pretty thorough, and I think it's a good add for us to consider. Tukwila. So another thing I noticed is under section 3, which is meetings, in 3.4 general decorum, that's of course not just for decorum of the meeting participants, but the general public, everyone. And we don't have any provisions about really consequences, like what if the rules are not followed? And I noticed under our electronic devices during meetings, it's really restrictive. I don't think we enforce it, and I'm wondering if we should even have it written as it's currently written. For example, it says about electronic devices, cell phones and other electronic devices, they may be kept nearby, and the member shall excuse themselves if they misuse the device. But, we all have devices in front of us all meeting all the time. And one thing that is in a lot of council rules that's not in our rules is that council members shall not communicate with each other electronically during meetings. And the reason for that is, of course, to promote transparency and ensure that all discussion and deliberation is happening publicly and part of the public record. So I think that would be an area where we could improve our rule. Another thing I think we could do to improve our rules is, and this has come up before, not only with the current mayor, but with the prior mayor, is in our rule number 4, which relates to order of business for our agenda and council packet prep. Under 4.1.3, adding items to a finalized agenda, we make that really difficult. And I'm assuming that that came up to try to avoid perhaps what was perceived as a past problem, like a last-minute add to the agenda. Under the OPMA, as you all know, as part of good government, transparent government, and trying to encourage public participation, we're supposed to publish our agendas at least 24 hours in advance. That actually does not mean that the agenda cannot be modified, because the Open Public Meetings Act does allow for modification of an agenda. But I believe that this rule, 4.1.3, could be improved. And I think that what I see in a lot of other jurisdictions, other cities, is they instead have a rule called no surprises. And for example, Issaquah has a no surprises rule. And I bring this up because ours is really restrictive. It's got this 3-hour emergency notice requirement. It defines what an emergency is. There's an exception for the city manager, but it's pretty prescriptive about, when you can change a final agenda, final meeting within 24 hours of the meeting. And if you look at the Issaquah City Council Rules of Procedure, which I'm going to try to pull up, hopefully I can pull those up for you right now. They have a no surprise rule, and I'm just going to read it so you can get the general concept and understand what I'm talking about. So under no surprise rule, it says council members should use best efforts to contact the mayor and city manager to advise of emerging issues. Obviously, it says city administrator. They have a different plan of government. Number 2, provide staff advance notice of any questions or concerns they may have on agenda items prior to the public meeting, if possible, to allow for staff preparation. Staff responses to such requests will be provided to the full council. This is about level setting information, right? Like if one council member asks a question, it shouldn't be an answer that's only conveyed to that one person. It should be conveyed to everyone, so everyone's got the same information, right? And then also provide staff and city council advance notice if planning to propose substantial amendments or revisions to any agenda item. I think it should be also the agenda itself, right? So these are really, in my view, good rules to have. And I think that's what our rule is getting at, but it doesn't get there in quite the same way. So that's just something for you to think about. Another thing I noticed is under 4.3.6, you have this rule called multiple subjects. And it's interesting. It's unique to Sammamish. I've never seen it before. If a person appearing before the council has more than one matter to bring up before the council, that person, after speaking on one matter, will be given an opportunity to bring up other matters after other speakers have been given the opportunity to address the city council. In other words, you get 3 minutes on one topic, other people speak. You get 3 minutes on another new topic. You get 3 more minutes on another topic. And it's interesting because I feel like, again, to my earlier point about these rules need to be customized and tailored to best serve your needs. It wasn't until I was prepping for this meeting that I really realized that that's even there, because I think it's rarely invoked. But it's good to know it's there because we might want to take it out. I don't know if that's what you really want, to allow people to have so much time. So the whole thing about public comment, and we've seen this happen at our meetings, I've seen it happen at many other cities' meetings, where public comment can hijack a meeting. And it can go on and on and on. It's such an important part of our democratic process. I'm not in any way trying to say it shouldn't happen. But in my view, the council at some point needs to get on with its business and get through its business agenda, and hopefully do that so that they're not conducting business after the hour of adjournment, which here is 10 p.m. You know, good decisions are not usually made the closer it gets to midnight. So in order to make sure the council has sufficient time to conduct its regular business agenda, I think it's really important sometimes to put a time limit on public comment. And some cities say every speaker has 3 minutes, but we will entertain no more than 30 minutes of public comment, or no more than 1 hour of public comment, because sometimes it can go on and on and on, and it can essentially hijack a meeting and make it difficult to get to your business agenda. So that's just something, again, food for thought. Another thing I noticed, your rules, of course, fold in some rules about boards and commissions, and I think that that's pretty common. And then I wanted to make clear that, like Scott said, we are working on a code of conduct. It is our understanding that the intent of the council is that the council will be bound by the code of conduct, as well as appointed members of all city boards and commissions. I will tell you that we are basing our code of conduct off of the City of Kirkland Code of Conduct. We looked at a bunch of codes of conduct, and like Marilyn says several times throughout our retreat today, you know, why start from scratch when there's plenty of good models out there? And we really liked the City of Kirkland model, so if you want, you can go find that easily on their webpage and see that that's kind of the direction that we are going to be proposing for the City of Sammamish Code of Conduct. And the Code of Conduct is really just this overarching set of principles about interacting with one another, with staff, and with the community, with civility, being respectful. I mean, really, that's what it boils down to. It's pretty basic overall. And then we would be asking everyone to sign it and agreeing that they've read it, they understand it, and they will abide by it. So again, pretty basic, not trying to make anything harder than it needs to be. And then, like Scott said, we also have in progress a code of ethics. We did not start from scratch on this either. Obviously, there are so many examples. Again, MRSC has a webpage about codes of ethics, and you can look at that and see many, many different examples. One of my strong recommendations is to have an actual contracted ethics officer. And the reason I recommend that is because I view that as a better practice than having your city manager, your city attorney, or a committee of people serve as the ethics officer. I think it's a better practice to instead hire someone outside the organization. Yes, they're contracted with the city, but they are viewed as a third-party neutral, and they serve as your ethics officer on an ad hoc basis when needed, right? And in addition, if there's ever a complaint that the code of ethics has been violated, it's my strong recommendation that that complaint not go to, again, some sort of appointed board, an ethics board or an ethics committee. I believe instead it should be heard by the hearing examiner, and maybe not our hearing examiner that hears land use cases, but some professional hearing examiner. And the reason I say that is because most of the codes of ethics of other cities, they contemplate that there will be a due process fair public hearing. And you want to hire a professional who is well-versed in due process and also well-versed in ensuring, the rules of evidence are applied correctly, and is able to write a clear opinion, about what was the alleged violation, what was the evidence, and what's the conclusion. And then again, on the accountability piece, you need to have a menu of options for enforcement. Everything from a verbal reprimand to a written reprimand, and then further in terms of severity, if you will, of the consequence. But of course, you cannot remove an elected official. We know that, right? There's only recall is the only possibility there. But you can remove people from boards and commissions if they violate the code of ethics or the code of conduct, things like that. So that's my overview. With that, I would love to turn it over to all of you to get your feedback on our current rules of procedure and anything else related to conduct and ethics.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. I would definitely agree with everything you just said, even the additions in the council rules, or subtractions and additions. I'm sure we'll get a question on timeline for the ethics and the conduct. I think that was my only.
So I believe in the work plan that we saw earlier, it says Q1 for code of conduct and Q2 for code of ethics. The code of conduct is shorter, more clear, easier. So we thought that we would bring that one ahead of the ethics, which is more complex, if you will, more involved.
Yeah, and I know we talked about too, in our council rules, we can refer to those if that's what council chooses to adopt and sign as well, I believe. Cool. All right, council, have any thoughts? Councilmember Howe.
Well, first of all, who's working on this? Is it you and Scott? When you say we, I just didn't know who we was.
Sure, no, I'm happy to clarify that. I think that's a great question. For the rules of procedure, there's nothing in the works right now. That's the whole purpose of today, is to get your feedback on what you would want to see changed in the rules of procedure. Like I mentioned, we did some housekeeping type limited amendments in 2022, really aimed at complying with the revised state laws. So that's not in the works right now. The code of conduct is being spearheaded by Mark Baird and Lacey and myself, as well as the code of ethics. So Mark, Lacey, and I are kind of the ones running point on that.
Okay, well, I really appreciate everything that you said and think that you have really good suggestions. Though one thing I was going to ask about was the 4.3.6 on multiple subjects, because what I think might be an opportunity is, I believe Redmond does this. At the end of their meeting, they're able to actually have a general discussion. And I so miss being able to just talk amongst ourselves about important topics that come up besides just our committee reports. And I do think that that's an opportunity to kind of use the end of the meeting period as a placeholder for us to bring up topics that would be of general interest that aren't on the agenda. And so what it enables is an informal conversation. Staff isn't tasked to do anything to prepare for it. You're bringing forward things that you think are important that need to be discussed. Maybe it's something that you've heard that impacts the community in some way. And we'd have to put time boundaries on it so that we don't, go crazy with it. But I think, heaven knows I would never abuse that. But you get where I'm going with that. The other thing on a separate piece of this is cleaning up the language in such a way that I understand that when we talk about member, sometimes it's not clear to me who member is, audience, participant, just so we're really clear about roles and responsibilities. Who's on first? And yes, I am subject to these rules, or I am not subject to these rules. That's just a clarity of communication and nomenclature. I have a question then about my last thing is a question. So, disparaging comments by council members or commissioners or whatever in the public in a public forum. Where does that sit? And what if it's in a private forum? Everybody's allowed to have an opinion. And I'm looking for that line of free speech and where we're trying to keep the rules of decorum in play outside this room. Because I think we're accountable to a higher standard, frankly. So, but that's the way I look at it.
So I appreciate that question, Councilmember Howe. And your 3.4.2 is the rule that talks about disruptive behavior. All of your council meetings are subject to the OPMA. They're in a public forum, right? City Hall, traditional public forum. As elected officials, you all are expected to withstand a higher level of criticism than the average person. You are considered public figures. And so the bar for a person to make a case or a cause of action for defamation, which encompasses libel and slander, it's a higher bar for a public elected official, because that's part of our democratic process, is that, our free speech is you will be subjected to criticism. Not everyone is going to like everything you do or say, and you're expected to have thick skin and withstand such criticism. But there is, to your point, that crossing of a line. And where is that line, right? And where your rules try to paint that line is disruptive behavior. In other words, if it's really causing chaos so that the meeting is going off the rails, if you will, right? If it's disrupting the meeting. Someone might say something and they might speak with intensity. They might be angry and upset. And they might say things that are hurtful, but that's all covered by the First Amendment. And you have to just take that, right? It's only if they are actually causing chaos in the meeting to be disrupted is when that can be basically gavelled. And if it's really bad, like, no joke, there was a meeting where someone flashed and lifted their shirt and flashed during a meeting, which was odd behavior, right? And the police chief was asked to escort that person out of the room. That's very distracting, very disruptive, right? So that line is not always so bright and easy to tell, because there is some element of subjectivity. But what your rules try to do is say if it's disruptive, that's crossing the line.
Hey, thank you for that. That helps. What if somebody leaves the room? Is that considered disruptive or not? Or does it just depend?
And you're not talking about the public, you're talking about us.
Us, only us.
Yeah.
Are we talking about council members, or are we talking about audience?
So people can leave the room. If someone leaves the room who's a member of the public, obviously the meeting goes on. And even if a council member leaves the dais, the meeting goes on. But that should be reflected in the minutes, that someone left at 8:37 or whatever. Let the minutes reflect. As presiding officer, the mayor could make that announcement, right? Because they were marked present and attending the meeting at the beginning. But if at some point they leave, it should be noted in the minutes. But as long as you don't lose your quorum, the meeting can go on. You need at least 4 of you present to achieve a quorum and to actually continue and have your meeting. Fewer than 4, and you can't even meet.
And to continue on this thread just a tiny bit, so it would also be then, based on what you're saying, that we should hold ourselves to a high standard, but also be able to, take it on the chin. So that would also include private forums like Facebook and stuff like that. So if there's disparaging comments on Facebook, and whether it's private or open.
2.7.1, if you remember, we did this last year, the conduct outside of council meetings.
Right.
Between council members.
Between council members. But, it's also freedom of speech, too.
While policy disagreements are acceptable,
Right.
everything else is a violation of the council rules.
Yeah, I think it's tricky.
Well, it is tricky, but that's also why you need 4 of you to agree if you're going to try to do anything about it, right? Council majority. You act as a body, and so you need to have 4 people at least in agreement about whatever the response is to something that happened that displeased the council. So another thing I'll note is in your external boards or commissions, Rule 7.3, there's an expectation embedded in your rules currently that if you're going to vote on behalf of the city at an external board, you should discuss it with the council to make sure that you are consistent with the majority of the council when casting the vote. In other words, you're not just there exercising your own right, what you think is right. You're supposed to be there as really the representative of the council. This came up last year, frankly, right? And so I just want to remind everyone about this. I think that this rule, again, like all the rest of the rules, it serves a purpose, right? And then, you know, if you want to revisit this and amend it, we can look at that. But I actually think that this is serving a purpose, this rule. But there's another, I don't know if, again, the rules have some overlap. If you look at 4.3.12, this is the one that we added last year about offensive backgrounds or disruptive behavior. And this was for any member of the public or even the council participating remotely. If it's considered highly offensive to a reasonable person, their video feed can be stopped. We talked about this. We could maybe still get their audio, but we can kill the video feed. So that's something we added last year. It doesn't mean it can't be changed already now. Again, this is your set of rules and you can revise them so that they work for you.
Yeah, Councilmember Napure.
I'll go first. Okay. Thank you, Carrie, for such detail. I actually missed the first point that you had made. Which section was it referring to? The very first one?
I'm not sure what you mean by the very first one. But do you
The
mean
improvement that you had suggested, and I didn't take a note, but I was like, that's really important.
one of the improvements I think that I mentioned very first was under section 2, duties and responsibilities. There's a lot of ground covered in section 2, but I did not see anything about PRA compliance, and I think we should add Public Records Act compliance. I referred you to City of Tukwila rules, because they have a section in their rules that I think would be good. And again, why start from scratch if we don't have to? And it's in their Roman numeral 8, public records compliance. And that's on pages 12 and 13 of City of Tukwila rules of procedure.
Okay. So I have 2 questions. When we go through this document, can we address the gender in there? I think it's a lot of him, his in there. So if we can address
Absolutely.
That'll be great. And then the second one is, how do we address the hybrid, when people are working in a hybrid model, especially around like devices and things like that? I know you said it's pretty strict here. So I was just wondering about that. Has that language made it in here? I know there's one, we just talked about the offensive background and everything, but, usage of device, for example, and that also relates to accountability. So if I'm sitting at home, I'm on the video, but if I'm on my personal phone, nobody can see me, but how am I held accountable? I mean, there's trust things and everything. But that, and then actually my third point, and then I'll let you respond. I think 2.8.2, there is under anti-harassment policy, there's a specific age, 40 or older. I was just like, is that based on some, okay, it is, then that's fine. Great, thanks.
So 40 or older is based on federal law. Yep. And regarding electronic devices during meetings, for your reference, that's 3.4.5 if you want to look at it. And it seems that when we did the update last year focused on complying with changes in state law under the OPMA for remote participation, that we missed updating 3.4.5. And I own that as much as anybody because I didn't notice that it actually says in here, if an electronic device must be used at the dais, the council member shall explain the need for its use to the council and the public. Well, we don't explain that. We all have, screens up there, and each of us has city-issued laptops, or in my case, I use my personal laptop, but I mean, it's actually my professional one with my law firm, but I just used one because I was going crazy checking multiple different email accounts throughout a day. But in any event, we don't explain that. So is that rule really serving its purpose? I don't think so. We might want to just take that out and instead focus on a rule like what Issaquah and several other cities have, which is expressly prohibiting council members from communicating with each other using electronic devices during a meeting. Like, you shouldn't be texting one another about, for example, how you're going to vote on the next item on the agenda, right? And again, that's a rule that serves a really good purpose, tying into your goal about trust and transparency. Like, you should not be conducting those types of communications during a meeting. You should be conducting your business in the open session.
Councilmember Stewart then.
Thank you. So Carrie, your first point, I completely agree with, kind of just the restructuring of the rules, especially as you guys develop a code of conduct and a code of ethics. I think there are a number of sections that we can take out of the rules because they'll be covered in those. So being able to just link to those. I would love to see our rules, again, only cover things not in those two documents and have a set of procedures, right? So creating a set of consistency in terms of how are we going to deal with open commission seats, right? What the timing of, how we will notify, how we'll put that notice out, how long will we leave that out, how will we interview people or not, what would those look like, how do we vote? I feel like we spend a lot of time going over that every time it comes up, and so just having some sort of rules or guidelines or procedures in there so we don't have to have that conversation every time would be really awesome. So I would love to see, us really just take a full pass at the rules and restructure it. I think based on this conversation, there's been a number of points where we're all confused about, is this rule applying to the public or is it applying to us? So maybe we have a section on, the general public's conduct during a meeting, and that is a separate section, and then everything else it applies to us, right? So that it's just clear about that. So I definitely agree with that. I'm kind of the mindset that we can have, in terms of rules and stuff, we can have rules, but if we're not going to actually enforce them, then let's not make a rule, right? Because then it's kind of just a suggestion. And I'm fine if we want to have a list of suggestions, but I do feel very strongly about the whole, when there are violations, what are the actions that get taken, and it should probably be on an increasing scale. So I just think that's really important. In terms of things like devices and all of that, I feel like all of that falls under the compliance, like you were talking about, having a section on compliance with PRA and compliance with OPMA, right? Where we can have some additional clarifying rules that say, in order for us to comply not only with the written law, but the spirit of OPMA, we will not, text with each other or the public during, meetings or whatever, right? And I think that, it's fine. We all live in a very electronic world. We can say no devices, but most of us have watches that, unless we take them off or turn off the notifications, we're going to get things anyway. So I think it's just fair to say no communications about city business. Or I thought I recalled the OPMA said that if you receive or respond to anything like that during a meeting, it is a public record and you must submit it. So I think that's something that we should clarify what that is and then start enforcing that. Where do you see us putting how we hold each other accountable? Does that go in the rules? Does that go in each separate document so there be accountabilities in the code of conduct, accountabilities in the ethics, and accountabilities in the rules because they'd all be separate?
So if you're going to link your rules to the code of conduct and the code of ethics, then there are separate enforcement pieces to those two documents that are in draft form now.
Okay.
I would be looking to feedback from a majority of the council on where you think it makes the most sense. For example, if you look at City of Tacoma Council Rules of Procedure, in their Rule 3, which their Rule 3 pertains to remarks and debates. And in their Rule 3, under subsection D, they have a heading, which I don't necessarily think is the best heading, but that's just my opinion. But they call it transgression. And it says, the council has power under state law to impose punishment on its members short of removal of office for violation of state law or council rules. And then it goes on to explain what happens if the rules are violated. And it gives the presiding officer the power, but it says in the event the presiding officer is silent and doesn't call someone out for violating the rule, then any council member can basically, under a point of order, call the presiding officer or such other member to order. And then it goes on to say they can call for that person to be silent or additional consequences, and maybe consequences is better for a title than transgressions, but in any event, additional consequences may include a verbal admonition, written reprimand, censure, expulsion from the meeting at which the conduct is occurring, removal of the council member from the council committee, chair positions, or committee memberships, or removal of intergovernmental duties. And it says, expulsion for such behavior in the council's presence shall require the affirmative vote of a majority of the council, specifying in the order of expulsion the cause thereof. So you have to say why. Again, short and sweet, pretty basic, something like that you could put, and again, you could put it wherever you think it makes the most sense. It could go in your duties and responsibilities, or it could go perhaps in meetings where you talk about decorum.
Excellent. I appreciate that, and I really like that. I absolutely agree with your recommendation that we hire kind of an ethics an ethics officer, I think you said it was, and then have some sort of a hearing board commissioner type thing to adjudicate, because I think that having that neutrality is so important for everyone. It protects everybody from allowing politics to get in the way of civility. So we don't want to have that, and I think that's great. Other things, I would love to see us have a rule. So we do actually have a rule already that limits public comment to 30 minutes, and the chair can extend that. So we already do limit the public comment. I would like to see us have a rule that says public comment will be at every meeting unless we explicitly say that it won't be. Because sometimes now we have meetings where we forget to add it, and then there's debate as to whether it should be there. And I think it's important. And I think, since we do limit it to 30 minutes, I don't see there any reason not to have it. And that leads me to the whole definition of our meetings. So right now we have a meeting schedule, right, where we have 2 regular meetings a month, and we used to have a quote-unquote study session. Well, apparently a study session isn't really a thing, so now we have 1 meeting a month, which is a special meeting. But it's not really special because we have it every bloody month. So why is it special? The only thing that's special about it is it takes extra work to deal with it. So I would love to see us kind of really get a little bit clearer about what our current meeting schedule is, just so we don't create extra procedures for our staff for no good reason. And Scott looks like he wants to say something to that.
Only that I'd like to make them not special.
Yes, exactly. I agree. All of our meetings are special, therefore none of them are.
They're only under what I would consider to be sort of clearly special circumstance where you all, you're making a decision. And I think ultimately if study sessions were made to be more informal, I think one of the challenges is, and I think you all know this is, if you're sitting at the dais and we're doing the Pledge of Allegiance and all that, how is it any different from a regular meeting?
Correct.
And
Yes.
so that's really what it boils down to, is it's really hard to differentiate those unless we really ran the meeting substantially differently.
Exactly. And I think we just create confusion, we create extra procedure, and we potentially open ourselves up to problems because somebody's like, well, that was a special meeting and you didn't do blah. And so, yeah, like, let's just be real. We have 3 meetings a month, or we don't. Like, that's something we could go change. But right now we have 3 regular meetings a month. Let's just call them that so that we don't create the extra stuff. So I'd like to see that. And then that way we also have the public comment at each of those meetings. I'd also like to see us make public comment be first. Obviously, public hearings, the comments for the public hearing comes at the agenda item, but I would like to see us have public comment be first. We sometimes get into this bad habit of, like, we'll go into an executive session for an hour and a half or something while the public is waiting to speak. So I think, out of respect to our public, that we should do that as well. So I'd love to see that be in our rule. Again, all rules can be somehow amended, right? And we can build something in there that says there can be special circumstances, but that just creates that default behavior, which I think is super respectful. We used to allow people to provide graphics and slides, and then there was a discussion as to whether or not the mayor could unilaterally not allow it. And so for a while, we didn't allow it. I'd just like us to make a rule, whether it's a rule, whether we allow it or we don't allow it, just so, again, there's clarity to the public, and that there shouldn't be, no offense, Kaylee, it's not a personal thing, but I don't know that we want the mayor making rules unilaterally. I think it should be the body making those kinds of rules. So I would love to see us have a rule that says people can send in slides that will show, or not. And again, I think it's fair, but I just want it to be clear. I would also like to see us create a rule making allowances or accommodations for anyone with special needs. When giving public comment, again, I know we have to keep the meeting moving, and 3 minutes is a great rule, but if we do have folks with any kind of special needs, having accommodations for that, I think, is just inclusive. We also have you talked about the whole adding thing to an agenda. I would like to see us revisit that. I can give folks offline kind of the background as to how that came to be. I like the no surprises rule, but I do think we need to allow people to be able to make an amendment. Like, clearly, Robert's Rules of Order intends to allow you to amend the agenda, or there wouldn't be that process in the beginning of the meeting. So I think there are always reasons why we can do that. We could even make a rule that says if somebody wants to add something, unless it is an emergency, it can be for discussion only or something, so that when things come up in a timely manner, we can add things to an agenda. We already have a rule that requires 3 people, but we also have the ability that someone can make a motion to amend the agenda, someone can second it, we'll discuss it, and if a majority of council wants to do it, I kind of feel like that's fair. So, I don't know, you look like you have a comment towards that.
I do, but I don't want to cut you off. So when you get to a stopping point, then I'm happy to comment.
I would also love to have rules or guidelines around consent items. So we have some rules certainly we'll often have a document and we'll need to make minor tweaks, so it'll come back on a consent. That's totally fair. What I don't personally love is when there's like kind of a big deal item that is just in consent and we haven't really ever had discussions on it. So Scott, I would look to you and staff to kind of help us put some guardrails around if it's spending over a certain amount, or if it's a brand new spending item, or just something so that things just don't kind of get slipped into consent and we don't necessarily know what they are or have the background on them. I would just love to see us have those guidelines clearly called out.
Appreciate that, Councilmember. I would love to, given that all of those on consent have staff reports, maybe we probably need to talk a little bit more about what exactly you're, what you're thinking that line is, because I think that's the piece that, consent is just that. It just means that we don't need to come to a presentation and you all have discussion on it. And so I think that's the part where if we're not providing enough background, we can talk about that.
Okay.
So just some clarity, I think, would be helpful for us on the staff side to figure out where that is.
Cool. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And then I would love to kind of revisit the rule we have that says we can only attend 3 meetings remotely if we're sick or if we're traveling for work. Like, that seems a little bit random. I think, again, there needs to be prior notice. There needs to be kind of a reason for it that you convey to, you know, the mayor and the deputy mayor and city manager or something. But I don't know, like, again, if I'll use me as an example. If I'm sick for 3 meetings or I've been exposed or something, what happens when the 4th time that I'm sick comes up and I ask to attend remotely? Are you going to say no? Are you going to tell me I have to come when I'm sick?
So you're on a roll. I hate to interrupt because I don't know how long your list is.
No.
But on this one, I feel like I need to comment while it's timely. So under 3.5, remote participation, and 3.5.3, reasons for remote, it doesn't have a limitation on if the council member has an illness or medical issue. There's no limit specified for that reason. And for a council member being away due to a personal vacation, that's up to 3 times per calendar year. And if council members away due to work or employment, that's also up to 3 times per year. But I don't see a numerical limit associated with illness. And I just wanted to clarify that one.
Okay, but that's fair. I just, again, like, what if my mom gets sick and I need to go be with my mom? Are you going to tell me I can't participate in the 4th one? Because that would technically be a personal reason. So I guess.
Can we leave that up to, like, extenuating the circumstances or add that in? Because I think we had a full, huge discussion last year on why we chose 3.
Absolutely. The council can make any changes it wants. Again, I can't emphasize that enough.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, at least 4 of you have to agree to make that change. And so if you want to create more latitude in that rule for extenuating circumstances, then again, that's up to council majority will.
I think that's fair. And that is, and I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of looks about a long list, but Scott told us to bring all our stuff, so I did. I was following instructions, so thanks.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
I think that I'll go after Councilmember O'Farrell. That's fine. Go ahead.
I promise I'm quick. I just wanted to concur, Kerry, with everything you said at the beginning of your presentation. And I just wanted to say that I support, is it PRR or PRA compliance? What is the, you know, I want to make sure I'm referring to the right thing.
Sure. So when I say PRA, I mean the act itself.
Oh,
and when I say PRR, I'm referring to an actual public records request. So I apologize when I use the acronyms.
I just want to make sure that I was understanding and we're not talking at cross purposes. So I think that's great that we have some kind of consequences for non-compliance. And then the other thing that I had is, do we have anything in, and I couldn't see it in council rules or code of ethics or conduct about conflict of interest? So if we have, if you're a council member and where you would, like for example, myself, I'm on the board of the YMCA. And if issues about YMCA would come to the dais, and I'm sure we're all members of various community-based organizations, how could you not be if you're all like us and we're very energized by being involved in the community? Of course, you're involved in community organizations, but how do we deal with that, et cetera? And have we addressed that in our rules that I just didn't see?
Great question. I know you are all very civic-minded, so you do have other roles in the community that you're active in, and there's nothing that I've seen in your rules of procedure that address a conflict of interest. There is state law that addresses that in chapter 4230 of the RCW, I believe, or 4223. I think it's 4223 because 30 is the OPMA. So 4223 is the Code of Ethics for Municipal Officers. But in addition, the draft Code of Ethics policy that is in progress right now, like I said, Mark Baird, Lacey Lewis, and I are all working on that. That has a whole section devoted to conflicts of interest as well as this concept of incompatibility of office. That is a term of art. You can read more about that on MRC's website. They have a whole webpage devoted to incompatibility of office. Like, for example, there have been attorney general opinions and court case law saying that it is incompatible fundamentally to hold certain offices at the same time. Like, for example, you cannot both be a sitting council member and on the planning commission, right? Because you can't be on the body that makes recommendations to the body that makes decisions, things like that. So those are established in the law. So more to follow on that. We recognize that we need to supplement, if you will, what state law says.
Yeah, and just to highlight it, to like bring it to the fore. Thank you.
Go ahead and then, yeah.
I was trying to write notes during Councilmember Stewart's list, and yes, you did do a lot of pre-work, which is most appreciated. So thank you for bringing your robust list. I think that's a good thing. With regard to some of the comments that Councilmember Stewart made, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things. I do think that with regard to ADA compliance, I just want to note, for the benefit of the public who might be tuning into this retreat conversation, of course, we are bound legally to comply with the ADA and to make all of our facilities, so that they are inclusive and accommodating for people with any special needs. What I heard your comment going to was, if people need more than 3 minutes, like, we should give them more than 3 minutes if needed. And I think it would be helpful if members of the public would make that known ahead of time so that we can more easily accommodate that in a seamless way, okay? And then also with regard to the old practice, I know Lita remembers this. It used to be pretty commonplace, to your point, that people would show up with a flash drive, hand it to the city clerk. This city was subject to a horrific ransomware attack. Sammamish is kind of infamous for that. So I would want IT to weigh in on this, but I wouldn't recommend putting any kind of flash drives in any from outside people.
Email it in. I think the latest was you had to email it in before 5
Right,
p.m.
which is great. That's the better practice. But do you remember what I'm talking about, Lita, when people would bring flash drives and?
Yes, they want to put it on, but yeah, we now have a rule that they have to put it in by 5 o'clock if they
Right.
were. The only problem we had with that was that it takes time to bring it up and put it on, and it
Right.
just adds to the length of public comment.
Especially when you open up their flash drive and it's not the only item on there, but it's like one of like 200 things on their flash drive, and you're like, where is it, So anyhow, just wanted to bring up some reasons why we've strayed away from that.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, then back to you.
I had a question about nepotism. So, for instance, if Pam's husband wanted to apply for a commission position, is she allowed to vote on that?
So I believe there is a provision in the city's current employee handbook about that issue. And what's, I think, not as clear as it could be or should be, and we should work to clarify this, is whether the employee handbook applies to council members, right? And so I believe our draft code of ethics has a provision in there about conflicts of interest, and that would be a situation that's regarded as an actual conflict. So there's actual conflicts and then perceived conflicts, right? And we do recommend trying to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. It doesn't have to be actually one, but if it appears like it's one, in efforts to, again, promote good governance, we would want people to take the same steps for an appearance of a conflict as they would for an actual conflict. But there would be a conflict in the situation you described, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Under code of conduct, when we have one, I would like to see under personal attacks, particularly under disparagement, the sanctions defined. We had a couple of incidences in this past year where we've had public admonishment and it hasn't worked. And I just think that it's going to continue unless we define what those sanctions are. I mean, I personally would like to see removal from committees for 3 months. I think that's fair. I think that if you can't be respectful of your fellow council members, you should not be out representing our city. Is that something we can do?
Again, we can do any of these things as long as 4 of you agree. And what's hard for me to gauge in this informal conversation style is if there's council majority support. I mean, I do see head nods around the room, but it's also not as clear as I would like it to be whether something is supported by a majority of you. So this rule that you're referring to, Deputy Mayor Lamb, is 2.7.1.
Yeah, that's where it is now, but I don't know how it's going to come back to us, like in what form when we have a code of conduct.
Right, understood. And so when I talked about the Tacoma example, they call it transgressions, we could call it consequences. What I'm hearing, and it would be helpful if I saw some head nods around the room, but what I'm hearing is that council would like to see a menu of options, if you will, that's escalating in terms of severity for a consequence of that type of behavior, a personal attack. And then this section is conduct outside of council meetings, and we can have it just in the section during a meeting, but have that cross-referenced in this section too, right? So it's there for both purposes, whether it's during a meeting or outside of a meeting. Am I seeing head nods for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the third part, and it's not under disparagement. So last year I was threatened in council chambers. I was told I could file a police report. Where does something like that fall under? It was after a meeting, but I was threatened in council chambers.
Mm-hmm. So in my view, that would definitely fall under the rule we were just talking about, 2.7.1. And so, again, that could be brought back to council in an open meeting where you can put everyone on notice that that happened. Some people may not have been aware that that happened, and then you can formally request that there be some sort of consequence for that happening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In all your research, Carrie, did you see anything on where proclamations fall, like how we come up with proclamations?
I did see that. I'm trying to remember. Some cities have really robust rules about that, and then others are silent. So there is this wide spectrum of deviation on what the rules say about proclamations. I believe it was Issaquah that has a more robust section about how those are brought forward by different community interest groups and things like that. Issaquah's rules are really interesting because they just updated them last year, and they went beyond just the housekeeping prompted by the changes by the state legislature to the OPMA. They wanted to do away with study sessions and instead have a committee of the whole, and then they have 3 standing council committees, and frankly, that sounds a lot more like how Tukwila operates, but every city's different, and I'm not saying you should do that. This is not a should. This is just a FYI, right? Because I'm just wanting to point out again that there are many different ways that you can structure your rules, your meetings, how you conduct the business of the city. So I do believe that there are examples that are a lot more robust about how proclamations are brought forward, to bring it back to your actual question. And so I just wondered if you could give us more information about what you're thinking about that, and if you want to see more robust rules.
Yes, so I think, initially when I joined the council, it was like, oh, great, I'm seeing, and it just, they seemed really nice. But I have no idea why they're put on our agenda. Somebody suggests them, and I think for me, I think we had some exchange of emails where it's like, okay, if the proclamation is on these particular topics, we don't want to bring it on to, or don't want to add it to our agenda. So I'd like to have some, a common understanding on which proclamations will actually make it to the agenda. I think, secondly, are we really looking at, and when we're reading those proclamations, do we always understand what's in there? I think we recently did one, and afterwards, I came to know of some of the objections that were raised. And at that time, we just didn't have enough information. So I would like all of us to also have that time to reflect on what is it that we're really trying to say and what those proclamations really mean. So I would really like us to not just add or keep reading them or adding them because they've been there for many, many years, but just have like a list. And I know staff needs it like in advance, so I don't know if it has to be another retreat session where we say, okay, these are our proclamations for the year, and put them in these months. It just seems very reactive right now on how it's either reactive or it's by default, we've done this, so let's just do that. So I'd like to see some process around that. But I'm happy to do my research.
I was going
too.
to say, I will say, Lita did send out a really good email. I think you address it to the whole city council, and people can give input. I know, like, just reading on Bothel's, they have is this Bothell? I don't even know. A proclamation section, basically, that requests are submitted or whatever we have are approved by us. And so I know by email you've had quite a few feedback that you've even incorporated, like the Holocaust Remembrance Day recently.
Well, I believe there was a 2023 proclamation schedule, yearly schedule that I emailed.
Okay.
And council reviewed it, and there were some changes that were suggested.
Cool.
And those suggestions were backed by certain council members.
Okay.
That's usually how, and oftentimes the mayor will receive emails from community asking if their proclamation could be added. And depending on our proclamation schedule that we have, it can be bumped. We did bump one recently for the Holocaust. So, and we have an unwritten rule of just 2 proclamations per regular meeting. So that's something that can be changed or leave it the way it is.
I think just overall, I'd love to have some process around that. Happy to do some research or work with Carrie and then work on it, I think my second question, kind of, we all alluded to it, with the zip drives and everything. It seems like, at least when I was attending city council meetings regularly in 2016 and 2017, we had a lot of community presentations. And now it seems like it's just like taken a nosedive maybe. And I think it was so wonderful to see those little kids come in, present their project. And that kind of came from the community. And I was wondering if maybe staff has any ideas, or is that just my perception, or is that a reality that it has gone down?
So we actually used to have a rule that you could have 5 minutes if you were representing a community organization. And under that public comment rule, we tended to get more of those kinds of presentations. We removed that, just to give the background, because we didn't have a real definition of a community organization, and it kind of felt like that was starting to get a little bit abused. And so that is something, though, I think we could address. We could either, I think there are a number of things. We could either add that into public comment, or we could have a process by which a community organization could submit a request to give a presentation, just like we had with the Lego step stuff. So I would love to see that more. But I think that's why it went, I think it did actually go down, because we kind of took away that vehicle.
Does anyone else have anything? I only had 2 last comments if no one else has. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
One more, Amy, I did find, and I haven't been able to dig it up, but I did find an article about the fiduciary responsibility of elected officials, and it talked about nepotism, and it said that you, as part of your duty as a fiduciary in an elected role, should not nominate nor vote for any relative in any kind of a position. So I don't think that's a law, because I don't know that, and Carrie, that would probably be to you. I mean, all of these articles are done by things like Harvard Law Review and stuff, but I don't think they're necessarily laws. They're more sort of recommendations from great legal minds, so to speak.
The only other thing I was thinking under devices, because even today I emailed like Lita and Scott. So I think email is a big thing. So not just text on the dais, but also no social media. And I know that's not really a thing that we can necessarily block, but it's just another one of those things, not having that, because that is like another form of like public input. And then I was also wondering if we could change all of citizen to resident throughout the whole document. And then, Councilmember Trine, do you have anything? Cool. All right. So we have anything else? And I think we covered all three kind of at once. And I know we'll be getting at least the drafts. Yes, I see a thought. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yeah, you just look surprised. Yeah, just dead space. Yeah, so Carrie, do you have anything else, or Scott, to add to that?
I think it's a sign my mic died, right? Like we're coming to the end maybe. So yeah, my battery just died on that mic, but I just want to thank everybody for the good conversation around the council rules, and for those that did, the pre-work and all that. It's appreciated, and I've tried to take notes and listen to all the feedback that I heard, and just understand that they are living, breathing rules, and that they will never be done. I just want to make that really clear, because there's no end point, right? Like, you think you're done, they should not be set on the shelf and gather dust, so to speak, but just continually revisited, figuring out and assessing what's working, what's not working, and striving for continuous improvement. But thanks for all your feedback. It was great.
Yeah, thank you. And all of the plans that I do, we do an annual review, so I think maybe even this opportunity would be a great thing to be like, so if it didn't make it this time, because I'm not going to say open up Carrie's email for more suggestions, but maybe. But then if we just did like an annual review at these council retreats, I think that'd be super helpful, so they don't collect dust. Is there anything else before do we have to actually adjourn, or we just say good night? Good afternoon, good evening. Anything else? Yeah, go to the order. Great idea. Anything? All right. Thank you again, Marilyn. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, staff. I think we did some good today. So, all right. Have a great Saturday. Thank you all.
Good night.